down week 2. Yesterday, the Star Philly did what Star Phillies do, dominate. Torpedo Anna, brilliant in the coaching club American Oaks. Today, Shotgun Hottie takes the stage. Serious contender in the Grade 2 Shoe V. Should she perform well, just maybe, a shot at Saratoga's most prestigious race for older fillies and mares. Hello, YouTube. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Brian Hernandez talking to reporters after yesterday's CCA Oaks victory. Little overcast in upstate New York, Saratoga Race Course. Pristine conditions for thoroughbred racing. Pristine conditions for all kinds of racing. Starting out today's show with something a little different. From the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, gearing up for this big Sunday program at Saratoga. 11 races coming your way. 10 of them you're very accustomed to, 10 flat races. And then it's up and over the hurdles. Steeplechase at the highest level. Grade 1 AP Smithwick. Supposed to take place on Wednesday. Heavy overnight rain on Tuesday. So here we are. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual unusually well. We'll get right into it. Race 1 AP Smithwick. Flat racing begins in the second start of the early pick 5. Featured event. It's early. Shotgun Hottie in that Grade 2 Shoe V. So I welcome in our co-host, Joe Clancy. He's our resident steeplechase expert, also editor of the Saratoga Special. You know this guy, champion jockey, Richie Migliori. Joe, the steeplechase event, the Grade 1 AP Smithwick rescheduled. What makes this such a significant big race?
Just like a flat race. I mean, it's a Grade 1, so it carries that championship aspirations or implications. And Saratoga, obviously the history here, steeplechase has been a part of it since the 1860s, so it's always been a part of it. Patty Smithwick was a Hall of Fame jump jockey, won 398 jump races, which is second most all time. And it's just got a lot of, I think the race was founded in 1980. It started out as a little restricted race. Now it's a Grade 1. It's kind of cool spot.
Could you do what these riders are about to do?
I would have loved to have tried it when I was a younger man, but I had a hard enough time staying in the middle of them when they weren't jumping over things. So maybe it's a blessing I didn't do it.
we love asking flat jockeys that question. Like if you were tied for the meet lead on the last day and there was a jump race, would you ride?
Would you do it? No question, he would have.
Yeah, he would have.
No question.
Yeah, in that scenario.
Well, I would have had Sean Clancy coaching me. So
then you would have been just fine with Newt Rockney in your corner. There is, as you look at the field and updated odds, a Bond who is 8-5, the current favorite. The wagering thus far, Joe, anything jump out at you?
No, not really. I mean, Aban, L'Imperator, Pick a Number, they're the sort of three players. Pick a Number offers a little value, I think, in his first start in America. He's going to be a front runner. I can't really get past Aban. He's you'll call me a chalk-eating weasel, I know, but he's 4 for 5 over jumps. Really good flat form from Todd Pletcher's barn, and if you get a chance to watch some of his replays, he's won his races with Bernie Dalton reaching up and patting him on the ear and telling him, good job, buddy, and he's just running away from horses. So Bernie likes to say, I haven't been out of second gear yet. So
you play the hand you're dealt. We'll see you Bond in the post, Fred. You just saw Wes Newton and Freddie Flincher, a defeated favorite in last year's AP Smithwick.
Yeah, he's got some form back there. He's got some races that could put him in this. He hasn't shown them lately, but I think he might be rounding into a decent effort.
Going Country, not owned by Beyonce.
No,
but he
is co-owned by Madacat Stable, though, so he got some flat connections.
Close enough.
Ziggle Pops we just missed. He was third at Aqueduct in the Grade 1, and there's your favorite, Aban, coming out. And my big concern was how he was behaving. He looks like he's getting a little stirred up. As a flat horse, Todd Pletcher told me he got really stirred up, and they used to have to do a lot of different things. He's been pretty good at the jump meets. This is clearly a little different atmosphere for them, and where are we here?
Oh, it's a fascinating story. You saw a first-time starter debuting in a Grade 1 race and Pick a Number, and then towards the outside, L'Imperator, and just what a cool 7-year-old gelding.
Yeah, another one, like Aban, really good flat form, was with Chad Brown. You saw him here. They actually ran here in 2021, September 6th. They ran in flat races on the same day. Aban broke his maiden, and L'Imperator ran in the Bernard Baruch. And,
so cool.
Yeah, very cool. And here they are in career 1A, 1B, I don't know how you want to call it. But
even cooler, making money with Naira Bets. Get involved, sign up, NairaBets.com. Take advantage. That promo code SPOT250, earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com, to earn your $250 deposit match. While you're looking at Freddie Flincher, number 7 is L'Imperator, trained by Arch Kingsley, as we welcome in Liza Hendricks in the winner's circle. Liza, welcome to the show. You had a chance to speak with Arch Kingsley earlier today about L'Imperator getting ready for this Grade 1 event. What did he tell you?
Thank you, Lafitte. Yes, I got a chance to catch up with him at the barns this morning, and he said that he is just finely tuned and prepared just right for today. So he's expecting a big run out of him. He's actually kept him up here since May, training up here in Saratoga. He, of course, went down for the rescheduled jump race at Aqueduct and won there. After he came back up here and was training up here, he actually sent him to a farm and kicked him out just for a few days to let him be a horse and kind of move around, and went to the spa there and the aqua tread. So he's been under great preparation, and then came back into training and prepared him. He said he did the exact same routine that he did for that Beverly Steinman. He said he didn't want to change anything, so he just did the exact same thing. But my pick is going to be the number 5, Aban. He just looks incredible. As Joe touched on, he could get a little stirred up when he was running over the flat. He was cool, calm, collected in the paddock, but once he did get out here for the post parade, he did pick his toes up a little bit and just did some prancing. But you know, he's under Bernie Dalton, who knows him well, rides him every day, so he knows him well, and they have him prepared right for today. He's going to be hard to beat, Lafitte.
At 8-5, Aban, and just to clarify, and I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but I, as a past performance provider, I had pick a number listed as a first-time starter, not a first-time starter.
First-time
Here,
America.
I'm not lying. Take a look.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Not making it up.
Nope. First-time America.
All right.
He's 4 for
there
5.
you go.
He's won 4 of his last 5 in England, Ireland, and looking at those races, he'll be in front, or most likely be in front, and comes in for Leslie Young, leading trainer. I never know how some of these European horses are going to transfer their form here, you know, and just like on the flat. And he's got to run against some pretty serious horses.
Right back to Liza.
My tie was like...
Thanks, Lafitte, here with Patrick Lewis. Patrick owns 2 of the horses in here, number 1 and number 2. Patrick, what can you tell us about how they've been coming into the races?
Both are coming in different spots. The one, Wes Newton, he ran here last time. We tried a different strategy. We kind of left him off the pace, and he just didn't have enough closing kick. Freddie, this was his first race in 11 months. He just probably needed one to get a little fitter. So I think today, from where he's coming from, he's going to be in a much better spot. I think we'll probably let the fast ones go. He'll be probably sitting in, fast one including Wes Newton will probably go. Freddie will be off the pace, but I would bet a little closer than he was last time. And if he gets to the top of the stretch and he's within striking distance, he can close with any of them, including Aban. So hoping for the best, but more importantly, just hope everybody comes back safe and it's a good, fun race.
And Patrick, you got into racehorse ownership through owning steeplechase horses, but you also own flat horses now. Can you talk about who we're going to see up here from your stable the rest of the meet on the flat?
Yeah, so on August 10th, Grivet is going to go in the Galway Cup, a listed filly stake race for 3-year-old fillies sprinting. And Field Last might be in that race as well. I own that with Bo Bromwich, who I do a lot of stuff with on the flat, including Red Carpet Ready, Poolside with Slim, we'll see at Kentucky Downs. I'm also starting a claiming partnership up here using Jamie Begg and Eddie Keneally mostly. So we're going to do a lot of probably like higher end claiming spots. We're bringing in outside people in and just trying to have fun and get quick action. So I really enjoy that.
Well, great to have you as an owner in both steeplechase and flat racing, and good luck in here.
Thanks so much.
Lafitte.
Wes Newton sent the tempo at last year's AP Smithwick. Freddie Flincher defeated favorite. Last year's AP Smithwick. Rich, you wanted to touch on L'Imperator and his mechanics, something you've noticed.
Yeah, he's a horse that just runs with his head extremely low. His head carriage is almost to the ground, and he's comfortable that way, and it's up to the rider to get out of his way, let him use his stride the way he wants, although it can be a bit disconcerting, I would imagine, especially coming to a fence with your horse's head so low.
Yeah,
Joe?
for sure. Especially if you might not be quite in the stride you want, it's a little, you have to, I know, talking to Arch, he says you don't want to get in his mouth, but if you need to adjust his stride, you're going to have to get into his mouth a little bit, and then he can get really strong.
For our viewers not as familiar, for the uninitiated, Joe, where's the starting gate?
No starting gate. We want a nice, easy beginning. It's a 2 3/8 mile race. There to go.
Grade 1 AP Smithwick. It is post time. Frank Mirmati with the call.
They're off in the AP Smithwick Memorial. And over the first hurdle, they go, and the leader is Pick a Number. So it's Pick a Number, setting a quick tempo in the early stages. On the inside, West Newton. West Newton is a length back second, and then Going Country, 4 off the pace in third. Zigglepops is fourth, 6 lengths off the lead. Then it's Freddie Flincher racing on the inside of a relaxed Aban, and L'Imperator will do his best work later on. Into the stretch here at Saratoga Racecourse, and it's Pick a Number. Pick a Number dictates terms, leads it by about a length over West Newton. They're by the stands, 2 lengths in front of Going Country. Going Country third, and on the inside comes Zigglepops. Zigglepops is 5 lengths off the lead. Aban continues to travel smoothly on the outside of Freddie Flincher, and L'Imperator is under a nice hold at the back. Pick a Number sails over that fence, goes a bit wide and has it by 3 lengths. West Newton is racing in second still. And then it's Going Country with the pink cap on the outside. Zigglepops races in fourth. Aban is next, Freddie Flincher, and L'Imperator. Not much movement as Pick a Number sails down the Saratoga backstretch, and it is Pick a Number in front by 2.5 lengths. West Newton is racing in second. Pick a Number gets over that fence a length and a half in front now, as Going Country is a closer third. Followed by Zigglepops, has 4 lengths to make up, and outside of them comes Aban under a tight hold. Aban is joined by Freddie Flincher and L'Imperator 7 lengths off the lead, which is being set by Pick a Number. Pick a Number has been there throughout. On the inside, West Newton, Going Country, they've been 1, 2, 3. As now, Going Country moves into second. West Newton is back to third. Aban getting closer. Aban is 5 lengths off the pace. Zigglepops, L'Imperator sneaking into contention. It's a very compact group with Freddie Flincher at the back. Pick a Number. Pick a Number leads. L'Imperator, red cap on the far outside, is within 3.5 of them, as Going Country remains a joint second. And that was a rough jump there for West Newton, who loses significant ground afterward, as Pick a Number opens it up now once again. Pick a Number, Going Country, Aban. Aban has been under a tight hold throughout, only 3 lengths off the lead. He and L'Imperator moving in tandem over that fence. Freddie Flincher on the outside of Zigglepops. West Newton is at the back. Pick a Number trying to take them all the way in the AP Smithwick Memorial. And Pick a Number has it by 2 lengths. Chased by Going Country, Aban, L'Imperator, head and head. Behind them, Freddie Flincher, Zigglepops, and West Newton. Pick a Number. Jamie Bargery in front, 2-length lead. Going Country, Aban has been passed by L'Imperator, Freddie Flincher in between those two. Zigglepops still under a nice hold along the inside. Just 3 lengths off the lead. This is going to get contentious. And West Newton is at the back. Pick a Newton is the leader by a length. Going Country. Then comes Aban, L'Imperator. Between those two, Freddie Flincher's making a move, and then it's Zigglepops. Pick a Number in front of 1/2 length over Going Country. A length and a half back to Aban, trying to just find a seam at the top of the stretch. L'Imperator has a lot of work to do from here. They're at the top of the lane in the AP Smithwick Memorial. Pick a Number trying to fend off a host of pursuers. Zigglepops comes through with a nice rally though, and Zigglepops is up to take the lead, sprinting strongly and taking command. It's all Zigglepops. Zigglepops striding away, the easiest of wins in the AP Smithwick Memorial. Pick a Number finished second in a photo over Freddie Flincher, and L'Imperator was fourth.
The acceleration late. Zigglepops turns it on, and he's gone. Impressive in the Grade 1 AP Smithwick.
Serious race, fun to watch, right? I mean, it was like like the sword dancer or something. They turned for home. There was 6 you could have landed on with a chance, and Really good effort by this horse. Same connections, owner, trainer, jockey as Snap Decision, who's a 10-year-old, as 2 for 2 this year. He cannot run at the Naira tracks, but then they win it anyway with the second string.
After 2 3/8 miles, and they're all bunched up, you don't expect to see this type of finish, this type of knockout punch. Ziggle Pops finds another gear and leaves the rest in his wake.
Ziggle Pop's actually really accelerated after going this far, and he had made a mistake on a jump down the backstretch, lost some position, but man, they have that long, flat, part of it where they go over the last jump. There's still over 3.5 furlongs to run.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he was third at Aqueduct. He kind of got involved earlier and then ran out of steam late. He got in front, maybe top of the stretch, and then couldn't hold off, couldn't maintain it, and ended up third behind L'Imperator and Rampoldi Plan. But here today, they held him up, and whether that was, again, maybe it helped him a little bit. Everybody else got a little run, and he had more energy in the stretch, and serious effort. Nice horse, did it well. And the favorites they were really stalking each other and watching each other, and then both kind of came up a little empty late.
At 5-1, it's always fun, always exciting, a different way to start off a new day of racing here at Saratoga. Ziggle Pops in the Grade 1 AP Smithwick. Results, reaction when we return. Plus, she is a showstopper. Torpedo Anna racks up another Grade 1 victory in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Next stop, perhaps, maybe, the Travers. Be right back.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 4th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, August 15th.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. Just getting started here. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Hopefully you fired up your account and had Ziggle Pops in the Grade 1 AP Smithwick, a first Grade 1 victory for him, Joe.
Yeah, for the horse for sure. And he the one thing we were talking there off camera before, he learned to jump and became a steeplechaser in 2021, which would give him a little more experience than, say, Aban, L'Imperator, who are in their first or second year of jumping, or second year, but both those two. And I think, maybe that matters, especially when you're jumping in a big crowd like that, and not maybe, that does matter. When you're jumping among 6 horses like that, the more times you've done it, the better you're going to be at it.
I mean, it was visually impressive, right? Ziggle Pops, and not to take anything away from him, but the fact is, as a result of a rule here in New York that you touched on, somewhat of a technicality, a couple of big boys he didn't have to face today that he otherwise somewhere else would have had to.
Yeah, one he looks at in the barn every day in Snap Decision, who everybody knows, and he's 10 years old this year. He's run twice, won both of them, and he's taken the summer off. And Ziggle Pops would be the backup. He's on his way up, kind of try to look him in the eye, I guess. But that it doesn't take much away. Noah in the Ark's another 10-year-old who has been good at that level, and he couldn't come here. But it's made these races probably a little more competitive. And if you're Jack Fisher, with Ziggle Pops especially, maybe he wouldn't have brought Snap Decision because he'd probably carried 170 pounds on the handicap scale. So,
and why that particular rule in New York for 10-year-olds?
Oh, so that is it's across all races, all Naira races where no 10-year-olds are allowed to run.
That steeplechase
flat,
as well.
Yeah. And the steeplechasers sort of get caught up in it, even though because they're not young at 10, but they can still be top class horses at 10. Where at the flat horses they might be tailing off toward the end of their careers.
Graham Waters winning Pilot, Grade 1 victory, AP Smithwick. He's with Liza in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Lafitte. Yes, here with Graham Waters, the winning rider. Graham, you were just able to sit mid-pack and then come flying home. Can you talk me through the race?
Yeah, I got a great position early on. We jumped off and went a proper gallop, and I was in there third or fourth down the inside. I was very happy. He's a horse that can do plenty on the bridle, so it was nice to get some cover on him. But here at this hurdle here under the wire with a circuit to go, West Newton missed it in front of me. And, the one before that, and all the way down the straight, I didn't even know if I was going to get inside the cones. We were so far to the left, and I lost a couple of positions. But in hindsight, I was able to get onto the heels of Aban, who was the favourite, and he towed me into it then down the back. And I had just had tons of horse then turning for home. It was just a sit and wait game, and as soon as we straightened up and got the room, I just gave him a kick in the belly and he sprinted clear. I didn't even need my stick. I dropped it at the furlong pole, so hopefully someone goes and gets it for me.
Perfect. Well, I was sure someone will pick that up for you. And Graham, you've won on him a couple times before and are one of Jack's usual riders. What can you tell us about how he was coming into the race, too?
Well, he ran a great race at Aqueduct. That was his first time on a racetrack, so a big race to finish behind L'Imperator. So today we're a bit more confident going in just with a bit of racetrack experience. He's a great horse. He's been great out serving. He's had his injuries over the years. He's had a bit of time off every now and again, but this is kind of the furthest we've ever gotten into a season with him. So he pulled up there sound. So it was great to repay the owners. Bruton Street, they've been massive supporters of mine and Jack. So it's great to ride another Grade 1 winner for them.
Well, congratulations, Graham.
Thanks very much.
Lafitte, and hopefully we see him back up here again in the Grade 1 in August.
Could be a big, summer there for Team Ziggle. Pops and Graham Waters, the victory, 1280. And looking ahead, Joe, what do we have to look forward to? Some of the major events they were just touching on, steeplechase here at Saratoga.
Yeah, it's a little more limited. Some years it's every Wednesday type of thing. They've spaced it out a little bit now, kind of to help field size and things. So there'll be a novice stake, which is some of these horses were actually eligible for that too. But that's July 31st, and then the Jonathan Shepherd is a little later in the meet. It'll be another Grade 1 where some of these will come out of. It'll be interesting to see. That might, I don't know what you do with. You wouldn't be happy with the way Aban and L'Imperator ran there. L'Imperator stayed on for fourth, which wasn't too bad, I guess. So it'll be interesting to see who else might come up and take a shot. It looks pretty wide open at that level, put it that way.
It's tricky because if there's a legitimate excuse, you can put a line through a race. If there's just a no-show, then you're kind of left in that gray area of what's next.
No, and Aban, they're based in South Carolina, and I know they don't, want to go up and down the highway too many times, and especially with the possibilities of some rainouts or whatever else. So.
And you'll be on set with us next.
It looks like July 31st is the Jonathan Kaiser, and then Shepherd we talked about is August 14th, and then right at the end of the meet, the 28th is the Mickey Walsh.
Mark your calendars. And finally, as we mentioned, editor, Saratoga Special. It's a must-read, part of that Saratoga prep toolkit you really need. What do we have to look forward to?
We publish 2 days a week, and then all 6 days during sales week, and we try to cover racing a little bit differently than everybody else and go. We try to meet as many horses as we can. I think that's the biggest thing. We do a stable tour in every issue where you get a chance to walk through the barn with people, get up close and personal with some horses, and I think that's the fun of it. And we hear that all the time from readers. They love the idea of getting let in a little bit to what it's like.
The overheard, the quotes that are overheard segment, that is worth the price of admission in itself, Joe. Thanks so much for taking the time. As always, we'll try not to get each other sick this year as we did.
Let's stay healthy.
Oh, great. I'm in between.
No, you're good.
There's a reason for the seating. This
that was last year. That was last year.
Joe Clancy, everyone, our expert steeplechase here, and, of course, the Saratoga Special editor as our coverage continues here on Saratoga Live. Flat racing next. Race number 2 starts the early pick 5. Starter allowance conditions, updated odds. It's wide open. Couple of 3-1 shots. The bookends, Enigmatic, Graceful Rose at 3-1. Plus, Richie Migliori going to take you inside the starting gate. The Iron Monster. That's next, right here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Curlin's Grade 1 John Son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
The post. The barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate. There are so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
What are we doing? Hey, wait for the truck. All right. Yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We've got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's a kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all 4 legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're gonna take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're gonna be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say 1 out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say 1 out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. Or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters, as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
A lot going on there in a confined space as we're now joined by Paul LaDuca, Jonathan Kinchin. Richie, the great feature. Can you take us back to, say, the first time you were actually on a horse entering a starting gate and how perhaps nervous, anxious, intimidated you were as a teenager probably, if that?
Yeah, actually, I was 12 years old, and it was at the Par Meadows quarter horse track. Dennis Bryder put me on a horse, and we went to the gate, and I was really nervous. I mean, I had a general idea, but ultimately what saved me was I had 2 pieces of mane, and when that horse left, at least I was still with him. He didn't leave me behind in the gate. And then you learn over time. It's experience, and eventually it goes from being a blur to being slow motion, right? I'm sure you felt like that way about fastball coming at you until you started slowing things down, right? Then the ball gets bigger.
Well, like anything else, like you said, you have to let everything come to you. I think the biggest misperception in baseball is if a guy's throwing 105 miles an hour, I got to go towards him. That's just physics. Why would you want to go towards him and then you basically go to 60 feet 6 inches and now you're 59 feet? You want to stay back, actually, on a guy that's throwing really hard now. But I'll tell you right now, I'm kind of like Mig. If I got in the box right now, I don't know. I'd be wearing a lot of elbow gear. I'd be wearing everything. Yeah.
My first pick 6 was pretty easy.
And equally as dangerous, I'm sure. Maggie knows all about breaking out of a gate, exercising horses, that kind of thing, right? And she also knows a lot about observing horses pre-race in the paddock. That's where she is as we get set for the first flat race of the afternoon. Race 2, 10 minutes. Maggie, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, Lafitte. And I can say that I've actually outbroke jockeys out of the gate. I have not ridden with Mig, so I'm not, we're never taking that challenge on, though. But, yeah, I can get low for the dough coming out of there. Or at least I could, as we take a look at horses here in the paddock, beginning with your favorite. That's number 1, coming off of a big blowout win for Linda Rice, is Enigmatic. If she'll break from the rail today, she was flattered when her stablemate Maturity Date came back, but ran a little bit slower in winning an off-the-turf event and finally breaking her maiden up here at the Spa opening week. But Enigmatic was one that I'd seen prior, a little earlier on in her career, and was always kind of very lightly framed. But with Linda, she has put on conditioning, and she's forward here in the paddock, even more so than what she was for that Belmont at Aqueduct effort. So I like what I'm seeing from the favorite. She is a little bit of a one number horse, but if she gets back to that, which was her only start for Linda, then she's going to be a force to be reckoned with, and she's showing every sign that she is planning to take these on a merry chase around the 9 furlongs. We have some new faces to the NYRA circuit on this field, including number 6, Yo Puedo. She is third off of a layoff, and the horse that beat her was an Ohio-bred Generous Lover who came back to an Ohio-bred stake, albeit on the turf. She does have good tactical speed, which I do think, as far as dynamics, makes her potentially dangerous in here. But I would have liked to see Robbie Medina's horses, when they come here, have a little bit more success. Now, she is sharp in here. She is carrying quite a bit of conditioning. Again, a horse I don't know and I'm not that familiar with, and a little bit warm. I just wish she looked a little bit more defined overall, but we'll see what she does here. Going the 9 furlongs, I think, is actually could be a stretch for her, as it could be for number 7, Graceful Rose, too. But I will say this about Graceful Rose, a filly that I am very familiar with. And last time, while physically she looked great, she was lethargic. She just looked listless in the paddock and in the warm-up, and that's not her. It was a pretty hot weekend there on July 4th. I wonder if the heat was getting to her. And today it's a bit more cooler, it's a bit more overcast, and she's on the muscle again. She was very disappointing as the beaten favorite last time out, and arguably maybe not quite as tough of a field, but I do think she's looking much better with some cooler temperatures here, Lafitte.
Okay, so that's key, where the observation was in her last start that a little bit lethargic, a little bit too laid back, and she performed accordingly. A more aggressive head in the game, Graceful Rose, for this upcoming second race. She's number 7, she's 3-1. There's Enigmatic, the 2-1 favorite. Let's start with her maiden win here. JK. This was late June. It's an off-the-turf race. Her 6th start, Enigmatic, who is in command. And right here, it's just a question of how far.
Yeah, she was pretty good this day. She ran for maiden 75,000, so she was for sale in this race for 75,000. No one bought her here, but she qualifies for this race because she ran in her previous start to this for 50,000. She ran for 50,000. She didn't run that well. She came back and ran this race and is a completely different animal than when she ran for 50. That's why I think starter allowance races are some of the most formful. If you were watching earlier this week, I was wrong about that, but I'm right about that more often than I'm not.
So, Paula, you heard Maggie reference a one-number horse. A one-number horse. What does that mean?
Well, it just means, like, JK kind of said, this horse was in the Brad Cox barn and was struggling up at Oaklawn, but he had never really gotten that clear lead. Now, let's be fair. This horse has never been around one turn till the last race. That was his first one-turn race. So you can call that a sprint. Now they're going out to a 1 1/8 where he kind of wasn't successful, but she is going to have a clear lead.
Enigmatic 2-1. There's Yo Puedo. 5-1 overlay, Richie. This was her most recent at the level at Churchill Downs, 1.16 distance, and she's in the mix, turning for home, and a solid effort having to settle for second.
Yeah, this was a solid effort. Loomed up like she was going to get it done, and just felt like she flattened out just a touch late. I think she holds the key to the race, though, Yo Puedo, because she does have speed. I mean, she has flash speed. Even 2 back in a sprint, she was, half length off the lead. So she could be a thorn in the side of the one Enigmatic. And watching this race, I have to question if a 1 1/8 is her friend.
Ambush late, no response for the winner. If you could ride one, if you had your choice, who would it be? Not you, JK. Richard.
I think it would have to be the one Enigmatic, particularly from that inside position. Short run of the first turn, comes off a big effort, and she has tactical speed, but I don't think she needs the lead, but she could find herself there.
3-2 favorite as these fillies and mares make their way front side starter allowance 1 1/8. $70,000 purse. We will be recapping the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. What a show the big filly put on. Torpedo Anna. We await a decision regarding her next start. Racing fans, most of them, fingers crossed for a DraftKings Travers. Post-parade, there's Enigmatic, that big maiden win in her latest.
Yeah, she ran extremely fast that day, much faster than everyone else in here. She shows up, she wins.
La Vida Sofia back to the main track.
Yeah, 1 for 12 lifetime, but this will be her 3rd star off a form cycle here, and she does get Flavian Pratt.
Number 3, Just Music, owned and trained by Linda Rice.
Yeah, she comes back pretty quick. She ran July 11th. She's okay. She's just a tad bit slower if the favorite shows up.
Brought Ferry number 4. A couple of tough beats for our man Tom Amos.
Yeah, this horse dropped in class for the 30, ran well, went up for 50, ran well again. I have a feeling Brought Ferry is going to be the one they're going to have to hold off late.
Thorny number 5, T. Mark Angelo, Javier Castellano, Jenna Antonucci.
Mike Maker is on my Mount Rushmore of trainers I don't like betting when they get claimed from him. He's up there.
15-1 currently. Then Yo Puedo, as we just saw, second in her latest at Churchill, second in her last 2.
Yeah, and if you look at this horse, she's getting a little bit better at age 5. The 1 1/8 is a concern, but I do think she's got the best numbers in the race.
Graceful Rose, and Maggie indicating she does look much better than she did in her latest, where she was that disappointing.
That's great information from Maggie because this horse was odds on last time, ran poorly. Traditional horse players will look down and say that was a bad effort. But to hear that Maggie thought the horse didn't look that well and it looks better here today, I think is a good sign.
Yeah, when there's something different from race to race, and that's what she's observing with Graceful Rose. What hasn't been different in her last several starts, Torpedo Anna, is that she has been simply dominant this year. The perfect season, Richie, and for she and Brian Hernandez, yeah, not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard.
Yeah, not the start they wanted. She hopped in the air, really brushed the outside stall door. But Brian was decisive, knowing what he had underneath him, the confidence he has in Torpedo Anna. He wasn't going to take the chance of getting pinned in there. He allowed her to go forward. Tyler Gaffleone on the outside horse tried to shut the door, and they were having none of that. But he had a very willing dance partner to make sure they secured their position.
Phenomenal. I mean, that's all you could say about this filly. Not many horses can do what she did yesterday. You can understand maybe the competition, whatever, but Candy's a nice filly. You see the connections. Cheering Torpedo Anna Thorpe, her namesake, and she was cheering down the lane. So cool too as well. But like Mick said, to not panic, but kind of a little bit, but to get the horse in the right position. And for then Torpedo Anna herself to kind of shut it down and then re-release, it's a special horse.
What that's like for her, for Anna Thorpe. She's going to be a junior in high school. She's at Saratoga watching the filly named after her win a Grade 1 event that goes back 1,000 years. She's a swimmer, a very fast swimmer. Her nickname, the Torpedo. Both of them dominant. Torpedo Anna and Anna Thorpe. And just, JK, what a fun story, and how much fun it was for us to watch the filly named after her.
Yeah, it's always cool when you can name one after somebody, and especially it's a fun name too, right? Torpedo Anna. And yeah, I'm gonna wait 4 weeks before I really say what I think, because I wanted to run in the Travers. She's not running that fast.
Here's my deal, though.
You better hope.
She's not running that fast.
Hold on a second. She ran almost the same time as the Curlin, and she got left.
And she didn't break.
But her figure was slow.
I'm staring at your phone. I'm waiting for the incoming text from Kenny McPeak. On the broadcast yesterday, he was like, no, she's not the type I get a tattoo
If she wins the Travers, I will get a tattoo of Torpedo Anna. If she wins the Travers. I promise.
You know we save these shows, right? You know we can revisit this footage,
yeah, I mean,
right?
I might get in off the goalpost and maybe put like her initials or something. But I will if she wins.
What about the fact that she's winning with something left and her ears are flicking back and forth?
But she had. What's going to happen when Dornick looks her in the eyes? I don't know the answer.
He's got to get next to her to look her in the eye.
I hear that.
I hope we find out late
August.
Tried
to pull the Haskell.
Maggie, we'll get your thoughts from the CCA Oaks, but not that fast, quote unquote, says JK.
That's true. Look, she's still going to have to run faster to beat the boys. And Dornick is asserting himself as the leader of this division and showing the gameness. Look, I kind of get trying to experiment with the horse, and which they tried to do earlier on, but they reverted back to the tactics that won him the Remsen. So, and this is what he wants to do. He's a fighter. He's a gamer, and I like that. But look, I'm also a fan of the sport, and I love to root on the girls against the boys. So if she was mine, of course I'd be running her in the Alabama. But as a fan, I want to see her in the Travers. Here's number 2, though, La Vida Sofia here in this second race. She's going to be my pick in here. I'm a little bit married to her for the fact that I've picked her, I think, in her last 2 starts. I just think that she needed her first start off the bench. She's not a turf horse, and now she's getting what she wants to do, and she's a lot more fit. Now, third off of that layoff, which is often when you'll see horses fire their best shot. It's a little bit of a quote-unquote shot in the dark here with Rudy Rodriguez, but does get the riding assignment of Flavian Pratt. Is number 4, Bratti Ferry. I didn't like her when she showed up here as a 2-year-old. Resulted in an eased effort. She's not a turf horse. She's gonna have to get faster, and she is taking a lot of money. She is incredibly fit here and is a lot more athletic, far more athletic now as a 3-year-old. But again, at that price, I'm wondering if she'll need a little bit more. At that price, I think she needs a little bit more experience and talent against these guys.
Couple of things that surprised me in this race. Our 4 handicappers, 4 different selections. And Paula, you brought up, who was the last Haskell Travers winner? We have to go all the way back to Point Given in 2001.
Like I said, the Great American Pharoah got beat. I know it was an assist from Frosted, but Keen Ice did go by him. So it's a tough thing to do. And now to go to the Belmont to winning the Haskell to the Travers, that's going to be even tougher.
For Dornick, fascinating conversation. We will revisit all of it, unpack all of it. 3-year-old picture developing, all roads leading to the DraftKings Travers. First flat race of the afternoon on this Sunday from Saratoga. Race 2 with the favorite, an enigmatic drawn inside for trainer Linda Rice. Frank Miramati standing by. Post time, race 2 live on Fox Sports 2.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Just Music lunged out of the gate. Enigmatic has speed. Yo Puedo, Graceful Rose, and there is a scramble for the early lead, and they are sprinting quickly into the first turn. And it's Enigmatic leading the way by a length and a half. Yo Puedo on the outside of Just Music, racing second and third, rounding the first turn. Just in behind them, La Vita Sofia shuffles back, passed now by Thorny on the outside. And in between those two is Brody Ferry with the red cap, 4 lengths clear of Graceful Rose. The opening quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. It's the favorite, Enigmatic, taken in hand, leading the way 3/4 of a length. Yo Puedo is second. It's another length back to Just Music, who races on the inside of Thorny. Brody Ferry fifth, 4 lengths off the lead, and is in between horses at this stage. Followed by La Vita Sofia and Graceful Rose. They're heading to the half-mile pole. The half went in 49 and 2. And it's Enigmatic and Jose Lezcano carving out the fractions, a length and a half to Yo Puedo in second. Then comes Thorny, racing on the outside of Just Music, who's now back to fourth and pushed along pretty hard. Then Brody Ferry in between rivals. Green cap of Graceful Rose is on the far outside, and another 2 back to La Vita Sofia. Enigmatic sneaking away. Enigmatic, Yo Puedo in an all-out drive second. Thorny on the outside third. Down on the inside comes Just Music. Brody Ferry swings 5 wide there at the top of the stretch, and Enigmatic has a 3-length lead. Just Music is very game, coming right back now, and here comes Just Music, and in the center of the track, Brody Ferry. Final furlong, Enigmatic weary, passed by Just Music, and here's Brody Ferry on the outside. Brody Ferry, Just Music coming for the wire together. Here it is, Brody Ferry, well timed. Nails Just Music. Then it was Enigmatic third and La Vita Sofia.
Like a relay race. Enigmatic passing the baton to Just Music passing the baton to Brody Ferry, and for Serengeti Empress Connections, victory in the second at Saratoga, Brody Ferry.
Yeah, just another nice effort by a Tom Amos trainee here in Saratoga. And Tyler was so good at saving ground until he tipped out here, got out of that kickback, and he's been delivering one well-timed ride after another, Tyler Gaffalione. How many races has he gotten up in the shadow of the wire this meet so far?
Him and Dylan Davis. And they're paying prices, both of them. This was a well-timed ride. The 3 jumped out of the gate like, man, he was ready to run, or she was. Just Music with Jose Ortiz. Got position. The 1 just could not see the distance either. The 6, good call by you saying the 6 couldn't get the distance.
Like a measured half length. Dr. Joel Politi, winning owner. Tom Amos, congrats. Tyler Gaffalione. Go back to the start here, Richie, and Just Music, who like almost
she was already moving before the doors actually opened, and the doors opened as she got there, but she was a little bit up in the air. And we were watching, as we were watching the race, the horse on the lead, Enigmatic. It looked like she got very keen, and it appeared like she's trying to get out. Now you can see her head's turned towards the inside, and every time Jose gives her some rein, she goes to the right. Now he had to really muscle her back in. Now it was interesting. Once she got to the other turn, she quit doing it, but all the way down the backstretch, she's trying to bear out with him, and you could see how strong he has to be to hold her in, her head turned towards the infield.
Now how frustrating is that trying, you need them to run straight, and when they're fighting you while you're trying to force them to do just that.
Well, it's frustrating because you know that they're not using their energy efficiently.
Yeah.
They're using their energy against you.
You can't drop their head, basically.
Yeah,
what
well,
you're saying.
and if you drop her head, she's going to bear out more. So he kind of got stuck in a spot until she quit getting out. He couldn't put his hands down and let her run up underneath him.
Michael Jordan tongue wag thing working for Brody Ferry. This one has to be satisfying for the team, Paulie, given her last couple of starts, a couple of tough losses to swallow.
Well, you know, JK, talks about this a lot. This horse that got in the condition because this horse was in for 30, JK. But when they dropped this horse for 30, confidence, 2 races that were a lot better. I mean, she ran against Neon Beach. She was 43-1. When she got to this level, she was like 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, she's Tom had her rolling into form, and I think a lot of times you start allowance races, you're looking for horses that are getting better, that are improving. They're not who they were when they qualified for the condition. I think Brody Ferry is one of those, and look at Tom. He's got his jacket on.
He's dressed, a man dressed like he's going to be on TV later.
It was hot yesterday with that jacket on.
Tell you what, he's got a lot of shots today. He's got a lot of shots.
Yeah, this could be just the start.
Yeah.
You get a lot of compliments on the seersucker yesterday?
Got a couple. Yeah, the hard part now is I got to find 5 more suits for the next 5 Saratoga Saturdays on Fox.
Just wear the same one over and over again. Nobody will notice, I promise. Broad Ferry at 5-1. Tom Amoss, congrats. Tyler Gaffleone. Serengeti Embry Connections for Dr. Joel Politi. Results when we come back.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
Here's the finish, ancient roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
SEAL Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze. You have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
He got
The year, better than honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 4th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, August 15th.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live. Broady Ferry. Horse wins the race at Saratoga. Least I could do is say her name right. The least I could do, JK, why don't you tell me?
What? You think I don't
kick
do
me,
this?
do something.
I handle all the Spanish pronunciations on this show.
Some assistance here. Thanks a lot, team player. Tom Amoss with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with Tom Amoss, Broady Ferry. Tom, she made the last move, and boy, was it a winning one.
Yeah, that's what she likes to do. She's a horse that likes to close. You know, coming up here, when you go around the ground, you get a 1.1 1/8, which is like a football field further than what she's been getting back home, and she needed every bit of those yards to get home. She ran great.
Is she a horse that always pegged herself as wanting to go these distances?
Yeah, she's always been a distance-type horse, and she's quirky. She's edgy. You know, you got to work with her. I sat her on the walk in the paddock. You got to play to her. If you play to her, she'll give it to you.
Well, you're going to be joining us on the show a little bit later, but you're also going to step off for the 9th race as you send out a second-time starter in Black Dog, who looks pretty formidable in that maiden special weight for the 2-year-old fillies.
I think if anybody's a trip handicapper and they watch her last race, she got in trouble and was really running hard at the end, I think they would like her in the 9th race today. We like her. She's done well up here.
Will she show more speed? Because she was the only horse making up ground that day, too.
So I think anytime a horse goes from their first to second start, they're a little bit more learned. I don't expect her to be in the front pack, but I expect her to be a little bit closer.
All right, well, looking forward to seeing her and, of course, your insights a little later on.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it.
Busiest man on the racetrack, Tom Amoss here, but getting a win on the card early with Broady Ferry. Lafitte?
Tireless, and he does it all very well. And, Paul, you would reference, yeah, this is going to be a very productive afternoon for trainer Tom Amoss.
Yeah, I actually think so. I think his horse does have a big shot, the second-time starter. But Broady Ferry, an audible filly, had a distorted humor mare, Praya, and Joe Politi is his main owner, and they love getting in the winner's circle. And I'm going to tell you what, Tom Amoss took him a little while, but he's found the right horses to bring up here, and he brought some horses up here to run.
And yeah, Richie, for a filly, the second place finish defeated 3 parts of a length and a nose in her last. Yeah, for everyone involved, how much more satisfying it is to get back to the winner's circle.
Oh, absolutely, especially when you have a horse that now going into this had 1 win, 3 seconds, and 2 of them were close seconds. You start to question their desire to run by horses. You don't have to question that anymore. She ran by that filly with a full head of steam, and she showed no hang in her whatsoever today.
Were you surprised, JK, that Enigmatic didn't offer more fight when challenged in the stretch?
Yeah, for sure. Mostly because of my man Richie, who convinced me that the one-turn mile is just as much of a stamina test because they have to run the entire first part of the race instead of slowing down in the turn. So I don't usually expect horses that run well going a one-turn mile to have a problem with the 1 1/8. So yeah, I was a little bit shocked. I thought the horse had a huge edge as well, but at the 8th pole, just basically stopped.
She caved in, but I do think she squandered some of that energy with that bit of a wrestling match that she kind of initiated with Jose Lascano down the backstretch trying to bear out. And to me, horses stay further ground when they're kind. Horses that pull tend not to stay those longer distances.
And Paul, right when it looks like Just Music is going to make the winning move and Collar's the favorite, here comes Browdy Ferry to her outside and goes right by her.
It's kind of been the theme, honestly, the whole meet. Whoever makes the last move, especially on the turf, but we've seen it a lot on the dirt too. Whoever kind of makes that last move swinging, almost the shake and bake move in Talladega Nights, that has worked all meet.
Race 2 in the books here, Saratoga. Turn to the page, race number 3. $40,000 claimers here. 5.5 furlong turf sprint, welcoming in a new audience as our coverage continues from the Spa.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, winding down week 2. Yesterday, the star filly did what star fillies do, simply dominate. Torpedo Anna, brilliant in the coaching club American Oaks. Today, Shotgun Hottie takes the stage, serious contender. In the Grade 2 Shoe V, should she perform well, just maybe a shot at Saratoga's most prestigious race for fillies and mares the day before the DraftKings Travers. Brian Hernandez talking to reporters after yesterday's CCA Oaks victory. This is Saratoga Live. Welcome to our viewers on FS2. Coverage is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Another picturesque afternoon in upstate New York. Saratoga Race Course. Pristine conditions for thoroughbred racing. And gearing up for the 3rd race in about 16 minutes. Feature is the Shoe V. It is the local prep for the biggest race for fillies and mares at the meet the day before the Travers, the Grade 1 Personal Ensign. We'll have much more on the feature that is early, actually the 5th race on the program. As we take a look at today's race, is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Race number 5, as mentioned, that Shoe V Group 2, race 7, started the late pick 5 and good 2-year-old maiden event, race number 9. So welcome in my co-host. He's a champion jockey, Richie Migliori, 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Gentlemen, the Shoe V, the headline event this afternoon, but big picture, like what are we looking forward to most? What are we most excited about this Sunday afternoon?
I mean, the Shoe V for sure. I mean, I think it's a terrific race, and some of these are trying to get to that next level where they're going to compete in the Grade 1s like the Personal Ensign. I'm always excited about the 2-year-olds though, because up in Saratoga, you could see the next rising star on any given day.
Yeah, you know what? Shotgun Hottie's a very nice horse, and Raging Sea is a very nice filly as well. Now, Shotgun Hottie has a year on her, and you're wondering if Shotgun Hottie's getting a little bit better. Now, Paco Lopez ships in town to ride the one in there, a 5-year-old mare. So it's going to be interesting, JK, whether he decides to take the initiative and go to the front end. I think she is the speed of the speed, maybe.
I agree with Richie. Look, I'm excited about the Chevy, of course, but the 2-year-olds, those are the exciting ones because it's that moment when they get in the gate right before they break. You say to yourself, is the next Torpedo Anna in here? Like, is this going to be a superstar that we get to watch for years to come? And that's what I love about Saratoga is the excitement of what's to come.
Saw it last year, just FYI. Fierceness, their first career wins here, and eventual champions of the 2-year-old filly and the 2-year-old variety. We are going to reset the show once more, welcoming in a new audience here from Saratoga on Saratoga Live. Welcome to our viewers on SNY. Look at that. Postcard material. A Saratoga racecourse. This is Saratoga Live on a Sunday afternoon, winding down week number 2. For our viewers that have been watching, they've heard this once or twice. For our SNY viewers, we'll do it again. He's Richard Migliori, Paul LaDuca, Jonathan Kinchin. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The featured event is early. Race number 5, the Chevy. Richie, why a significant horse race, not just for today, the Chevy, but looking ahead?
Well, going forward, I mean, the Grade 1 event for fillies and mares at this meet are the Personal Ensign, and this has been a prep for the Personal Ensign and trying to get to that Grade 1 level. You've got some nice fillies in here that are looking to show that they can compete at the top level, Grade 1.
That Chevy, take a look at the field here. Again, race number 5, and Raging Sea, who's the actual favorite, 7-5. Shotgun Hottie, second choice, 3-2. Paul, let's start with Raging Sea. This was 2 starts back mid-April. Keeneland and the double dog dare. Raging Sea, you'll see in the black cap, she's on the attack.
Yeah, and she beat Cecilia that day in Hidden Connection, and just from a tiny bit off the place. Now, Cecilia came back to beat Shotgun Hottie. That's why, if you look at this race, this is a good race because there's some other mares in here that can run. But Raging Sea was much the best on this day. And then the Ogden Phipps, I just think she just didn't have a great trip. She was wide most of the way. I don't know if she was ever going to beat Randomized or Idiomatic, but she did not have the best of trips last time.
Idiomatic, life and death yesterday to win the Molly Pitcher at Monmouth Park. JK, and I don't know, maybe for some of these upstart fillies and mares, a feeling that, there isn't that much separation from the cream of the crop and some of the rest.
Yeah, and her 3 starts this year, Idiomatic, she hasn't been Idiomatic from last year. I think maybe you can give her 1 or 2 of those, but when you get to starting to be 3 times, you're like, maybe it is kind of ripe for the picking in this situation. Now, I'd imagine that Torpedo Anna will probably have to be heard from in that division later in the year. But these horses that are here today in the Chevy can definitely take a step forward as ones that can throw their name into the hat as to the leaders of the division, of that distaff division.
And before we get to Maggie, do you have a selection? Do you know who you like yet?
In this race?
In the Chevy?
In the Chevy. I'm going to go Shotgun Hottie.
All right.
Yeah, Shotgun Hottie.
I will say this, though. Flavian Pratt shut her down. She went way too slow. She's the filly. I don't know if I'm
That's fair.
She's the filly that needs to go faster.
Yeah.
And he should have opened up, and then he got caught by surprise. I thought she was game to win. But you got to go faster than that. She's way too fast.
That's coming up with the Chevy, race number 5, the 3rd race here in about 11 minutes. Take a look at the field. These $40,000 claimers, non-winners, 2 lifetime, 5.5 furlong turf sprint.
Yeah.
And number 5 is the favorite in Java Buzz, 5-2. We welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, this paddock report, and we start with the favorite. What are you noticing from Java Buzz?
Well, the first thing that jumps out at you, Lafitte, on form is the long layoff this horse is coming in here off of, going back to the barn of Linda Rice, where on the NYRA circuit, we saw this horse do some very nice work, especially in these turf sprints, actually nearly winning, going a mile at one point, which I think is a little bit too far for him, but still a respectable effort. So coming back here, going the 5.5, I think he makes a lot of sense. Now, the layoff doesn't look as though there is that long of one. He's really well muscled. He's very tight looking too, and he's really relaxed. He's grown a lot too as now a 5-year-old, which I always love to see and always appreciate. Now, I will say that Linda doesn't have the best numbers coming back off these types of layoffs. Over 6 months in turf sprint, she's 3 for 25. So we'll see what he does here. He's gotten a little bit warm in the paddock as time has progressed here, which I don't love to see with my layoff runners. But I will say this, too, as he's owned by GMP Stable, they have that lovely farm a few minutes outside of Saratoga here, and horses really seem to do well when preparing to come back to the races from there. So very healthy. I will watch him, though. I want to see how he warms up if he continues to get this kind of hot. So move on to a horse that I'm very intrigued by, and returning to the turf after winning on it in his debut is number 11, Corango for Antonio Sano. This guy did everything wrong in that 5 furlong sprint at Gulfstream in April and still was able to win. Now, probably a suspect field and meeting some better horses here. But he broke slow from the rail. He was getting out on the turn. He managed to make it up the inside and was still green and wandering all over the stretch. He physically looks like a total turf sprinter. So I'm really excited to see what he does getting back to this surface, as he looks as though he's shipped in here really well. Great coat to him, looks incredibly fit here, is acting very well. A horse I don't know, but based upon, that greenness he showed first time out, you wonder about how their demeanor is. Well, he's giving every indication that he has grown up and is a professional, now gets to do what he wants. Moving on to number 6, Musical Maestro, one of the horses that has been competing around here on the NYRA circuit. But tried the turf for the first time in his last start, and I thought it was a very good effort. He was chasing outside in what was a bit of a merry-go race, though the winner made everyone kind of lose their momentum down the stretch. It was Andy Surley and I were talking about why the winner was not placed behind Musical Maestro, because he interfered with him too. And I think, there's an argument that he lost a position as well. But this horse is so well turned out here in the paddock today, as he's gone to favoritism now at 2-1. And I think he deserves that backing he's getting, Lafitte.
Merry-go race. I like it. Musical Maestro, the 9-5 favorite. And here's what Maggie was talking about. His turf debut, late June Aqueduct. He's 31-1, Richie. And watch, Musical Maestro, a big effort. And yeah, he does get bothered as well.
Yeah, he's cruising up on the outside, and Little Lang is splitting horses, and the horse in the lead, Final Verdict, is going to come out under a left-handed crop. He had a 7-pound apprentice here, maybe trying a little bit too hard. And watch late how the middle horse and Musical Maestro get knocked back to the left lead, right here.
Look at that.
There is no way you can tell me that if they disqualified the winner, Final Verdict, and placed him second behind Little Lang, that he shouldn't have been placed behind the 6 Musical Maestro. He bothered both horses.
Should have been elevated, was not. In the end, a third-place finish. He's the favorite here with Joel Rosario, 9-5. JK Royal King at 8-1. Who you like in this one? Who just missed in his latest?
I'm a sucker for speed and turf sprints. And if you look at Royal King, 4 races back, this horse ran extremely well. Runs that race again, he'll win this one for fun. But he's also kind of gone the wrong direction to a certain extent. But in his last race on April 12th, not the one you're going to see here, but we'll go back to that one. April 12th, though, he ran extremely fast early, just got a little bit tired on the dirt. I'm hoping that the combination of getting him back onto the grass as fast as he ran early last time will lead to this performance that you're seeing on the screen now.
Paul here, Royal King. He opens up, but he's not home yet.
No, it's just one of those things where if you watch the race, it's just one of these things where all 3 horses were going to the wire, and Royal King just ran around there. He's trying to get to the winner. He's trying really hard. I understand where JK's going. I thought about picking this horse, too, at 8-1. You got to just think, okay, leaving the Mike Maker barn, but ran good out of that Mike Maker barn, and now been training okay for Johnny Toscano. So, that turf effort was pretty good. And by the way, I want to apologize. It was Florent Giroux that was aboard Idiomatic, not
yesterday.
Yeah.
Bad. And Royal King, who got collared late in the slop in his latest. Richie, what are you expecting from him today with Javier Castellano?
Well, listen, Javier is riding in extremely good form. This horse has speed. I just think there's a lot of speed in here. I'm curious to get your guys' take on it. I think this could be a very contested pace.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, the 7, Paulina's got speed. Okaloosa's got speed, the 8. Even the 6 did show a little bit of speed. I would think Java Buzz off that big layoff should show some pace. I mean, that's why I kind of landed on the 9 with Luis Saez and Kerry Bryan. I know the horse ran, lost a sharp note. It was really, really good right now. So that was the first time back on turf. Getting a good price at 11-1.
So start of the early pick 4. Riders up. There's the Hall of Famer, 7-time Travers winner, Javier Castellano. So you were referencing the Molly Pitcher yesterday at Monmouth, Paulie, the Haskell and Idiomatic. Several of the fillies running later this afternoon here at Saratoga in the shoe V, it was kind of an audible, not wanting to hook the big mare, the champ, out at Monmouth Park. And here, turning for home, she's in the fight of her life.
It was visions of easy goer against
Sunday Silence.
The way, literally no exaggeration, the way Irad was. This was a brilliant ride by Irad because he caught Florent by surprise, but Florent just had the better mare and a champion to come back because he blitzed him, and he got almost 2 lengths in front of him.
1.5 and 50. You're allowing everybody in the race, and you're going so slow, you're putting your horse to sleep, and then you allow someone to make the kind of move, the brilliant move Irad made, and put him in an uncomfortable position. He'd have been better off going, instead of 25-50, 24-48, make them work to stay with you, and now you're always unencumbered by somebody leaning on you.
Something tells me Richie got excited when he watched that race. That was race riding.
I
Irad tightened up the 1-9 favorite a little bit, and I thought to myself, ooh, Irad's tightening him up there. But like Paulie said, Idiomatic was just the better horse in there, and Florent ended up getting the job done.
Do you give her more credit for gutting it out and showing her class, the heart of a champion, literally, Idiomatic, or are you concerned that she had to work that hard to win a Molly Pitcher?
Yeah, last year's Idiomatic wins that race by 3 lengths, even with Irad running at her. It's when he did. She turns that away and runs off. I would be a tad concerned that she's not the same that she was.
Yeah.
I think it's both, right?
It's like in between. I don't know yet.
You like that she fought for it and she got it done, but it also feels like she hasn't shown the same ability this year as last year.
True. And there's a fast 3-year-old.
Post parade for this third race. Early pick 4, $40,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime. There's Buck or 2 and Jose Gomez.
Yeah, she got a turf sprint 2 back, but that race is probably a bit too slow, and she's a little bit too slow early from that inside draw.
Creasa, kind of a struggle this year in 3 starts.
I've been waiting for this horse to run. Romero Ramar's aboard. 20-1's not the worst for this horse.
JK's top selection, number 3, Royal King.
If only this was the Travers, Javier, I'd go ahead and bet more.
Excellent man out. Java Buzz in unraced since March 2023.
Yeah, switch back to Linda Rice. You got Flavian Pratt, who's been just outstanding to start this meet. One that I think might give Irad a little run for his money at the top of the standings.
Musical Maestro, perhaps a new home on grass, maybe?
Yeah, listen, 31-1 last time and passed the test. Now do you want to take 9-5 today?
Polino, second start on grass as well.
You know where Kendrick's going to be with this horse who has some tactical speed.
Number 8, Okaloosa, lightly raced, 4-year-old gelding.
Horacio De Paz has gotten off to a good meet. This one with Manny Franco for Eclipse Thoroughbreds. Probably needed that last race.
Number 9, Better Luck, doesn't race often, but he's been firing when he does show up.
Yeah, hasn't run since May. Ran for non-winners or 2, 30,000 down there, was 9-1. There's been 2 horses out of that race to come back and win.
Karango, number 11, 7-1, 1 grass race, 1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, that debut was pretty good. It was against maiden 35s, but the speed figures seem to be going in the wrong direction. That would be a concern for me.
8-1, drawn towards the outside, and then Sandrone. Frankie takes over.
Yeah, this one for Kevin Bond in 21-1 for Frankie Dettori, a horse that Kevin, got from his father James, but sitting in that same barn. 1 for 14 lifetime, but this horse does have 2 good races here at Saratoga.
That's the field for this third race. Start of the early pick 4. Looking at Okaloosa, and towards the outside, number 11 in Karango, winding up. Arad Ortiz. It's not often, Richie, for handicappers here at Saratoga. Pretty much anything Arad is aboard is going to take action. If you're just betting jockeys blind, you're getting 8-1 on him.
Yeah, that's a huge price for an Irad Ortiz mount. You can see this horse is very keen in the post break. You see the short hold Irad had, and one of the reasons among a few that jockeys ride with the shorter stirrups. They need to use their body weight at times to lean back into the reins to help control a horse, and that was on full display right there. This horse looks extremely sharp.
This horse did win first time out for the maiden 30, getting left and winning and posting a 70 buyer. So does have a win over the turf. If Irad can get this horse out of the gate, I would think that this horse is going to get pushed forward.
We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, he's actually my pick in here. I like what I'm seeing from Corongo. I liked him on paper, and backing it up here never hurts to have Irad Ortiz in the irons either. But let's take a look at another lightly raced horse when it comes to the turf, and that is number 3 in here, Royal King, whom his turf sprint is pretty good at face value. But that was in the barn of Mike Makers going back to May 26th. And it was a merry-go-round race again. And he was just chasing the gate to wire winner and hey, Mac, it's Jack around there. No disrespect to John Toscano, whom I think does a fabulous job. But again, we just see Mike Makers so successful time and time again with horses on the turf, no matter what. So he'll prove me wrong today. He looks fine overall. I have no problems with him, but I just am not sure how good he is. As we'll move on to number 7, Palino, another one lightly raced on the turf, blasted off to a lead. I shouldn't say blasted off. He actually battled for the lead early with the eventual winner. The rider was intent on getting there. He went clear and then just didn't have anything left. This horse makes a great impression, which I will say this about Mariah Montoya when she ships horses in here from Parks. Very good horsewoman. Her horses are so well taken care of, and we often see when Kendrick teams up with her, a lot of times they will outrun their odds as he's sitting up there at 20-1. As we'll move on to number 8, Okaloosa. I don't know. He physically looks great. He's coming off of a poor effort, though, for Horacio de Paz, and does put the front wraps on Lafitte.
Manny Franco aboard, won a Breeders' Cup event in those colors. Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners sharing Juvenile Fillies Turf, I believe, 2019. Final thoughts as they move into line, gentlemen, with a 2-1 favorite in Musical Maestro.
Yeah, I have no problem with the favorite in here. I'm just going to try to get a little cuter with the speed horse, the 3. You know, see what happens here. They pop away from that. My eyes are going to be on Kendrick with a 7. Get out of my way, Kendrick.
Because you're allergic. You're allergic to horses like Musical Master, right? A little bit off the pace. Turf
yeah,
sprint.
short
That's
prices.
One of those things you're
short
allergic
prices,
to.
Yeah.
Frank Ramadi with the call. Post-time race 3 from the Spa.
In the gate. And they're off. Bucker 2 is very fast away from the inside, but the quickest is Java Buzz, and Java Buzz speeds clear at once. Creasa with the yellow cap is in that vanguard for second. On the far outside, Sandrone and Corongo 2. Bucker 2, Jose Gomez had to jam on the brakes, has shuffled all the way back toward the back of the field. So it is Java Buzz, Sandrone, Corongo races in third. Around the far turn, Okaloosa on the rail. The opening quarter went in 21 3/5 seconds. It's a gap of 3 back to Musical Maestro, followed by Royal King, who's 8 lengths off the lead. Creasa is next on the inside of Better Luck. It's a gap of 3 to Bucker 2, and Paulino is at the back. They're at the top of the stretch, and Java Buzz comes to the 8th pole with a 3-length lead. Okaloosa takes up the chase along the inside second. They are followed by Musical Maestro and Sandrone, a 16th to go. Java Buzz waved goodbye right out of the gate. Absolutely crushed him. Java Buzz by a half dozen. Photo for second. Creasa came flying at Okaloosa. Those two hit the wire together, and then it was Musical Maestro in fourth.
Winning a turf sprint by that far. Richie, wow, Java Buzz, sensational at 2-1 in this third race. Saratoga turns for home and re-breaks and is gone.
He never looked like he was going to lose. He burst out of the gate, established the lead, a race that I thought had a lot of speed. He was the lone speed because he just outfooted everybody. Turned for home. He was still in the bit. And Flavien Prat was still guiding him. He was still, holding him together. When he set him down, he just sprinted away. He was much, much the best making his first start back in the Linda Rice barn.
Wow. I mean, he just destroyed that field. He cut out 21, 44, 55, and just the race was over. And you could see Flavian, like you said, was just like flagging him. He knew he had the race won. Just hits him one time with the crowd, the race is over. But the race was over about right now.
He watched some Cogburn highlights this morning.
I'll tell you this. If Flavien Prat is going to ride 2-1 shots for Linda Rice, Irad better strap his boots up. You know what? I mean, if Flavian's going to be on those types of horses, it's going to be a battle because he's going to get wins like this. Flavian usually shows up here and wins on stakes horses and maidens and things like that. But if he's going to get this type of business as well that IRAD also has, it makes it much more competitive.
Absolutely, and that's the thing that makes Flavian so dangerous for a riding title. He's alive with everybody. There's nobody he doesn't ride for, and his agent's doing an amazing job getting him on live horses. We should say congratulations, Anthony Malfi, GMP Farm out there in Schuylerville. This is their horse, and they do a wonderful job out there with their equine therapy as well as their human therapy. I don't know if you guys have been out there.
Yeah. Could all use a little of that. Florida bred Java Buzz, second win of the afternoon. Linda Rice.
By the way, this is a Linda Exacta, by the way. Linda Dixon with the 2 here. Creasa.
Good call.
Solid effort. 20 to 1 to complete the Exacta. 5-2-8-6. Yeah, Richie, just expanding on that a little bit. Turf sprints are not generally won by that wide a margin. There are blowouts, and then there's that.
Yeah, it's less time for separation, and usually these races are much more competitive, where you'll see 6 horses or 5 horses within a length of each other. This time you had 1 horse within 5 lengths of the rest of the field.
Mismatch. Java Buzz, 5-2-8-6 results. When we return, and much more as our coverage continues, winding things down. Week 2 from Saratoga. Stay tuned.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is just the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Who's still a nose in front. Kourou is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Kourou, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
You're watching Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2, SNY. And in the third race, where we watched Java Buzz for Linda Rice, Flavian Prat there. Broke sharp, never looked back, and widened in the stretch to win by many. Java Buzz, we send it over to Maggie in the winner's circle.
So pleased to be joined by winning owners, Abby and Anthony Malfi. And guys, this horse, Java Buzz, blew them away today. He was so ready, coming off such a long layoff.
Yes, we tried to pick our spots, and being on our farm at GMP Farm, we kept them there. We kept them alive. Linda did a great job, and Gary Gullo, and Steve Radowski, who take care of the horses out at our farm. Absolutely beautiful job.
And it's a beautiful place too. Abby, you're instrumental as well because you do the human side of things.
I do. So it's a horse spa and a human spa. So we're in a former stable turned spa, 10,000 square feet, and we do massages, facials, all the things, but also the horses come there to relax. There's a hyperbaric chamber. It's all things good and healing.
As I told you, I am coming there for my birthday. To talk a little bit about everything you're involved with, because you have had some success selling babies too as we gear up for the Fasig-Tipton sale.
Yeah, we've been fortunate. We have had a few babies that have really done very, very well. We got two good crops coming out now. We have two horses in the sale this August, and we'll see what happens. But we've been very fortunate. We got a great team. Great team. Great.
Well, it evidently shows here with this performance from Java Buzz. Guys, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And guys, I can't wait for my spa day.
Counting the days. Something for everyone. And what better play? Always healing. Like a winner circle. Right,
No.
Richie? As this gelding Java Buzz simply blitzed them this afternoon.
It doesn't matter if it's hot and humid, it's nice and cool in the winter circle. It doesn't matter if it's freezing cold in Akron in winter, it's always warm in the winter circle. The winter circle is the one place where everybody seemingly is always happy.
It's way better than Disneyland.
Or getting hits.
Huh?
Hits, RBI, home run. When you're in a groove offensively, right?
I'd tell you what, playing baseball is completely different, but winning a horse race, obviously he's talking to Jason where it's different because you're not in control of it. You're just not. And, you're sitting there as a nervous wreck, and then I would face Randy Johnson the next day and be completely fine. That's why I try to tell people that want to get into horse racing, and Jason has voiced it. He puts this up with one of his champions to being a world champion. And the other part about this Dornick winning the Haskell, it's only about an hour from Philly. When you're in Monmouth Park, they're split between Philly fans and Met fans. So he had a pretty good party last night, believe me.
And that's the thing, whether it's a Grade 1 race like the Haskell, JK, or this $40,000 restricted claimer at Saratoga, perhaps added significance because it's at Saratoga. But still, you see that from the owners and being in a winner, just winning in the sport at any level, how appreciated it is.
Yeah, the level of the race that you won, that doesn't matter till tomorrow morning. If it's a stallion situation or whatever, you start doing the math on the residual value. When they cross the wire and you're getting your picture taken, it all feels the same, right? It just, you won, it's hard to do it, and you're getting your picture taken. That feels the same if you're winning a 40 claimer than when you're winning a Grade 2. Probably not a Grade 1, but a Grade 2.
We have graded stakes racing coming up in race number 5, the Shoe V. We turn the page, race number 4 coming up next, 18 minutes out. Maiden special weight. We have the male equivalent of this race that was the nightcap yesterday. Marathon distance, Richie, 1.5 miles for these maidens, and Jitterbug along with past tense, both at 5 to 2, 18 minutes to post.
Yeah, an unusual distance for maidens to be running, but there's some horses with some deep pedigrees in here. Two of Christophe Clement's runners here, Jitterbug the more fancied of the two, but Mission of Hope has a stronger pedigree to say the 1.5 miles, and I rely more on pedigree in these marathon situations than I do in other situations.
Much more on the 4th race. Who will graduate? 1.5 miles on the inner turf course, 17 minutes out. Much more on yesterday's coaching club, American Oaks. Just how good is she? Torpedo Anna, a 3rd straight Grade 1 victory in the CCA Oaks.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Welcome back. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Yesterday, it's always a highlight, the annual Porsche Car Show at the Saratoga Automobile Museum. Celebration of everything Porsche and a showcase of some of the finest German machines in the region. JK, in one of those with your seersucker yesterday, man, unstoppable.
I'll be driving I drive fast in any vehicle you put me in. I like driving like I like my turf sprinters. Forward, fast and forward. You know what I'm saying?
not allergic to those. So much more coming up here on Saratoga Live. As we mentioned, the main event, race number 5 with the Chouvi. And yesterday, 3-year-old fillies taking center stage, one in particular, Torpedo Anna. And right from the start, she's an odds-on favorite. And Brian Hernandez, Richie, this was not the plan, to say the least, going in.
No, she was heading up in the air when the break came, and then she brushed the stall doors on the outside shoulder. And then Brian was very, very decisive and said, no, I got to go forward. I can't get jammed up behind him. Gave her a long breather down the backside. Actually took her back off of Leslie's Rose and told me, Lafitte, when he went to the half-mile pole, Leslie's Rose would open up 2.5, 3 lengths. He opened his fingers like, don't get too far away from me. And then he was like, whoa, I got to slow her down again. I'm catching her too quick. That's like driving one of those Porsches, right? You have gears. You can move and idle and pick it up again. She is spectacular. She's special. And the best way I can frame it is she makes me feel like I did when I was a kid becoming a fan of this game. And it's nice to know after 46 years in this game that I can still feel like a fan.
She's that exciting. Anna Thorpe, screen right, who she's named after. Anna Thorpe, going to be a junior in high school. She's a swimmer. Her nickname, the Torpedo. So the influence of the name, Torpedo Anna, Paulie, and there hasn't been, aside from getting nervous, and there she is, Anna Thorpe watching Torpedo Anna in yesterday's coaching South American Oaks. Aside from her being anxious pre-race in the fantasy, we were both there, and the core break yesterday, and her 4 starts this year. Aside from those 2 scenarios, like she's looked like a winner every step in every race.
Kind of has. I mean, as you see, that's just a great scene as the horse crossed the wire first. You know, what Brian did yesterday, I thought was just absolutely brilliant, because a lot of guys would panic in that situation. But you know what? He let Leslie's Rose get away from him, and he acted like he was in front. He trusted his filly, thinking, you know what? I still am the best horse here. I'll let Leslie's go. And he won the race by 4.5. And there you see, it's now up to about, 18 lengths total in the 4 races, and she's done it in different fashions now.
Torpedo Anna, and no panic whatsoever. She could have grabbed the bridle. She could have become too aggressive early on when she didn't break. Maggie, what was your biggest takeaway from her victory in yesterday's CCA Oaks?
It was, Lafitte. The fact that when I got up to her next to the pony after she'd just pulled up, she could barely blow a match out. That's how fit and how superior this filly is against her division as of now. And Brian Hernandez, he's such a class act. He was telling me, you know, yes, she kind of blew the break that yesterday, but she's so naturally gifted that she just automatically put him in the right position that he needed to be. And down the lane, she was actually just kind of messing around and flicking her ears back and forth. So definitely winning with the proverbial a lot left in the tank, if you can say that. And looking forward to what the future holds. She is just so much fun to watch because she's that deadly, you know, combination of speed and the ability to carry it over a far distance. And she's able to, oftentimes, we didn't necessarily see it yesterday, but just run her competition off her feet. I'm so excited to learn where she goes next. Will it be the Alabama? Will it be the Travers, Lafitte?
Yeah, maybe that plays into it, Maggie, the fact that both races are 1.25 miles. We await a decision from trainer Kenny McPeak and Team Torpedo Anna JK. So those are the pros. We know how brilliant she's been. We know how easily she's won the biggest races for 3-year-old fillies in North America thus far. What would be the other side of the story or the con, something that you can be critical of?
Well, this is a pari-mutuel wagering game. It's the only reason we're having this conversation we're having now. Everything that everyone else has said, I agree with. She is sensational. She's been a ton of fun to watch. She does bring, you know, goosebumps to the skin. But from a betting proposition, she's just not as fast as they are going to treat her if she runs in the Travers. She ran a 95 by her speed figure yesterday. The speed figures, the higher the better, like a quarterback rating in football. Dornick ran a 103. Mindframe ran a 101 yesterday. Unmatched Wisdom ran a 99.
99.
They're all faster than her. Now, I'm not saying that potentially she just hasn't been challenged, and when challenged, she'll show up and run faster. But as a short-priced horse, as a betting proposition, she's not a great bet in the Travers.
Your response, Richie?
Well, I just don't think the speed figures tell the whole tale with this particular horse. Besides getting left yesterday and, you know, not having an ideal trip and showing she could overcome adversity, she goofs off a lot when she's by herself. I mean, she looks like she just is going in at half speed. Her ears flicking back and forth, looking around for competition. She gives the impression, now you don't know till you see it, that if someone was there to challenge her, she's going to find considerably more. That's the way it appears to me.
Selfishly as a fan, yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Torpedo Anna really challenged, taking on the boys in the Travers. And I think it would make the Travers a better race. I think it would make the Alabama a better race. If she runs in the Travers, there's that other layer of intrigue, and the boys aren't going to duck Torpedo Anna coming in. The Travers horses are going to run in the Travers, right? So you have a better Travers. If she runs in the Alabama, who's going to have a 3-horse field? Maybe.
Yeah, if you're in the racing office, close your ears. If she runs in the Alabama, there's going to be like 4 or 5 horses. They're going to be hustling horses to run against her. If she runs in the Travers, it'll be a full field, and the Alabama will suddenly become a full field because the Alabama, being a grade 1 and one of the most prestigious races for 3-year-old fillies, winning that race or running and hitting the board in that race for a filly means a ton for her value. I bet you they get 8 to 10 if she's not in there.
I think the other thing about it, too, is they can go Alabama, jog, and then you go to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. I'm telling you right now, she's giving me a handful.
We await a decision. You saw Dylan Davis. He's riding Mission of Hope. Maggie, Dylan Davis yesterday, just about the only thing he did not do was win the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Dylan, the hometown kid, really on a roll yesterday with those 4 wins. It was an incredible day for Dylan and could not be happier for him. We'll get to his horse. We'll talk about his horse right now in number 3, Mission of Hope, as she tries the turf for the first time. One of 2 Christophe Clement runners in here, and she is bred to really like the turf, as she's a daughter of Candy Ride, but the dam was a multiple graded stakes winning turf marathoner. Now, she has not produced much, and the only winner from 3 foals did so on the synthetic. Though I do like and am intrigued by this surface change. She's very laid back in the paddock, which I cannot say the same about her uncoupled stablemate in here in Jitterbug, who is pretty wound for sound. But she fits the conditions, at least physically. It's just how much ability does she have? As we'll take a look at a first-time starter in number 2, Sunkissed Soiree for Graham Motion. This one, yeah, it's a tall task to debut going a mile and a half on the turf, but she's bred to do so, and she looks it. She's your typical female Medaglia d'Oro, that kind of long, lanky, that big, elegant walk. So yes, I think Graham has her spotted well, and if you look at her work tab, she has not missed a beat since April. And so fitness, while I want to call it into question, I really have no grounds to stand on, as I think she is a player in here. I would not ignore her, especially in a field of horses that have really shown their hand as to who they are, and many just aren't that good. I am a little intrigued, though, by number 6 in here. That's a Sicilian Princess. She only has one turf start in which she ran off that day. And catching up with Will Walden, he said, I asked him, how's she not going to run off? He's like, well, I have taken the blinkers off. And he says, I've got Ramon Vasquez on her back. And Ramon Vasquez, a couple years ago, the horse that really put him on the scene was Lone Rock. And Lone Rock, albeit on the dirt, ran these marathon distances. I think she will be forward in here. She looks fantastic, though. I've not seen her since her second start, which was in the Busher Invitational. She has grown exponentially. She has filled out exponentially. I think she's interesting in this field at a big price, Lafitte.
12-1, Sicilian Princess, Ramon Vasquez, riders up, post-parade brewing. JK, first thing you do, adjustment you make as far as handicapping these marathon mile-and-a-half turf races.
I look for horses. I think these are less pace plays. I think sometimes you can always find a horse that's going to appear to get loose in here, but they're never fast enough to take advantage of that. They always kind of invite the closers in. I look for the horse with the best kick. And what I mean by kick is you can look at pace figures and find those internal fractions that show the biggest gap between where a speed they were traveling midway in the race and where they ended up. I think those horses do extremely well in these long distance turf races.
Who'd you come up with here as we get set for the post parade?
The 7 past tenths. This horse was trying to close into a slow pace. I thought this horse ran huge last time, and I think Tony Dutrow does an outstanding job as a trainer.
We'll see her in a moment. Summer Festival at 33-1 would be a shock.
Long price, but does have a deep pedigree that runs through those good Phipps family mares. So there is pedigree in there that could get this horse to go far.
Elegant. Maggie described her, first-time starter, Sunkissed Soiree.
Yeah, a horse that is going out for Graham Motion and Manny Franco. Graham's been known to win these type of races.
Mission of Hope number 3, turf debut.
This is who I like. She's out of a mare, Irish Mission, who's a multiple winner at the mile-and-a-half distance in stakes on the turf, and I think her pedigree screams the mile-and-a-half.
Dylan Davis, 4 wins yesterday. There's Jitterbug. The Christophe Clement runners will break side by side.
I think she's well named. She's been a little bit worked up here a little bit and on her toes. Looks like she's going to be aggressive here.
Addressable market, needs to step it up.
Yeah, has had a lot of chances and would be a surprise.
Maggie had some positive things to say. Sicilian Princess and Ramon Vasquez.
And I would think Ramon's best chance, really nice filly here, that he's going to go towards the front end in here. Maybe he's the speed.
And past tense, second in her last pair, and she's kind of giving Kendrick Carmouche here a rough time.
Yeah. She was a little bit like this in the post parade last time, maybe not quite as bad. Kendrick doing the right thing. Got to keep her moving forward. You can't let her stop completely.
See if you can get her straightened out. Something to keep an eye on. She is the favorite. Autumn's Turn here. Another one just making her second start on grass.
Yeah, New Jersey bred for Brightview Farm. Going to try a mile and a half on the turf.
Miss Sedona to the outside. Louis Saez, her 4th rider in as many starts.
Yeah, she's had trouble leaving the starting gate. And last time, she actually broke okay, but just didn't find her stride at all. You know, we know Mike Maker is great at getting these horses to stretch out long on the turf, but last race was really disappointing.
So watching the favorite in past tense, you just saw her, Kendrick, trying to get her settled down as best as possible. I would think that especially for a marathon race, a mile-and-a-half race where it's all about relaxing early, Richie, about the last thing you want to see.
Yeah, but again, she has a tendency to act a bit like that. He did a great job. Got her to gallop off. You know, motion relieves tension. You get that gallop, you get rid of some of that nervous energy, you get away from the crowd. It'll be critical now to see how she acts after getting this gallop over to the backstretch where it's much quieter.
All right, at 5-2, Past tense. Let's circle back to Mission of Hope and jockey Dylan Davis riding here for Christophe Clement. And an afternoon yesterday he won't forget any time soon. For Davis, who grew up in Saratoga, 4 wins on a Saturday at the spot, including a victory in a graded stakes event, the Lake George. Paulie aboard Pounce.
It's a great ride by him because Pounce actually is a horse that usually shows a lot of speed, but Dylan sat back, wheeled out to the outside, and he was able to get the job done. You can see oversubscribed the 2. They're trying to move with Pounce, but Pounce gets the job done and beats the favorite here at about 5-1.
It was fun, JK, listening to Dylan speak with Maggie after the race, and just that genuine, that enthusiasm of winning that many races on a weekend, and especially a graded stakes race here at the spot.
I walked out of the racetrack with him. It's one of my favorite parts when we get done at the end of the day. The riders all have their parking lot right where we all walk out, so you can sometimes have some cool moments. And I said, Dylan, nice day. And he was ear to ear like a kid on Christmas morning. He wasn't hiding it. He wasn't trying to play it cool. He was ecstatic to have the success that he had yesterday. And I think he said that the most he had ever had in one day until this point was 3. And that wasn't even here. 4 here? It's pretty cool.
And could we flash that graphic one more time? Apologies. Richie, it wasn't a bunch of short price horses. It wasn't a bunch of favorites. When you're winning races at Saratoga on horses that aren't supposed to win.
No, and he's given them tremendous trips. He has matured so much as a rider. His consistency is there now. He used to ride brilliant, and then, where's his head at? He is riding consistently well, putting horses in position, winning at prices. His ride on Pounce in the Lake George was phenomenal. And winning right away early in this meet was like lifting a 150-pound weight off his shoulders, and he could just settle in and do his job. He is really matured as a rider.
His ride, too, by the way, on El Razine in the last, he hugged the rail the whole time. That was a masterful ride, too.
Terrific. We check it with Maggie.
You're right, and that was the male counterpart to this race. So Dylan already knows how to win a 1.5 mile maiden special weight for the boys, at least. We'll see how he gets on with his filly here, but I do want to check in with the horse who is going to be being
Technical difficulties. We'll try to reconnect with Maggie. JK, as always, I blame you when these things happen. You stop sabotaging our reporters' equipment. Like, how much airtime do you need? How much airtime do you need,
Are you kidding me? I love it when everyone else talks. I can just sit here and try to formulate a Pick 5 ticket.
2-1 the favorite. Jitterbug, what are you looking for early here, Richie, as far as race shape? Riders navigating this 1.5 miles.
Well, I do think Sicilian Princess, like Paul, will be forward. I think she could possibly make the lead here. Jitterbug laid up close to a very soft pace last time, didn't finish. I do think it's not going to be a very strong pace on here.
I think the 9 fires a big shot today. I think the last race, something went amiss, and horse is too good. And I think the 1.5 miles going to hit her right in the eyes.
Louis Saez aboard. Miss Sedona fires right there at the gate. She steps forward. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time. 3 turns. Race 4, Saratoga.
And they're off. Mission of Hope is very fast away from the gate. On the inside, here's Summer Festival coming to engage. And on the outside of them, Past Tense moves into second. Sicilian Princess is up close too. Then it's a gap of 4 back to Jitterbug, who's well spotted, 10 lengths off the pace. Miss Sedona, Sun-Kissed Soiree is next, and the 2 trailers, Autumn's Turn and Addressable Market. The opening quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds for Summer Festival. And Summer Festival will be the long shot leader into the stretch. Leads it by 3 lengths now over Past Tense, cuts into the margin second. Then Mission of Hope and Sicilian Princess stride for stride, 3rd and 4th. They're followed by Jitterbug in 5th. Miss Sedona 6 lengths off the lead. It's a gap of 4 back to Sun-Kissed Soiree, who is a length better than Addressable Market, and Autumn's Turn now moves up outside of her. Summer Festival takes him into that turn in front of Past Tense, who's a tracking second. Mission of Hope hugs the rail and is just 2 lengths off the pace in 3rd. They're followed by Sicilian Princess fourth, and Jitterbug is fifth along the inside, 5 lengths off the lead. Miss Sedona is just outside of her. Sun-Kissed Soiree, Autumn's Turn still second to last, and Addressable Market trails. 3/4 went in 1:14 and 2 in past tense, turning up the pressure on Summer Festival. It's 2 lengths back, Mission of Hope trying the turf and is a willing third. With Sicilian Princess just outside of her, Jitterbug, Miss Sedona 3 deep coming to the half-mile pole. Sun-Kissed Soiree is in between those two, only 4 lengths off that leader past tense, who has put away Summer Festival. Summer Festival dropping to the back of the field, Addressable Market second to last, and at the back, it's Autumn's Turn. Past tense, no turning back now. It's past tense with a 3-length lead. Mission of Hope and Sicilian Princess are second and third with a 1/4 mile to go. Past tense turns for home in front. Sicilian Princess into second. On the outside, here's Sun-Kissed Soiree in a good debut performance, and here she comes. She means business. Sun-Kissed Soiree straightens up, goes right by past tense. Look at this. Sun-Kissed Soiree opens up, has to hold off Jitterbug, who's coming with a late bid. Sun-Kissed Soiree in an eye-catching debut victory. Jitterbug rallied strongly for second, then it was past tense, finishing third.
How good is she going to be when she puts it all together? Sun-Kissed Soiree in her debut, Richie, making mistakes. She was a little bit inexperienced. It's her first day on the job, but still the ability able to strike in her first career start at 8-1.
To win going 1.5 miles first time is a credit to the filly and a huge credit to Grand Motion. I mean, to get a horse ready to like that to win off the layup is, I mean, off a, first time to win 1.5 miles. Now, she did cross over a touch on Jitterbug, who altered course. I think she was just clear. It'll be interesting to see if they take a look at it, but take nothing away from the performance of Sun-Kissed Soiree. 1.5 miles, first time out, guys. When did you see that?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. You can see the 4 trying to cut through with Joel Rosario. You can see Manny Franco correct his horse. Now Joel has to correct his horse, too, as well. But we've seen Grand Motion do this before. We'll go back to the start. It looked like it was a clean start. Ooh.
And she didn't even break that well, Sun-Kissed Soiree. She kind of broke a touch slow.
Yeah.
Can you lend perspective to just how rare that is? What we just saw, a first-time starter, first career start to win at a marathon 1.5 mile distance.
I can't remember the last time I saw that in North America.
I can't either.
From a horse, that's first time here. You're kind of right. I mean,
also, doesn't probably happen much either.
No.
I mean, it just doesn't. You don't see it
right,
very
you don't
much.
see it attempted
and
much.
there is an inquiry.
There's an inquiry, yeah.
But the interesting thing is not only to get a horse prepared to run the 1.5 miles, but to identify that that's the kind of horse they are. They're a 1.5 mile kind of horse.
You nailed it. For Grandma, I say half of the trainers in this country are here. Put this horse in a 1 mile and 16th maiden race, and let's see what happens.
Right.
Granddaughter of El Prado, who could run about 9 miles. Daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. The inquiry sign is up, though. 823. 2478 for the time being. Waiting to see the head-on at first glance. JK, what caught your eye in the stretch?
Well, I mean, it's funny that the angle at Saratoga from the pan, it's tough because we're so low. The grandstand's so low here.
Here we go.
This is going to answer the question right here. I'll let Richie navigate this one.
Yeah, you see Joel with the white face. He's splitting horses here. Manny's got first run.
But Joel kind of pushed out there.
They made some contact. Honestly, I would be surprised if that warranted a change. Did take a step in, but the inside horse took a step out and pointed Joel towards him.
The 4 hit the 6, no? First?
See, now he altered course there, but at the same time that Manny was correcting his filly, never took all the ground.
There's nothing. If you go back and you look at it, if we go back and look at it again from way, way back, if we can, real quick, the 4 in Joel had a tight spot, and he was trying to get through it. He actually smacked the 6 first. I don't know what they're kind of looking at, to be honest with you. But go back and look here. Watch the 4 cutting through right here. Horse with the white face right here. Watch him right here, going to slam the 6 right here. He pushes the 6 right out of the way, does he not?
feel like the 6 was leading it a little bit, don't you think?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but you know what? He initiated more contact with the 6.
6 than the 2 ever initiated
while
with
the 2
him.
was already getting by him when he altered course. Joel was trying to come through, a fairly ambitious spot there, made it, but I don't think the 2 really did anything wrong here.
He was clear, completely clear.
Yeah, that's how it feels like. Sun-Kiss Soiree, the winner was clear of everything taking place behind her. You saw the bumping, you saw the jostling, but it did look like it was behind her as she was already starting to clear the field.
She had already gotten first run, was on her way past her. Jitterbug had to encounter some traffic, some of it self-inflicted. And Sun-Kiss Soiree, we talk about pedigree. She's a full to Marzo, who won the 1.5 mile Sycamore at Keeneland, so runs in the family.
Bloodlines are there. Another look here, Richie.
You see Joel's Phillies, the white face was angling
the 6
out.
got squeezed out of there.
And put the 6 in a tough spot. Good call, Paul. You picked it up quicker than I did.
I just don't get it. I really don't.
I mean, I don't, I think it's good they take a look, but I would be very surprised. And Joel is not a guy, too, by the way, that claims foul. So this is a steward's inquiry.
Right. 2-4-7-8 for the time being, awaiting a steward's decision. Sun-Kiss Soiree. And you can see that then Franco having to pull on the right rein, and she was kind of getting in a little bit and switch back to her left lead, making it's all that more impressive that she made a few mistakes, right, that is expected, her first career start, and still enough talent, enough ability to win.
I think it's remarkable. Again, on the Phillies' behalf, to be able to win first time out going 1.5 and Graham motion, identifying that's what she wanted to do and preparing her to do it.
Yeah. They're looking at this way too long for me. I just don't understand. Maybe they're looking at the 4 now with the 6. I don't know. But I just don't see anything. I really don't. I don't get it. But we'll see it again. Watch the 4. He gets sideways. He's looking at us. So he puts the 6 into the squeeze. So now Manny corrects the 2 because he's probably hearing the guy from the 6.
Well, he probably heard Ramon Vasquez
Exactly.
going, hey, I'm still here. And that, to me, was the thing that would get me angriest as a rider. If I was at a horse and someone took my ground, shut me off, because I can't protect myself in that situation. If you beat me to a spot or hold me in a spot because we both have horse, hats off to you. That's race riding. Shut me off when I'm finished. Now I'm angry.
No change.
Wasted 5 minutes of our time.
No change. 2-4-7-8. Maggie, you said she looked elegant. Goes out there and performs sensationally in her debut. You'll hear from Maggie in a moment. You'll hear from the Winning Connections. We are saying goodbye to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. 2-4-7-8. Headed over to Fox Sports 1. Sun-Kiss Soiree in her debut at 1.5 miles in the 4th at Saratoga.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
The Spa, Saratoga Racecourse, Saratoga Springs, New York, winding down week 2. Yesterday, we watched the big filly do what star fillies do, simply dominate. Torpedo Anna, 3rd straight Grade 1 victory in the coaching club, American Oaks. Very soon, Shotgun Hottie takes the stage, serious contender in the Grade 2 Shoe V. If she performs well, maybe a shot at Saratoga's most prestigious race for older fillies and mares. Brian Hernandez, Torpedo Anna's jockey, with reporters yesterday after the CCA Oaks victory. Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 1. This is Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That's gorgeous in upstate New York. Picture perfect Sunday afternoon for Thoroughbred Racing, among the oldest active venues, sporting venues in North America, and about 20 minutes to post until race number 5. Just outside the paddock. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You're just in time for that Sunday feature. The Shoe V is coming up next. Race number 5, again, for those who perform well, perhaps a shot in that Grade 1 personal ensign. It's the most prestigious race for older fillies and mares at Saratoga. It'll take place the day before the Travers. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Shoe V, race 5. And race number 7 started the late pick 5. And keep your eyes on that 9th race. Good 2-year-old maiden affair a little bit later on this evening at Saratoga. And after today, 6 weeks left of Saratoga Racing. If you haven't signed up, do so now. Sign up at NyraBets.com. That promo code you'll use, SPA250, earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Say welcome in my co-host. He's a champion jockey, Richie Migliori, 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Guys, before we get ahead to the Shoe V, the Sunday feature for our viewers just joining us, some drama that just took place in race number 4, Richie. Something you don't see, a first-time starter just won, going 1.5 mile marathon distance, and then had to sweat out an inquiry.
Yeah, as she was swooping the field, she did take a step in, but I think more of the problem was Jitterbug searching for room, came out into the 6th Sicilian Princess. They made contact, and then by then Manny Franco had passed, and his filly edged over a little, but he did a good job correcting her, keeping her forward momentum. I think the stewards absolutely made 100% the right call, leaving it alone.
Another look here, Paulie. Sun Kiss Soiree. There she is in her debut. What happens shortly thereafter?
Phenomenal job by Graham Motion, but you can see she swings to the outside. Now look at the horse with the yellow silks and the white face, the 4. Going to try to cut in between. What ends up happening is you can see Manny, like Mick was saying, corrects his mount, but he does bother the 4 a little bit, but the stewards decided that he was clear enough. And I think the other part about this, if you're not familiar with horse racing, they do decide whether it costs the horse the position. And I think the 2 winning by a length is made that decision a little bit easier than him winning by like a nose.
1860, Manny Franco winning pilot with Maggie Wolfendale in the winner's circle.
Here with winning rider aboard Summer Sunkiss Soiree, Manny Franco in here. And Manny, I was talking with Alice Chapman, Graham Motion's assistant up here, and she said that Graham thought, well, this is just what she wants to do. Why not take advantage of it?
Yeah, I mean, I just was the passenger today. When I was handicapping, I saw the first time out, going 1.5 miles. I said, whoa, how can I do it? But Graham, he knows. I mean, he's a great trainer, and I knew that I was in good hands. So she take me all the way up there, and we get it done.
So well prepared by Graham and his team. Little bit of controversy in the end, but as I spoke to you, you corrected your filly immediately when she started to take a step in.
Yeah, I mean, I figured out when we turned for home, she wanna lean in a little bit, so I grabbed her right away, and I don't think I bothered the second place finisher, but the steward, I think the steward see the same, so they lit me up, so I'm just happy to get the victory for Graham.
Yeah, exactly. Someone you've had so much success with, including a Breeders' Cup. How special is that?
It means a lot because he's one of the guys who put me on my first Breeders' Cup and my only one for now. So
More's coming, don't worry.
hopefully. And I'm just happy to get the win for him, like I say.
Awesome. Manny, congrats.
Thank you.
All right. Manny Franco aboard Sunkist Soiree. A mile and a half, no problema, in her first start.
You just don't see it. As Manny Franco said, yeah, those Breeders' Cup wins just won. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 4 now. A star jockey, JK. You had a chance to spend some time with this past week, your guest on Car Talk.
Yeah, no, he was outstanding. And that's in the conversation, listening to him say that for now. He wanted to make sure he let everyone know that was just the first of many. And I think that the success that Manny's had in New York as of late, he's going to find more and more of those types of Breeders' Cup horses. He's an outstanding rider. He's super competitive. And I saw him last night. He was eating some chicken parm. I'm thinking maybe that had something to do with that finish for a while.
A little bit easier when you don't have the weight problem, Richie. He's captured 12 New York Racing Association riding titles, and on 3 separate occasions won more races on the New York Racing Association circuit in a year, 3 different times.
Well, let's put it in context. I rode till I was 44 years old. I had 12 leading rider titles in New York, and I led the year twice. He's considerably younger than I was when I finished. He's already done 12 and 3 times led the year, and he has an opportunity to continue to build on those totals. Phenomenal talent, incredible athlete.
Manny Franco won't have a chance to win this Shoe V. We have 5 fillies and mares and a current. This is the current odds. Raging Sea, who is 7-5. Shotgun Hottie, second choice at 2-1. Again, a key prep for the Grade 1 personal ensign and a $200,000 purse. Raging Sea at 7-5. And Maggie, a big part of this Shoe V story. Misty Vale about to make her final career start.
And that would be because she is about to be a mommy. Well, at least, I can't do my math right off the top of my head, but in about 8 months, she will be still in her first trimester, but is in full and was so in her last start in Ohio, where she blew away a field. Yes, she got a perfect trip. Yes, she probably faces better company here today, but what I loved in that performance is that when she hit the lead and the rider kind of set her down, Ramon Vasquez, she found another gear. And that's something that I hadn't seen from her before. And why connections will often opt to run these mares in full is because it actually makes them stronger behind. And if you think about it, it makes perfect sense. You know, to support a baby, your body naturally gets stronger in that area. So it makes sense. And she looks it physically. She looks fantastic here and just kind of really confident and has that kind of demeanor where she's ready to go. I mean, look at her. She looks like a little bull right there. So I think she's very intriguing in this spot. As we do see Raging Sea as your favorite, I have no problems with her at all. And I think she faced a tougher field last time out. But I do like Shotgun Hottie. Shotgun Hottie just looks fantastic here. For trainer Cherie DeVoe's already gotten off to such a great start at the meet. And last time out, Paco Lopez kind of found himself in a little bit of a blind switch as he turned for home. He was stalking along the rail in good position early, and she was very much on the muscle. But then the winner and favorite, Scylla, that day went around her, and it kind of left her behind the 8 ball. He found a seam on the rail, but you could tell she wasn't overly enthralled about going through that spot. So today, hopefully he works out a trip in which she does not have to do that. She looks fantastic here. I've always been a fan of hers, but it really feels like she is primed and ready for a big effort today. And then a horse who just caught my eye, who is admittedly the rank outsider in this group, is a New York bred, and that's number 2, Venti Valentine. I do always like her. I don't know, something about her today, it just is really grabbing my attention. And she does possess that threat of being the speed, Lafitte.
New York bred, Venti Valentine, there she is. Rod Ortiz to ride. Circling back to this story, Richie, with Misty Vale and expanding on and why it's very healthy in this regard, a pregnant thoroughbred still competing, still racing.
Well, as Maggie was talking about, they strengthen up behind. Their hips widen a bit, and they get up underneath themselves more. And she ran the best race of her life last time, being pregnant. And, you can only go so far with it, obviously, into the first trimester, and then you retire them. But this actually is good for them because of the way they strengthen up, particularly a horse that may struggle with their hind end not being quite as strong.
I was on set with Paul, the Australian mare, Alexandra, when she beat the boys when she was pregnant in the poker a couple of years back.
Yeah. By the way, I don't drive 55.
We turn things over to Frank Miramati.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us from the Saratoga paddock is Grammy Award-winning artist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist Sammy Hagar for a ceremonial call of riders up for today's 5th race. You can see the Rock and Roll Hall of Famer at SPAC tomorrow night as part of his The Best of All Worlds tour. The Red Rocker, take it away.
That doesn't get the riders up, nothing will.
Right? I tell you what, there's a debate. I will say Van Halen probably better with David Lee Roth. But
tread lightly.
Right now is one of the best Van Halen songs with Sammy Hagar. Sammy Hagar was great with Van Halen, and he was great by himself. Tremendous rocker. Tremendous. Love me some Sammy Hagar.
At SPAC tomorrow?
SPAC. And I think they're going to play a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything.
Really nice.
That was some riders up. Maggie's working on tickets. Riders up here for the Sunday feature, Shoe V. When we come back, much more from Saratoga. Coverage continuing, winding down week 2 of the 156th season.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeds. You have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Been there, done that. I love it. Fun. Yeah. But this tour is really about Van Halen. It's kind of Michael Anthony, and it's our tribute to the music.
Like, I'm sure you're going to have people that many of your shows, but I'll ask you, like, maybe nobody's coming tomorrow night.
Oh, well, I got to remember, you got some special guests coming.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, we got.
Speaking of the filly or the mare beating the boys, going way back, Richie, early 70s, Shoe V doing just that in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
She was sensational. Second winner ever, the filly Triple Crown. Beat the boys in back-to-back years in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, going 2 miles, and didn't just beat them for fun. Trained by Mike Freeman. She was a special talent. was a top 2-year-old, won Grade 1 stakes as a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4 and 5-year-old. A pretty remarkable record.
I don't have a Shuvi Sammy Hagar segue like handy. I don't have one handy. I'm trying to make the Shuvi fits, but it's just not working. It's not coming to me. What a mare, beating the boys in those Jockey Club Gold Cups. So a clumsy segue over to Maggie with Sammy Hagar.
I am here with the rock and roll legend, the Red Rocker, Sammy Hagar himself. It's been an honor. Thank you for that Riders Up. Your voice is just tremendous.
Well, you know, I've been doing a lot of screaming. I'm on tour, so I'm all warmed up, you know.
Well, this is a good warm-up for tomorrow night as you and your band will be playing. I'm sure there's a lot of people attending that have been to your shows before, but what can they expect from this tour? Are we going to see a lot of Van Halen?
Yes, it's a Best of All Worlds tour. It's kind of like a thank you to the Van Halen fans because there has been no Van Halen. Michael Anthony and I from Van Halen, we recruited Joe Satriani to play Eddie's part, you know, because if you're going to play Eddie's stuff, you need Joe Satriani, trust me. And then we got Jason Bonham, you know, from Led Zeppelin's John Bonham's son, and Alex was a giant fan of John Bonham, so I put together a band that makes sense, a Best of All Worlds band. And the keyboard player from Australia that sings and plays keyboards. So we have live keyboards, live vocals, nothing on tape. And we can jam songs like Right Now. We can jam songs like, you know, Why Can't This Be Loved? You know, and we even play some of the old early version of Van Halen stuff like, you know, like Panama and Jump, you know, songs I like to sing. So we play a few of those, and we play 5 or 6 Sammy Hagar hits. I Can't Drive 55, of course, and Mas Tequila, of course. And then we do a Chickafoot song. We do a Montrose tune. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes of God, American-driven rock and roll.
Well, you are the charismatic frontman, I mean, from the rock and roll gods, that is for sure. Sammy, you're no stranger to the racetrack. What do you think of Saratoga? How's it stack up?
Oh, this is awesome. I love this little town. I love this whole thing. We're staying here. We have a day off tonight. I'm going to just get around town a little bit and maybe pop in a couple bars, see if they got my tequila or my rum. You know what I'm saying? I got, you know, we can't be messing around here. You know what I mean? Like a NASCAR driver.
Sammy, wishing you the best of luck. I know you don't need it, but thank you so much for being here.
I do. Everybody needs luck. God bless America. Happy to be here.
My dreams have come true. Panama!
Did she get those tickets? Jump in Panama, Paulie. Jump in Panama, maybe. Maybe tomorrow.
1984.
Sammy Hagar, great stuff. Shotgun High to kick off the post parade. Then Venti Valentine, the New York bred, and Arad Ortiz aboard.
New York bred filly making a nice physical impression of Maggie in the paddock. She has 3 starts in Saratoga with 2 wins and a 3rd.
Raging Sea had rattled off 3 straight before tackling the big girls in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps.
Yeah, she ended her 3-year-old year looking like she was going to be a dangerous one. She kind of tailed off last time. Let's see if she comes roaring back here.
Misty Vale +1.
Yeah, and it maybe her best race ever last time while in foal, and now she comes back here in foal. She's going to be my top selection because all of my respect to women and especially having babies.
Pregerson out there doing her thing. Such a cool story. Then just Catherine to the outside, who was second in the bed of roses and now stretches back out in distance.
She ran pretty well after breaking slowly. If she can break well here, she could be in the mix in this race.
That's the field. Compact field of 5. Mile and an eighth, $200,000 shoe V, post time 3 minutes. And all the different tools you use for the handicapping and the number crunching. About track stats. You get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Bet's track stats. Want to know the best races to bet to beat favorites at Saratoga? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on the tracks across the country, visit NairaBets.com. Trying to beat the favorite here, then you're trying to beat Shotgun Hottie. The morning line favorite is the one you're looking at here, JK. Raging Sea. What do you make of her chances here? And going back to her last win, 2 starts back when she wasn't locking it up at the Grade 1 level. Impressive win here in the Grade 3 double dog Derek Keeneland.
Yeah, well, she ran well off of a layoff, right? She hadn't run. It was her first start as a 4-year-old, which is always kind of an important start because 2 things can happen, I think, Richie, with 3-year-olds. They can decide maybe they don't really want to do this anymore when they're turning 4, or they can turn into really superstars when they're 4. One of 2 things can happen. She showed up this day and ran well.
Yeah, it looks like she really made that corner, right, from 3 to 4. Horses aren't fully mature till 5, But you're right, especially with fillies and mares. Sometimes they get to a point and they say, okay, I'm not crazy about this career anymore. A lot of enthusiasm with Raging Sea there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way this plays out, I think Paco Lopez has got to, he can't put himself in the same pickle he put himself in the Fleur-de-Lis last time. So I think he goes towards the front end in here and tries to control. I'm kind of with listen, Misty Vale is dangerous to me. I did not use her, but she's always been a horse that's checked in second. And for her to win, I'm in agreement with Maggie, to win by 8 1/4, she's never done that in her career. She's always been a horse that's always won by a length. I know it's might have a weaker field, but she could be dangerous in here. But I know the 2 fillies, the 1 and 3, are going to be tough.
Let's revisit that grade 2 Fleur-de-Lis and Shotgun Hottie. Richie, what happens that perhaps cost her the win?
Well, you know, Paco just found himself in an uncomfortable spot. You see he angled down towards the fence here. And, you know, she's kind of almost running with the emergency brake on, Lafitte, right? She's not crazy about being in there. And Paco's trying to urge her through. I think Paco was maybe a little gamer than her. It was a pretty ambitious spot at this point. And then, look, when she finally popped her head in, then she kind of ran on. She ran with the emergency brake on almost 50 yards. Now, listen, Paco Lopez is wildly successful. He wins. But he does things, you know, kind of in an unorthodox way.
Unconventional.
But the proof in the pudding is success. You can go think about Fernando Valenzuela. His windup, right, wasn't conventional. It was an unconventional windup. But you could not doubt the statistics and how he got it done. That's the best way I can describe Paco. He doesn't do things in a conventional way, but he gets it done.
Fernando Mania, Paco
Eyes
Mania.
in the sky. Wow.
You like that?
Yeah, I like
Shotgun
that.
Hottie. Currently the 3-2 favorite, and Misty Vale, JK, the pregnant mare, trying to win this grade 2 Chouvi.
Yeah, and the same silks that you saw Dylan had on yesterday in the Lake George when Pounce won.
Yeah.
Resolute Racing, newer operation, but definitely heavily involved in the game.
Misty Vale here. Ramon Vasquez aboard. What are you looking for early, Richie, as far as race shape and strategy from the riders? Compact field, a jockey's race over 1.8 miles.
I think Shotgun Hottie will show good speed from the inside, particularly with Paco, you know, wanting to protect inside position. Vente Valentine showed good speed at both last 2 starts. It was a fast pace last time in the mud. Misty Vale is going to be lurking just off of them, and that's why I picked her. I think she gets a really perfect trip.
Shotgun Hottie quicker than Vente Valentine, yes?
Yeah, but I don't think she needs the lead. But I don't think you want to mess around with Irad.
Keep prep for the grade 1 personal Ensign, the grade 2 Chouvi, live on Fox Sports 1. Frank Miramati standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Chouvi, and Vente Valentine stumbled so badly out of the gate. Raging Sea is going to the front. Just Catherine, Shotgun Hottie along the rail will be off the pace as Misty Vale moves up in between horses, and Vente Valentine is the distant trailer. So it's Misty Vale to set the pace. Leads the way by 1.5 lengths. Just Catherine is second. On the inside comes Raging Sea third, the opening quarter in 23 4/5 seconds. Paco Lopez guides Shotgun Hottie to the outside, and then it's another length back to Vente Valentine. Down the back stretch, and it's Misty Vale with a comfortable lead, 2.5 lengths in front. Just Catherine in second, followed by Raging Sea. Shotgun Hottie is traveling smoothly in fourth, 2.5 or so off the lead as they take closer order, and Vente Valentine has been at the back throughout. The half in 48 4, and it's Misty Vale leading the way 1.5 lengths. Just Catherine asked to get after her now in second. They have less than a half mile to travel. Raging Sea side by side with Shotgun Hottie. Another 4 back to Vente Valentine. Ramon Vasquez has had it all his own way on Misty Vale. Misty Vale trying to sprint away. Shotgun Hottie on the far outside. Just Catherine in between horses. Raging Sea at the rail. 3/4 in 1:13 flat. They're at the top of the stretch. Misty Vale leaves room for Raging Sea, who comes through smartly. And Raging Sea takes the lead coming to the 8th pole. Misty Vale now 1 length back second. They're followed by Shotgun Hottie. and just Catherine, a 16th to go. Raging Sea and Flavien Prat pulling away as Shotgun Hottie moves into second. Raging Sea wins the Shuvi. Shotgun Hottie was clearly second best. Misty Vale finished third.
No randomize, no idiomatic, no problem. Raging Sea in the grade 2 Shuvi. Flavien Prat, Chad Brown, another one at Saratoga.
Well, you know, Richie said that Paco Lopez likes to do weird things, and I'll tell you right now, I would have bet $1,000 or more that she wouldn't have been 4 wide in fourth.
Well, what's surprising, too, is when Bente Valentine stumbled as badly as she did, and you're right next to her on the inside, you would think that would solidify that you're just going to go forward from that inside position.
No intention.
He gave up that inside position, wound up chasing 4 wide throughout, and then there's Raging Sea with Flavien Prat getting the absolute perfect trip. Misty Vale got an easy lead, spread the turn. Raging Sea comes up the rail, draws away as much the best, at least the way the race ran. Shotgun Hottie actually did really well to rally on and make it as close as she did at the end because she had an absolute no-chance trip.
Flavien Prat was outstanding getting this trip up the inside.
Yep.
He had the best ride. The second best ride was IRAD for staying on.
How?
Yeah, I'm kind of with
How?
you. This is amazing.
Look at that. There are stumbles, Richie, and then there's that.
Well, she stumbled once.
Twice.
So she's already pulled him down, and then she stumbled the second time. She's already off balance. Right here, stumble. Look, here comes the second one. How he stayed on is just a miraculous athletic feat. Because the first time, okay, but now you're all off balance and your weight is all forward, and she stumbled the second time. That was sheer leg strength that kept him on.
Can we go back to that beginning again one more time, Josh? Or whoever's in the booth real quick. Yeah,
Somebody's
I
in
want
there.
you to look at this because I'm going to show you why Flavien Prat is at another level than Paco Lopez. It's just the bottom line. Watch right out of the gate. Paco Lopez takes a look to his right. Why Flavien Prat is already being aggressive. Watch this out of the gate. I want you to watch this. Watch the 3. Set, ready, go. And when they go, Flavien's going to push his horse to the lead. And Paco Lopez is already looking to his right, going, okay, what's going to happen? You're already putting yourself in a hurt locker when you're expecting everybody to cross over on you. Am I wrong?
I know, no, you're 100% right. And that's why Flavien is as good as he is. He gets his position going forward. He came out with intention. He came out running. He's aware that Bente Valentine stumbled that badly. And now, look at the way he angles over. He's like, okay, I'm going to take advantage of this. Maybe I don't want the lead, but I'm also going to compromise my main rival in the 1.
And Shotgun Hottie, as you saw, also a nothing like Venti Valentine, but a little bit of a stumble getting out of the gate as well. Raging Sea, though, what a trip! Flavien Prat, Chad Brown, Brown with randomized, who just won the Ogden Phipps, and Raging Sea, who just won the Shoe V. Results, reaction when we come back as our coverage continues from Saratoga. Raging Sea in the Shoe V.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards to win the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the New Orleans Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oaklawn Handicap. By My Standards attacks. Rushing By My Standards to the wire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Quality at his core.
And core beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Womack.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Bachelor parties at Saratoga. How long till Sammy Hagar finds his way, makes his way in that direction?
I think they're going to be finding Sammy.
A strong possibility as well. We've seen a few of these this summer. Customary. So much the people, the energy, and right where our set is located this summer, outside the paddock, just the energy. Always a good party, and always a good party in the winner's circle, especially after a graded stakes event with the winner, Raging Sea, and Spendthrift. And you saw there, Fasek Tipton lead in for this grade 2 Shoe V. Fasek Tipton Winner Circle, brought to you by the 103rd Saratoga Sale of Selected Yearlings, August 5th and 6th. Where will you be? Flavian with Maggie in the Winner Circle.
Another graded stake, and guess who's next to me? Yeah, you're right, Lafitte and Flavian Pratt. And Flavian, Raging Sea, a filly that you've been aboard several times. Last time, was it just the class that kind of got to her?
I don't know. I was a bit disappointed. I was pretty confident going into the race, and yeah, I thought she didn't brought her A game, but she did today.
She really did. Also, pretty sweet trip. They left the rail open for you at the quarter pole, and you seized command.
Yeah, no, I mean, it worked out great. She jumped well out of there, and I was able to get to the fence, saving ground all the way around, and yeah, she made a good run after that.
Flavian, we see you so adaptable, so good at riding many different horses, many different conditions. How long did it take you to kind of, adapt to that? Because you were somebody that grew up in harness racing in France. There's only turf racing as well for thoroughbreds. How long did it take you to adapt to ride these kind of dirt races?
Well, I'm still trying to adapt to be.
No, you're not. Don't lie.
No, I'm still trying to progress and get better in my rides. But it's something that when I came to the United States, I didn't want to have the tag of a turf rider. I love dirt races, and it's something that I really enjoy, and I want to be a dirt rider as well. So I was trying to do my best. Yeah.
Well, what makes you so great is you never stop learning. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, Flavian Pratt aboard Raging Sea. She was able to get the job done, and always a consummate family man, guys.
Flavian Pratt, yeah, lots to smile about. Last weekend, the Grade 1 Diana, the Grade 3 Quick Call, another graded stakes victory at Saratoga in the first couple of weeks.
Yeah, look, it's like I said at the top, this is a much more fun meet when there is a fight for the battle for the jockey title, the Andrew Cordero Saratoga jockey title. So if Flavian's going to keep winning at this rate, I think it's going to be a battle to the wire, and I think that we as fans should have something to look forward to.
It's always fun when it's competitive, whether it's the trainers, the jockeys. And again, we're really blessed. We get to watch these riders compete every day, and they're just phenomenal on a whole.
Including Arad Ortiz, who won the title in a landslide last year. He's aboard a live one here, and Warrior Richard, 6th race, $25,000 claimers, all for sale, all one for something, non-winners to lifetime. Bankroll plays here, playing with match. You're using the 7th. Your bankroll.
Yeah, a little bit later in the day. I like a horse in the 8th, so I'm going to play doubles in the 7th into that horse. I'm going to take the 1 down on the inside yesterday and the 6, Sharp Smile. The 6, Sharp Smile is a half to Aero Force, who was 2nd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile to hit at a bomb at Keeneland a few years back, so obviously some turf pedigree there. Into the 7, first time in forever in the 8th race, a horse that I've been chasing for a while. This is his last time for me, though. She, been disappointing in her last few starts, but I think she's had some excuses. So I'm looking forward to try to pick up some value in that first part of the double into this second leg.
Best of luck, JK. Paul, your bankroll play.
My bankroll play is going to be race number 10. I'm going to play the 1, Grandpa's Kid. I think a horse that, for lower profile connections than Randy Persuade. I think a good jockey change, Javier Castellano will help. And you're getting horses in there in the Brad Cox barn, in the Linda Rice barn, in the Todd Pletcher barn. So you're going to get your price. And I think this horse does like 1 1/8. I love the jockey change. And I think this horse has got a big shot for Randy Persuade in race 10.
Grandpa's Kid in the 10th later on this evening right here, Saratoga. Yesterday, I believe it was race number 11, the Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks, and time to unveil that Miller highlight of the week. Who else? Richie Torpedo, Anna, right from the start with Brian Hernandez. She lunges. In the end, it would make no difference.
Yeah, not a very good start, but watch what she does here. Brian Hernandez gives us some rain. Kind of pushes her way up in between horses and then settled again. Didn't get ranked, waited on Brian to ask her. Now watch her ears, guys. She hits the front, inside ear flicks. The outside ear is going to flick in a second. He just shakes the crop at her a little bit. And she is just goofing off. She's like, I did my job. Where's everybody else? Did they show up for the party? Well, this is Torpedo's Anna's party, and she can run if she wants to.
It's moments like that, JK, that make Saratoga what it is. A filly like that, performing like that in the Coaching Club American Oaks after breaking like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you've been here before, there's probably a horse or two that does this to you, right? Where you think, oh, it was just so special. It was so exciting to be able to be there that day. I was so fortunate. All the fans that were here yesterday, this is their moment. They were going to say they were there when Torpedo Anna won the Coaching Club American Oaks in 2024. And she did it in a way that was just special, right? Running away from other horses. And look, here's the thing. I said it the other day. I've seen a lot of really good horses get beat here, especially ones that break the way that she broke. Sure. She could have easily gotten beat yesterday, but she just wasn't having it.
Reminded me a tiny bit of an older turf horse that we had, was Lady Eli when she broke through the gate and still won that race. It was almost like, oh my gosh, Lady Eli broke through the gate, oh my God, and she still won. But that was the brilliance of Lady Eli, and we saw the brilliance of Torpedo Anna. Brought back memories.
There's talent and there's class, Richie, that don't always go hand in hand. Horses that are faced with adversity that wave the white towel. Her showing her ability to overcome something that went wrong in a race and still bring her A game.
Well, I say it all the time. I like my people the way I like my horses. Hardworking and honest. And everybody is a good winner. Everybody, is a good front runner, if you will, right? You learn more about your character and who you are when you have to overcome adversity. I think we saw a lot of Torpedo's Anna's character yesterday. We know she has ability, but now we know that she also doesn't need everything to go perfect.
Now we await a decision regarding her next start, the Travers or the Alabama. We'll find out soon enough. Top class 3-year-old filly yesterday, another Grade 1 win. Torpedo Anna, the Miller highlight of the week. Horses in the paddock for the 6th. Stay tuned.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage, respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
To me, Flightline is a miracle. Flightline changed my world forever. It's nothing I could have expected.
A potential star here, Flightline, wins by double digits while wrapped up.
I was so fortunate to own 25% of him, and so 10 breeding rights. This is the Flightline baby. They're getting into the summer wind program. This year I bred 9 mares to him. We just had our 5th foal. We have 4 more coming, and so far we're very happy, and I am extremely excited about the ones to come. His foals have a fraction of his intelligence, his talent, his heart. He will be as big a sensation as the sire as he was a racehorse, and that's what I hope.
Welcome back. Live Look, Saratoga. Saratoga Live coverage is always brought to you in part by Phasic Tipton and the 103rd Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 5th and 6th, right after the Whitney. Where will you be? We have the 6th race and pick 6 on tap. $25,000 claimers. Non-winners 2 lifetime. Bright days ahead. The current 2-1 favorite. Maggie standing by with this race 6 paddock report. Maggie.
And Lafitte, we'll begin down on the rail with number 2 in here, Brighter Days Ahead, who is the main class dropper in here, has never run at this level before or for a tag for that matter, as he does return as a gelding. Now, really, I only saw him in his debut, which, by the way, was an incredibly loaded maiden special weight field here in Saratoga. Instant Coffee, Arthur's Ride, going to the Whitney, Crouppy, Greatest Stakes winner, also included Rocket Can, W. Nell. It was a very good field. You know, sometimes things don't work out, and you've got to be realistic, especially up here at Saratoga. And Joe Sharp is doing such with this guy, as he does have that early speed. The blinkers do come off, but the gelding and the blinkers off have not deterred this horse from being very sharp and very much a muscle-bound, burly, out-and-out sprinter frame. So he's doing everything right here. He is getting a little bit hot, but I'm not too concerned about that because that's kind of what he is. So we'll see what he does here with this drop in class today as we'll move on to a layoff return runner, I should say, for Linda Rice, and that's Playing with Matches. I thought it was interesting that Linda opts to protect this horse, and you know, sometimes you're doing as your owner's wish, giving the horse a shot and protecting them off of a layoff, but a horse that he actually has raced 2 back on a fast track was a little bit intriguing. I thought gave him a little bit of a shot here. He comes in looking better than ever. He is a bit of a sway-backed horse, and what I mean by sway-backed is it's a steep drop off from the withers, and then it goes straight up again. So it's kind of like sitting in a bowl. When you sit on a sway back horse, you actually feel fairly secure because you know that, well, at least your saddle's not going to go forward on this horse, and because he's shorter backed, you know it's not going to go back either. So very secure seating. But he does look strong. He looks fit, and like I said, he looks better than what he did prior to the layoff. So I don't think he's necessarily a win candidate, Lafitte, but one I want to watch and how he does.
All right, so one to watch here, Maggie. Thanks so much. The swayback. Richie, how did you like riding swaybacks?
I rode one of the fastest swaybacks ever, a horse named Reappeal. I won 15 races on him. He'd go
I guess you did like riding.
He'd go 21-44, and you'd be sitting in that bucket seat. And you want to talk about being able to get low. I mean, you just wind up blending into them because you're in that sway.
Very cool. The 7-1. Playing with Matches here. The 2-1 favorite. Brighter Days Ahead. JK, who takes down? Who gets that elusive second career win?
Yeah, you know, let's see. I had 2, 5, and 8 circled. I think the 5 probably win. Love takes it over. That race 3 back just keeps grabbing my attention for Ray Handel. If Ray can somehow find that race, you know, had an excuse 2 back on the dirt. Had an excuse, I guess you could say, on the turf. Maybe he didn't like the turf. Now gets back to the dirt. So I'll officially go with the 5, but I thought the 2 and the 8 also made some sense.
You know, the 5 is a claim back. You know, Ray had this horse, won with this horse, claimed the horse back from Chad Summers, won again. Muddy track, turf try, maybe you can draw a line through that. And I get it. I think the 5 is the horse to beat. The problem is the 2 could be, with the drop down, could be in front of this group and could be really lonely on the front end if he breaks well.
What do you think, Richie?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're seeing a lot of this in Saratoga, right? Horses dropping down. Everybody wants to win. Yesterday we had a race with 3 horses dropping precipitously. Only one can win. I like One Love Takes Over. I think his last 2 races he had excuses, and now he gets back to a fast track. But brighter days ahead, that drop, and he's got speed, and he gets a complete makeover. Comes back as a gelding, blinkers off. Now he gets the inside draw. Tyler Gaffleone riding well. And I got to root for the 3, the horse they named after me, so.
Wow.
Warrior Richard. You know what?
There was. We all were scrolling to it like, oh, this is going to be good.
Has any of you guys ever called him Richard?
Never.
Nah.
You never called him Richard Migliore?
I don't think so.
Yes, you have.
Champion
jockey, Richard Migliore, you've done it.
You probably have.
I don't think I have. I should have mentioned that you won the feature, the Chevy 4 times early.
Yeah.
A 4-time Chevy winning jockey, Richard Migliore. There's Tyler Gaffley on brighter days ahead, 8-5, followed by Warrior Richard with a rod.
I think also getting down to a more appropriate spot to run. Maybe he'll have a half-brother named Warrior Mig.
Midnight Worker, blinkers on.
Oh, gosh, 16-1. How much time we got left on this show?
13 minutes and counting. When Love Takes Over, class drop, Kendrick Carmouche.
Just getting back to a fast track. And Kendrick, who was aboard for that nice win 3 back.
Stop the spread, number 6, and go to Toga Racing, LLC.
I think a lot of people have said that when you're covering the set. Stop the spread. Stop the game.
Playing with matches, always a good idea. 8-1, Jose Lascano and Anthracite by 16. Travers winner, the late, great Arrowgate.
Yeah, David Donk has 2 horses in this race. Luis Saez will be aboard the 8 in here off a little bit of a layoff. And David Donk 0 for 42 on this move, but he does get Louis aboard.
Richie, what does your wife call you when you're in trouble? Richard? Or something else?
We're on national TV, man.
Can you say it? Kids, yeah, plug your ears, kids. But this is something you wanna take note of. Parents, ignite your child's passion for horse racing with Naira Star. Naira, students of thoroughbreds and racing. This free program offers kids 5 through 12 exclusive track experiences, education, and collectibles, creating long-lasting memories at the races. Learn more at naira.com/star. Richie, love the concept, love this new program.
I do too, and this is how we create the next generation of fans, and I think it's critical to get kids close to the animal, close to the horses, feel the energy, feel the power, see the beauty. To me, that's been a missing puzzle piece, and I think this program addresses a lot of that.
Great stuff, the Naira Star program. When Loves takes over, and here is some of the sights and sounds of the program, and the kids that getting a chance to be exposed to the sport around the racetrack and taking an interest in education and learning about the sport of thoroughbred racing and just the environment.
Absolutely, but I will give a little bit of advice for the kids on the bouncy horse. That one kid at a length and a half needed to drop over.
Oh, yeah, wow. No. By the way, if you're ever at Saratoga, that is all the way on the far left if you ever want to bring your kids here. It's a cool little place to hang out.
Up towards the quarter pole.
He'd be a tough instructor, unlike a 5-year-old.
If you're watching from across the country, you've never been to Saratoga, but you have been to, let's say ABC racetrack near you, this is not the same place.
Nope.
It's not the same place, and it's not even close. The backyard here is full of families. I let my son run. My son's been running around here for 2 or 3 years getting lemonades, and there was kiwi stands and $15 popcorn, which we had to have a talk about. But outside of that, it's a great place to hang out. It's not what you think it might be.
We check it with Maggie.
JK, you and I are in the same boat. The popcorn, every time they came, was getting a little expensive, to say the least, and not to mention the double dipping in the ice cream, too. They'd always find somebody that wanted to buy them an ice cream. But yes, it's a spectacular place to bring your children. And the fans that I see lining the winner's circle, a lot of them, well, they're a lot shorter than me. and they're the new fans of this sport. So it's so good to see here, and I think the Star program is hopefully going to be an success, and I hope people take advantage of it, as we'll take a look at the horse that I think all of us like, and that's number 5 in here, When Love Takes Over. For me, he's just in the right spot. As the guy said, he's had excuses, and he looks best, period. He is just really composed, whereas, like I said, his main rival in the 7-5 favorite, Brighter Days Ahead, is really revved up, and maybe Brighter Days Ahead runs them off their feet. But this guy just, he ticks every box for me, and I think this is the right spot for him. Ray knows him well, and he's just being realistic, and Ray is one of those trainers, like many, probably 90% of the trainers on the backside, that they want to win races at the Spa, and they're willing to put their horses in maybe a little bit in an overmatched type of field to get the W. Lafitte?
At 5-2, all of you, every handicapper on the 5-horse here. Nope,
yeah,
there's a lot of weight he's carrying.
I would have picked the 2, but I just didn't want to pick the 3-2 favorite in a race where I thought 3 horses could win.
Yeah, and if you look at the will pays in the pick 5s, the 2 is $500. The 5, $1,900. So I don't know if the 2 is going to get a little bit lower here, but the 2 is going to be tough to catch in here.
Yeah, I can see that, but I think we're all looking at it the same way, that When Love Takes Over is just getting back to a more appropriate spot on a fast track. I think, if you put a line through the race in the mud at Pimlico, where he also got rank and was basically eased through the stretch, and then the turf, going 5.5 at Monmouth. I just think he's getting back to what he wants to do and run on a fast racetrack.
I think Kendrick, the right rider, especially when you have the other favorite is the speed. I would think Kendrick's going to go out there, break, and try to lay off the 2 and then try to out-finish. Now, the 3 is getting played here. I wasn't in love with the 2 donk runners, but although I think the 3 is better than the 8.
The cutback in distance here for Warrior Richard.
Yeah, when he's run, at a lower level, he has been very competitive, and he's run the same kind of figures as when he was competitive in those races. Just the company was that much tougher.
David Donk, throwback. He had a horse wheeling back in 8-9 days the other day, and he was asked about it and just kind of shrugged. And he's like, I'm old school. I'm from a different time. We don't think about it. It's not that big of a deal. And learn from one of the very best of all time.
When they're good, they ran them. When they weren't, they backed off them. It was a very simple formula. And back in the old days, a horse might run 3 times in a month, and then he might have 2 months off and come back in. It was just when they were good, that's when they entered them.
You can go out there and work them at 60%, 70% of the speed for free, or you can run them in a race where they can actually win some money.
5-time Belmont Stakes winner Woody Stevens. He learned from David Donk. Warrior Richard is a file into the gate. We hand things over to Frank Mirmati with the call. Post-time Race 6 live from Saratoga.
Thanks, Lafitte. Playing with matches coming up. The last one is Anthracite. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Playing with matches. Here's Brighter Days Ahead, though, who's a little bit quicker. Those 2 hook up out of the gate. Anthracite comes away in 3rd. They're followed by When Love Takes Over. Midnight Worker is along the fence. Stop the Spread is 2nd to last, and Warrior Richard 5 lengths covers the field. It's Brighter Days Ahead to the half-mile pole, 3/4 of a length, playing with matches in 2nd. They're followed by Anthracite and Midnight Worker side by side. Anthracite now clearly into 3rd through 1/4 in 23 seconds flat. When Love Takes Over is right next to Stop the Spread. Warrior Richard inching up willingly, just 5 lengths front to back still. Brighter Days Ahead comes to the 1/4 pole in front of Playing with Matches. Anthracite on the outside, now 3 behind in 3rd. They're followed by Midnight Worker. They're at the top of the stretch, and Brighter Days Ahead spurts away. Has a 3-length lead in mid-stretch. Playing with Matches still in 2nd, followed by Anthracite. Midnight Worker along the rail, a 16th to go. Brighter Days Ahead by 4 over Playing with Matches. Brighter Days Ahead, another for Tyler Gaffleone, an easy winner. Playing with Matches, Anthracite, and Warrior Richard.
Easy winner is right. Brighter Days Ahead. Tyler Gaffleone, Joe Sharp strikes in the 6 at the Spa.
Broke sharp from the rail, shrugged off a mild pressure from playing with matches, drew off as much the best with that complete makeover, coming back as a gelding with the blinkers off. And brighter days ahead, I sure hope so, because of all our selection, One Love Takes Over was an absolute no-show after encountering some trouble down the backstretch.
Yeah, we put that horse straight in a headlock. But the brighter days ahead, JK and I hit it. It was just one of those things where you didn't want to pick. I honestly thought this horse would be 3 to 5 the way they were playing in the Will Pace, JK. 7 to 5 is actually a pretty good price.
Yeah, if you bet this horse to win, based on what we saw from the Will Pace there, you got away with the one there at 7 to 5.
Homebred, Brad Grady by Gervin, a Haskell winner. Something to celebrate here with brighter days ahead in the 6th race at the Spa. That'll wrap things up for us. Stepping aside, much more from Saratoga coming your way. 2783. Greg and the crew will pick things up, and our coverage continues.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden pit.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to horse racing heaven as we close out week 2 from the premier meet in the country. Black Rain is a lightly raced 4-year-old, but with big talent. Can he graduate to more important races with a big effort in today's 10th race? The queen of the 3-year-old filly division did it again to her rivals in the coaching club, American Oaks, is the Travers next. For Torpedo Anna, we'll discuss her options going forward.
Preakness winner sees the gray pass on the Haskell for next week's Jim Dandy. Can he steal the show like he did in Baltimore? For the coach, Stewayne Lucas. And the 2-year-old champ isn't ready to concede this division just yet. Keep in mind, Fierceness still has the most dominant performance we've seen from a 3-year-old this year. Can he show us that again next Saturday? All that and more coming up as we close out the week here from Saratoga Racecourse on this Sunday afternoon from upstate New York. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to have you with us for the second half of this card to come from here at Saratoga Springs, New York. Great to be with you here on Fox Sports 2. I'm Greg Wolf. What a weekend it has been in this sport. We all know how wide open this 3-year-old division has been this year. We'll discuss what to expect from next week's Jim Dandy, what Torpedo Anna should be doing next, and who's the leader of this division now after we saw what happened in that Naira Betts Haskell on Saturday as well. Also, Black Rain, is this the next horse to look at maybe in this older horse division for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher? Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 7 through 11 to come, fast and firm here at Saratoga. And we're going to kick off the late pick 5 here in just a moment with a maiden special weight on the grass at 1 mile and a 16th. Race 9, 2-year-old maidens, very intriguing race still to come as well in a 6-furlong sprint where our colleague's going to have to leave us for a moment because he might collect another win in that race. Already with a win on today's card, Tom Amoss. New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, one of the top trainers in the country, having a great meet. Tom Amoss, 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider. Raziv Mirage, looking forward to closing out another sensational week here ahead.
Every week in Saratoga is a sensational week, and this one has certainly been as good as any of them.
I can't deny that. I loved that race yesterday. The CCA Oaks was really the emergence of a superstar. I know we're going to talk about it. Will she take on the boys in the DraftKings Travers?
So much happening in this 3-year-old division, Raj, and of course next week more to come.
Yeah, you know, what took place yesterday with those big races really shaped up the 3-year-old division, but this Jim Dandy might be interesting to see how those horses come out and how they're going to fare in the Travers.
Well, prep earlier on the card, graded stakes race for some we might see in the personal ensign that if you were watching Monmouth yesterday, looks like a much more wide open race all of a sudden.
Well, I mean, listen, Idiomatic had to beat randomized after losing to her in Ogden Phipps, and Idiomatic did nothing to move herself forward. Raging Sea, she came back very strong as a 4-year-old at Keeneland. Took a little bit of a step back when she ran the Phipps, but maybe she's another horse that was a bit compromised that day by the way the track was playing, hindering closers. Flavien Prat, Tommy, gave her a great ride today.
Yeah, you can win races a lot of ways. Sometimes you win it right at the very start. The pace setter was supposed to be Vente Valentine, the 2. Raging Sea right next to her, sees her stumble out of the gate, takes her spot against the rail, stays on the rail the whole way. That was the winning move. That's what great riders do. They take advantage of things.
And Raj, compare it to the ride that Paco gave, because he was on a horse with more speed than her, and he had the inside, and he ended up out in the middle of the racetrack on the backstretch.
I mean, like, Flavien did everything that you should. Broke well, got his position, then he just maintained the rail. Shotgun Hardy having a different kind of trip, kind of chasing on the outside. One that seemingly had a bit more early tactical pace on paper, but just the courage and the patience of Flavien waiting in there on the inside, and for the hole to open and then just seizing that moment and just bursting through on the inside like we see here. It's just a mark of a jockey that is just riding lights out.
I don't even know, Andy, if it was that subtle. Was that just a great example of Flavien Prat showing why he's one of the best?
Yeah, he just takes advantage of circumstances that he's given, and he's aware of his surroundings. The best riders are aware of what's going on around him. He was more aware than anybody else there. You got to have the goods to do it.
You have to have the goods.
He certainly gave her as good a ride as you could give under the circumstances.
No doubt. He won the race at the first 50 yards.
Yep.
There's no question about it.
You know, Raging Sea has always hinted some good ability. She grade 3 winner last year, and she also finished 3rd in the Breeders' Cup as a juvenile. I think now, you know, you're seeing a horse maturing and seem like she's coming right into her top form.
She was the first horse to win out of that Breeders' Cup juvenile fillies dirt race. I think that Chop Chop is one on the turf, but I'm not sure if she's not the only dirt winner out of that race.
One of the most historically unproductive Breeders' Cup races in the history of the event.
Right.
Amazing.
She has bucked the trend on the greatest negative key race in Breeders' Cup
I know
history.
we're going to move on to race 7. Can't she be a contender against the big dogs in the personal ensign?
Probably has to move forward. It depends. Idiomatic's got to show she could run a little better than yesterday. Randomized, and right now she might sort of be the leader, but the leader division I think is Adair Manor out in California. But they're not going to have to worry about her until they head out to Del Mar for the Breeders' Cup in all likelihood.
Let's get into this late pick 5. It starts in race 7. Coming up next, 2-year-old fillies, 1 mile and a 16th over the inner turf.
And George Weaver, we know how sensational he's been with his youngsters over the last really couple of years, Andy. He's going to send out Yesterday in here.
Yeah, he has been terrific. Now, Yesterday, we'll see if this horse, 190,000 after a somewhat unimpressive 10 2/5 workout, but she is a half of the incredibly talented sprinter Roses for Deborah, as well as 3 others to try the turf. They all won, and a couple of them, unlike Rose for Deborah, could go long.
Talk more about this field coming up in a moment. Again, it starts the late pick 5. You can play that late pick 5 by getting signed up right here at Naira Bets, official betting app of Saratoga. $250 deposit match, new customer bonus when you punch in SPA 250 at sign up, and it's yours. You can play with us all summer long at Saratoga and beyond. Again, right there at NairaBets.com. We're going to take a timeout. Among the trainers we'll see in this 7th race coming up, Mark Casse, 6 wins through the first 8 days and a meet best 38% win rate for trainers with more than 10 starters here. He is on fire through the first couple of weeks. Can he keep things going?
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, the area's barns stabled such equine greats as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful: 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least one race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, the Darrell's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forgo twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Darrell's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
One of the very special places here at Saratoga. Clare Court, so serene and peaceful, and so much history back there as well, including some greats that are buried there, including Quick Call.
And a lot of ghosts of some greats that have been there over the many years in Saratoga. Pretty much all of the greats.
One of the things that I love about the history of Clare Court, when you step over there, you think about the horses that have been there, and it's like you get transcended back in time a bit. That's what I love about history, and being able to see that at Saratoga is one of the nice things about being up here.
No question. Getting set for our late pick 5 coming up. We're 14 minutes away. Going to kick it off on the inner turf here at a mile and the 16th in this maiden special weight to come. And the favorite, a first-time starter for George Weaver, that is yesterday. There is a look at this filly by the Triple Crown champ American Pharoah, and Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard. Let's check in with Acacia Clement for more on this field to kick off this pick 5 sequence. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, with the two-year-olds here in the paddock going long on the turf, you may hear some chatty ones behind me, but one who has been pretty professional is your current favorite, and that is Yesterday. So you guys touched on the pedigree. Obviously, I'm very familiar with her half-sister, Roses for Deborah, trained by my father-in-law, Christophe Clement, and we did look at this filly yesterday at the two-year-old sales, and she just has a much different physical makeup. It's always interesting to me looking at how horses come along and how the families do match up. She's a much smaller, slighter type of build versus what Roses for Deborah is. Now, as far as Yesterday's concerned, though, she's really strengthened up a lot since that two-year-old sale in which she worked a rather pedestrian 10-2, but she got much sharper once they put the tack on. And George Weaver, very dangerous with two-year-olds, and you can watch her recent turf work on XVTV in which she was in company with Arteta, who's the maiden claiming type, but is a 3-year-old, and she was going better on the gallop out than that mate. The number 2, Virgin Colada, is a first-time starter for Chad Brown, and another one with a big pedigree. The dam is the sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, so plenty of turf and dirt influence on this one as well. She is lovely in the way that she's put together. She was really on her toes when she came in, but very physically mature. She's very forward as well, and a horse that does seem to be well spotted in here. Like I said, there is pedigree, particularly in the second generation, though not much in the immediate. Did notice in her last gate workout, though, that she was a little bit awkward switching her lead. So maybe a touch of greenness as well. We'll see how she breaks from the inside post today. The number 6, Sharp Smile, filly by Practical Joke for Brad Cox. This one a half to multiple graded stakes winner Aero Force, a very good turf horse and very precocious at the age of 2, just missed in the Breeders' Cup as well. This is a massive filly, especially for the Practical Joke line. She is very big. She looks like a 3-year-old. There's a lot of her. There's cotton in her ears, but overall she's been very professional coming in here and built like a turf horse. I really like what I see from this Brad Cox debuter, as Manny Franco will be in the saddle. And the number 8, Wild and Free, another first-time starter. This one for Todd Pletcher. The dam was 0 for 2, but she is the sister to Grade 1 winner Bolo, who won the Shoemaker on the turf. So once again, turf pedigree. Watching her most recent workout, it was on the main track, but I thought that she had very turfy action. And what I mean by that is that she had kind of a high knee action to her in the way that she covered the ground. Incredibly fit for the debut for Todd coming in here. And she is one that has been very professional as well. And you like to see that she seems to be taking everything and all her new surroundings in stride, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. One of the first times I actually went out on the town in Saratoga. I see Andy. He's about 2 sheets to the wind. And I go, Andy, what have you been drinking? And he goes, Virgin Coladas. So a hunch play coming up here in the 7th.
You guys have no game. I mean, it's just sad listening to this. It really is. I had Amos trying to make jokes to my left in the commercials. It really, I feel bad for you guys. You have just no ammunition. But
There's
I, on
Chad
the other
Brown.
hand.
He's sending out Virgin Colada. She'll have the inside post, and she'll have Flavian Pratt, who we've discussed his brilliance throughout this meet so far.
Yeah, no, he's a terrific rider. In fact, he doesn't know that the IRAD's 1-9 to win the title. And he actually seems to be entertaining some thoughts that maybe he could. And it'll be interesting to see how much does he ride for Chad Brown, because it does feel like Chad's probably a prohibitive favorite to be the champion, the leading jock trainer.
Yeah, and in a sense, he controls the rider's title by who he puts on what.
And Flavian's probably riding a lot more for him, and IRAD, for better, often for better, rides for a lot of different people, including Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, Irad has been spreading his wings a bit, riding for different multitude of outfits. He usually wins for a variety of trainers at this meet.
There's a look at the 10 ready to battle. We talked about the success Mark Cassidy has been having early on at this meet. 38% win percentage coming into today. 6 wins already at the meet. It's a long shot here on the outside that's going to debut for a pretty good one he had. It was a grade 1 winner on dirt and turf, War of Will.
I think one of the advantages the 1 and 2 have is being inside with a 2-year-old, these mile 16th races. So post 10 for this horse, a little dangerous. But this horse is a half to a couple of turf winners. It certainly has the pedigree to handle grass.
Success, especially with his youngsters, but that Pounce win in the Lake George, a big one.
And look at the prices. I mean, he's had some short prices, but 3 of them, you know, it's not like he's winning with every horse he's winning with is a super short price, sort of like you, Tom.
Yeah, you know, look, sometimes those Kentucky guys getting overlooked, but not anymore. I mean, a lot of these horses are coming out of Kentucky. Kentucky horses are running very well up here.
Yeah, yeah. I think over the years it's one of the changes around this meet, because there were times, and especially when you were riding, 20, 25 years ago, when Kentucky guys would come here and just get their butts kicked. It's different now.
It is. And you know what? What makes it different? The purse structure in Kentucky. It's so strong. It's gotten more and more competitive. Different trainers coming in from anywhere from California to New York, and they have a stable presence there.
What did you feel? I mean, you came to Saratoga your first couple of years. You were doing the show for us. You kind of were focusing on that, and you brought some horses. But how did you kind of adjust as the years went on?
I hate to say it, but Andy said it right. It took a couple of years to know what to bring up here, what kind of horses to bring to this meet, where maybe the weaker spots were that maybe I could have a strength of one of my horses from down there. A perfect example, today's race. You know, I brought a filly in that I knew would want 1 mile and 1/8. I could not get that kind of race written down in Churchill Downs. So got it today at 1 mile and 1/8, and she needed every bit of it to get up and win.
And talk about, mile and 16th. A lot of people would think, and not illogically, 1 mile and 16th in the dirt, 1 mile and 1/8 in the dirt in Saratoga. There's only a 16th of a mile difference, but Raj, you've ridden a lot of those races. There's a big difference between those 2 races.
Well, the biggest difference is we only go up to a flat mile 1 turn, and then it's 1 mile and 1/8, and that's a completely different race when it comes to a pace dynamic. The 1-turn races are way faster than the 2-turn races.
Here's yesterday to kick off the post parade for George Weaver gets post 2.
Yeah, break from post 2. A lot of pedigree here for a trainer who knows how to win with the first during the turf.
Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt from the rail with Virgin Colada.
Very good post for top connections. This first-time starter.
Bill Mott sends out Aristella debuting with Junior Alvarado.
Much like the Chad Brown first, so this one is sired by More Than Ready, who's a tremendous turf sire. Neither one of these horses cost that much money.
Thunder Princess, she has a turf sprint debut under her belt. Now she'll stretch out.
Didn't show much in that debut. She was 7 beaten 10 lengths. They're hoping the added distance will benefit her.
No love for Romero? Running away. We'll get back to him. 9-1 on a first-timer for Wesley Ward.
Wesley Ward with 2-year-old first-time starters in turf routes, which this is. He's 0 for 15 with only 1 hitting the board over the last 5 years.
Manny Franco for Brad Cox on Sharp Smile.
Her half-brother was 2nd beaten a neck in the 2015 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, so there is some pedigree for this one to like the turf.
Great start to the meet for Cherie DeVoe and gets on turf with Panache.
Yeah, this is the first foal from a dam that was 0 for 1 on the turf. It's a little more dirty, but the truth is, not this time. The sire, they can do anything.
Todd Pletcher with a first-timer, Wild and Free.
Irad Ortiz lands here. The meet's currently in jockey.
Luis Saez will ride for Anthony Dutrow, Rare Art.
Yeah, I'd like to see Tony get a win. This was after 4 turf winners from 6 to try it, and they were okay.
And the Mark Cassidy runner outside, he has Eric Cancel on Ready to Battle debuting.
Draws a tough post for a first-time starter. You know, Eric is going to have to try to navigate over towards the rail so that he doesn't lose too much ground.
Pick 5, as we've told you, begins here. We're approaching 700,000 in that pool. Tom, how are you going to play it?
Well, I'm going to spread out in some of these races, but I'm going to get very, very narrow in the 8th race, a first-level New York bred allowance race with a horse that was second at that level last time, the number 7, first time in forever, named after Andy's dating life. And I'm going to keep it there. In the next race, we got a maiden 2-year-old filly race. I have one in there named Black Dog. If you're a trip handicapper, you'll love her last race. She had some trouble and was running on the end. I give her a big shot in there, and I'll spread back out in the last race.
I think it's kind of brave that Tom would single an incredible money burner, because since arriving here from California, she's lost to 2-1, 4-5, and 6-5. So, Tom, you're all over that one as your single. Now, that's the kind of horse you want to hone in on, right, Raj? One that just keeps losing is the favorite.
Again,
but maybe today's the day. Beat, though, right?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think she's the horse to beat.
But
I
again,
think
it matches up with your dating life when you say those beaten favorites over and over again.
Are you following my dating life? Really?
Andy's trying to divert from that.
Stalking my dating life?
That was not a joke. Tom was just being serious.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, what do you?
No, I'm just curious. You're following because you're pretty accurate actually at this point. So clearly you've been following me around.
See what happens here. Obviously, did you feel, Andy, this race here could be very wide open, or can you key in on a couple?
In this race, I would lean on the 1 and 2. I do think the 6 is dangerous. Sharp Smile. Brad Cox is extremely good with his 2-year-old first-time start, especially at Naira and Saratoga routes. Not taking a lot of money. I could back up with the 9 Rare Art. I don't have a problem with the horse you singled in the 8th race, and obviously you want to spread and you want to limit the ticket. I get all that. But I think Boxed Wine is extremely interesting in there. And I also like that Roagna draws an inside post for the first time in her starts this year. So I'm looking for those 2 horses as alternatives. Nothing against your 7. I picked your horse in the next race, to be honest with you. But I wouldn't. I mean, you have to single. So I can't. You know, I'm not going to get involved in that conversation. It's just a very hard, buried race in the pick 5. I have a problem in the 10th race because I really like the horse that's scratched. Paddington, and I think Black Rain is a horrible bet at a short price. Do you use 5, 6, 7 in there? 5, 6, 8 in that race?
No, I went 3, 6, 8.
All right. Well, the 3 scratch.
Yeah, 3's out, so it's down to 6 and 8. Yeah.
You know, it's a good thing to get the scratches. Can we help Tom with getting the scratches?
Let's get back to
I
this
have a lot
rate,
of time
guys.
because I'm not dating. In the last race, I would use the 1, 5, and 8, but they're tough.
You guys haven't mentioned my top pick in this race.
There's a reason.
Well, let's
Number
get back to
5,
this
running
race.
away.
Yeah.
The DRF Clocker Reports has this workout on July 12th. Sharp speed early, readily ran away from debut main special winner Johnny Come Lately by 4 lengths. That's a massive work in 48 around the dogs that were wide.
I am not going to bet a Wesley Ward first-time starter going long on the turf. He's 0 for 15
Sprinting,
over 5.
more his forte,
He's a sprint
isn't it?
tire. Listen, I'm not saying it can't happen. I have no interest in this horse.
Let's talk about the dynamics of this race. 8 of the 10 are first-time starters. So as a handicapper, how do you dissect those 8 horses? And oftentimes in grass races, going a distance of ground, you look at pedigree. Pedigree, what did their family do? What did their brothers and sisters do? Because horses do run to pedigree. And when you look at the one yesterday, you're looking at the strongest pedigree in the group. Siblings have won 11 out of 35 starts, a half to a grade 3 winner. That is powerful stuff. Yesterday has got to be a factor.
We saw that pedigree come through earlier in a marathon race, a first-time starter, I believe the only first-time starter for Graham Motion, able to win that marathon on the turf in a race with a lot of experience.
Right, that's the horse I picked in there because I thought they all couldn't run, and I thought Graham Motion wouldn't bring a horse over with that kind of pedigree. Graham Motion's not going to start a first-time start at 12 furlongs and embarrass himself. You look like an idiot if you bring a horse and start
I'd like
at
to
12
add something
furlongs
about the
first time out.
dynamics, though. In a 2-year-old race with these inexperienced horses, going 2 turns, I like to work the way from the inside out. The inside horses have a big advantage because they get to save ground automatically.
2 minutes to post, start of this pick 5. Let's go back to Acacia.
And talking about trainer Wesley Ward, always dangerous with 2-year-old first-time starters. Yes, according to the clock reporters, as Raj mentioned, that last work was good over a struggling mate. But interestingly enough, debuting here, no blinkers. Usually, I'd say 98% of the time, with the 2-year-old Wesley Ward first-time starter, you'll see them debuting in blinkers. You'll often see them debuting early and sprinting as well. So there is also that, but just something I thought worth noting. There is some size to this filly by Gunrunner, but then the pedigree in the immediate family is more dirt, and a couple of them have handled the turf. The second dam is the Grade 1 winner, Summerly, though, who won the Kentucky Oaks. So I'm taking the wait-and-see approach with this filly. The number 3, Aristella, I really liked what I saw from her for Belmont. She was very quiet in the paddock, but Junior Alvarado took her away from the pony, gave her a big warm-up. I thought that she moved beautifully out there on the track. Big flat turf hoof on her as well. The number 7, Panache, does have experience, but on the main track. But she looks like a turf horse. I can certainly understand the surface switch in here, and not this time. I do think is a good influence for either surface, and she was off slow in debut. Another one who had an aggressive warm-up, and then the 10, Ready to Battle. A horse that is a very big daughter of War of Will. There is some pedigree too. She's half to 3/4 sister, I should say, to multiple stakes winner and Maryland bred Joe, who was precocious and good on turf. I just think that she's going to need a race as far as fitness is concerned. She's just so big and there's so much of her. I think racing will help her kind of come into fitness, but we've seen Mark Cassidy certainly be dangerous, especially with this 2-year-old spotted up here at the spot, Greg.
Yeah, we just showed you that graphic, showed you how good he has been. We'll see if things keep going here for that barn, but a difficult outside post to try and negotiate. Do get quite a bit of the stretch, though, to try and get some position, Eric Hensel on the 10.
You do, but the other problem, and Rajiv, you know this better than anyone, and I'm sure it's happened to you, is invariably there will be 1 or 2 horses that can't take the turn. So you might think you're sort of getting the 2 or 3 path, and you got the wrong horse inside of you. That horse could take you out of the race, and I'm sure that's happened to you before.
Yeah, we've seen some messy runs going into the turn with large fields in 2-year-old races, with so many inexperienced horses trying to navigate a turn that comes up quickly.
Not only comes up quickly, Raj, but as a trainer, if you're teaching a horse how to make 2 turns, it goes against everything you're doing in the mornings, because in the mornings you're working to the finish line and you're letting your horse drift out to pull himself up, and now you're going to try to do something opposite of that. The horses are creatures of habit, so inevitably with 8 first-time starters, there's going to be somebody that's not going to make the turn well because they're used to pulling up when they get to the wire, and when that happens, it's going to cause problems for some of the others.
And that's what I love about the inside post. You typically find yourself in the spot that you want without making too much navigating.
And also, let's be honest, it's the middle of July as 2-year-olds. That's pretty early to be running 2-turn mile and a 16th races.
In New York, it is.
Just, I think, for their development, the horses.
Yeah. I mean, in Kentucky, we're running 2 turns right now.
And there are probably some crazy things going on in them.
There is Sharp Smile, Brad Cox, the 6th moving in. 1 has been favored throughout. That's yesterday for trainer George Weaver. Obviously, the Chad Brown barn always going to take attention in a race like this. He's got the rail runner, Virgin Colada, with Flavian Pratt, as we see Panache back away, the one with the dirt debut for Cherie DeVaux. Incredible start for that barn.
Amazing. Great start. Absolutely. Well, she's won 4 races, I believe. Had a big priced win yesterday, and it was, in fact, it was a first-time starter on the turf going long with a pedigree.
What about the sire of this horse? Not this time. He's winning everything under the sun right now.
It was really a shame that he got hurt and wasn't able to run after his 2-year-old race where he ran that Breeders' Cup Class against Classic, the Cassius. Empire. Classic Empire. He was some horse for Dale Romans.
Need help with any other horses historically?
What?
Do you need any help with any other names
He's
historically?
a half to a good horse, right? Liam's Map.
Tom,
not this time, right?
What's going on here? If you're the trainer of this horse here, this 7 who's acting up this badly.
Yeah, so there's a lot of tricks you can use to get a horse in the gate, but you got to get them to the gate first. And right now, they've got a little bit of a journey to get to the gate, some 20 or so yards. But a running start is not unusual. It's not unusual to do that. Should have a guy on his outside, because there we go. Now let's see if we can get this guy in.
And it's some of the reasons that you find a first-time starter acting like this is they're going into a tight space. That big green gate, but inside the stalls, it's a pretty tight space, and sometimes they get a little claustrophobic.
Now wouldn't have maybe expected this from him. This horse is actually one of the few in here who has a run already.
You know what? It's going to be funny because these horses, as long as they're not bad, and this horse is not being bad, you'd be surprised how many times a horse that's hesitant to go in the gate is the first one to leave the gate running. You ever seen that before?
Oh, yeah. They just,
it's amazing, isn't it?
Just want to get out of that tight space.
So Jose Ortiz, they got him in. We'll hop back aboard this filly at 5-1. And there's Jose hopping aboard for trainer Cherie DeVaux. The 3 about to step in are Estella for Bill Mott. 16-1 long shot Let's send it upstairs. Start of this late pick 5 on our Sunday card from Saratoga. Frank Miramonte, the call.
Thank you, Greg. Here are the colors of Woodford Racing as Rare Art is ready to load. Aristella goes in. Next group coming up. Here's Running Away in the red. Thunder Princess. And Ready to Battle will await her turn. Here's Running Away. A little hesitant. Assistant starters giving her a little nudge. It'll take some teamwork for this one. They open the front of the gate as well. She's in. And Ready to Battle. With Eric Concel aboard, the last one. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Yesterday comes out very smoothly, as did Panache. Running Away is in between them, up close, and in fact up to take the lead. So it's Running Away. Panache now second, and Yesterday third through the opening stages. Wild and Free is racing a joint fourth. The gray inside of her is Sharp Smile, taking that fourth spot in between horses. Thunder Princess is next, followed by Rare Art as they round the first turn. Rare Art is 8 lengths off the leader. Down at the rail comes Virgin Colada, who's third last, racing on the inside of Ready to Battle, and Aristella at the back. 24 flat for Running Away, who is doing just that. It's Running Away loose on the front end, and Panache is now within a length and a half of her in second. Yesterday has settled smoothly in third, followed by Sharp Smile, Wild and Free right next to her. They're followed then by Thunder Princess. Ready to Battle in the pink has 6 lengths to make up as they come toward the half-mile pole. Virgin Colada is on the inside, Rare Art still in between those two, and it's another 2 back to Aristella. 49 and 3 for the half. Running Away has been tugging the whole way. Panache is now trying to close that gap, sent along in second. Yesterday third. Wild and Free, fourth with 4 lengths to make up. Rare Art is trying to rally on the outside. Green Cap starting to pick up some good momentum. Sharp Smile is just inside of her. They're at the top of the stretch. And Running Away and Panache are head and head coming to the 8th pole. Yesterday angles out for the final 1/8 of a mile. And a good-looking rally continues for Rare Art in the center of the course. Coming alive late is Virgin Colada. Virgin Colada closing resolutely in the center of the race course, trying to get to Running Away. Here comes Virgin Colada, and she gets up. Running Away was second. Rare Art finished third, and Sharp Smile fourth.
Virgin Colada, first time out, just rolling down the stretch for the win here in the debut.
It's a very tepid pace up front. It was a good call by Rajiv with the 5 Running Away, who almost got there. This horse seemed to be doing no running down the inside on the backstretch and just suddenly came alive at the 8th pole.
It looked very controlled, the pace up there. I mean, our favorite Yesterday, I mean, all her troubles seem so far away.
I mean,
but now it looks like they're here to stay.
Running Away had it her own way on the front
Yesterday.
end.
You're like the guy, you're like that Seinfeld when George brought the bad jokes from the guy, you know, expecting the jerk star to call and say they're looking for you.
All right, please. Don't hit me
Away.
up on Twitter
How much
over
did
that.
you have to drink last night?
Rajiv, look, your selection in here got things really the way Johnny V wanted them here. Wesley Ward just wilts late under this big finish from Virgin Colada.
That was an incredible stretch run from Virgin Colada to overcome that. It was a disadvantage for her with the leader setting such a slow, tepid pace, and for her to show that acceleration to pass horses. No one really changed positions, and Virgin Colada was just like shot out of a cannon in the stretch.
It's not often you see a 2-year-old maiden race get that last 16th of a mile in under 6 seconds.
I think,
and that is super
no,
fast.
That's a great point.
She's running faster than that
they
to
went,
make up the margin.
They went 29.35 to the last 5/16 in here,
I mean,
which
that's
is very impressive.
fast.
I think that Flavien Prat heard Greg Wolf say that Irad Ortiz was 1-9 to win it. He got down in Vegas, and I think he's on a mission.
9-2, first time out with a win. Let's go to Acacia. What'd you think here?
Oh, very impressive finish from Virgin Colada. She was closing on that left lead, but with a lot of power. Now keep your eyes on the 9 and Luis Saez. Right there, he switches left-handed, and he actually drops his riding crop in the stretch. So the number 9, Rare Art, one to watch next time out because she's finishing here, but Flavien Prat finishing with better momentum on your winner, Virgin Colada the outside, and Luis Saez on the 9, Rare Art, has no riding crop in the stretch when dropping it when switching hands. So keep an eye on her next time out. A big effort in her debut.
I think Chad Brown and company may have a date August 28th.
PG Johnson?
Yes.
Now, here's the question. Will Chad do what Bill Mott did last year, which was the move of the meet, where he entered Galibrand in both the Phillies and the boys?
With
when they
anticipation.
rained the PG Johnson off, he was able to run on the turf the very next day against the boys. I got a feeling you're going to see more than one guy do that.
Remember what he did.
It really was the crafty move of the meet, and obviously it propelled her forward. Because the other thing is, you win one of those 2 stakes, you basically qualify for the Breeders' Cup, Philly and Mare Turf. And I think the juvenile fillies, and the Colts. And I think, Tom, you'll agree as a trainer, there is no more winnable race than those 2 races. I'm not saying it's easy to get there, but they're not. The competition isn't going to be as stern in those as probably any other Breeders' Cup
Maybe
race.
not after today. That was super impressive, man.
No, that was very. But I'm saying it's not like you're
There's
not
no
running.
stars,
Right, you're not running in the
stars.
same kind of races.
That
you're
almost
running
reminded me of Lady Eli's debut, the way she stormed down the middle of the track from well off the pace.
Wow.
Did you just compare this horse to Lady Eli? Amos, I think you need to
reminded
turn your
me
attention to the gentleman to your left.
of Lady Eli's debut here at Saratoga.
With the win. How about this family, what they've been able to accomplish in a relatively short time here in the U.S. The Cantermachi brothers and their dad, they came here in 2016 from Turkey. Things are going very well.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NyraBets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NyraBets. Join now for a new member bonus at nyrabets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun, all in for Mohegan. 2-year-old fillies on the turf in the 7th, and finishing with a flurry was Virgin Coladas. I'm happy to be joined by winning trainer Chad Brown, as Chad on her left lead, maybe still figuring things out, but she had a ton of momentum down the stretch.
Yeah, we're pretty high on her. She showed a good turn of foot in the morning, and she had to stand in the gate quite a long time there, so hadn't been one of the first loaded. She maybe didn't get away as well as we wanted, but that'll come with some experience, and what a turn of foot. I'm just happy that she was able to show it in the afternoon.
She's lovely in the way that she's put together, too, and it seems like she has a rather intense demeanor about her.
Yeah, you know, she never got hot in the paddock, but she was, you know, going through the picnic area and seeing everyone for the first time. We had to saddle her with a pony, but after that, she was just fine, and I'm just so appreciative for the owner, John Stewart, and his team. They found this horse, and they sent me a couple 2-year-olds. I'm so appreciative. They're wonderful to work with. He just enjoys the game so much, and what a beautiful horse and a nice prospect for them.
She's very exciting, too. Do you think about a race like the P.G. Johnson?
Absolutely. If we can get into a race like this and hope and dream to get to Del Mar and the end of the year at the Breeders' Cup, it's been a race that's been good to us over the years, and she certainly looks like one of those prospects that fits the mold of stuff we've had in the past.
And while we're talking about 2-year-olds quickly, coming up in the next 2-year-old race, Fillies on Dirt, you're sending out Kiss Me Slow from the rail. Any insight you can give us on that one? You
know, she's trained very honest and forward, much like the offspring of Into Mischief. They're very consistent and horses that just love to train. And she's coming off a sharp gate work, and I don't know, she's been doing anything right, but at Saratoga, you never know who you're going to run into. But I'm very happy with her, and I think she'll perform well and build off of it.
Thanks for the insight, Chad. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Greg?
Acacia, thanks. Yeah, that filly bullet drill, so the quickest of 147 workers back on July 14th at Saratoga, and that was out of the gate for Kiss Me Slow. We'll see in race 9. Here it's Virgin Colada with a powerful turn of foot down the stretch to win the debut.
And you know, we kid Rajiv, and Raj isn't saying she's Lady Eli. He's saying it reminded her that kind of kick in a way. And I think this is what we talk about a lot in the show. You come to Saratoga, right now, this horse is seriously a contender for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf, right?
Oh, no question. I mean, look, young horses don't finish going around the ground as quickly as she finished. That was really, really eye-catching.
And what I love to see is, you know, sometimes you see the pace go fast and they melt down and a horse, it exaggerates the horse acceleration, like they're finishing so fast. She actually did this in a race that's run so slow up front, and she looked like she's still blasting home.
Yeah, extra credit maybe for that, but that's why we love turf racing too. Love to see that explosive turn of foot down the stretch, and we certainly saw that from Virgin Colada. As we move into race 8, mile and a 16th on the turf, New York Breds. First allowance condition race coming up, and it's first time in forever. Flavian Pratt looking for a 4th winner on this Sunday card ahead. While their father was a successful trainer in Turkey, it was his push for his sons to make their move to the States that landed Matt Cannon Ilkay here in New York. And the move, little by little, has started to pay very big dividends for these two brothers.
In the future, I'm expecting to, of course, win the stakes races, and which I think it's very soon about to come. I think the biggest change, we won the graded stakes after 22 Saratoga meet with Evie Jets.
There's Evie Jets who's ready to pounce up on the outside.
Which we were talking about, like we are very close to win the stakes races.
Evie Jets who's 2 lengths in front. Evie Jets sprints to the line. It's going to be Evie Jets and the Noble Damsel.
We almost sleep at the barn. We are young and we want to do it. We are hungry for success. And we want to show our success to my family, my dad, everybody. So it was very emotional. It was our first stakes in the United States. It was very important for me and Matt.
Matt Cannon İlkay Cantermasi grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, watching their father, Tuncay, one of the country's top trainers, win big race after big race.
He was always telling us, I want you guys in the better spot. So he made United States his goal for our future. Like especially Saratoga, when we come to Saratoga, we start coming like 5 years ago, and you deal with in the racetrack mostly really professional people. I think one of the best places to be, United States and especially New York.
Another change at the Cantermasi barn, Matt Cannon wants to use the golf cart less, spending more time riding their stable pony, Sierra's Son, leading horses to and from the track during training. The 11-year-old gelding is still a work in progress as he transitions from his days as a racehorse. Sierra's Son holds a special place in the hearts of Matt Cannon İlkay. He won 7 races for the brothers at smaller tracks when they were just getting started in the United States. While their father is in Turkey this summer watching his son's races late at night, Matt Ken and Ilkay's mother loves to visit during the Saratoga meet. Their passion for the sport and understanding that nothing comes easy, win or lose, keeps their focus on the day-to-day grind of running a successful stable.
Just advantage first turn because we are number 2.
It's April Antics, 3.5 length lead. Ichiban trying to get into second. April Antics. Ichiban might have just nailed her.
Burunla geçirmiş olabilir.
I think second.
Whoever put down, very close.
Ichiban was first to April Antics.
She's very good. It's been great to see their success, their rise on this circuit. They came here, so Matt Can in 2016, as I mentioned, from Turkey, with one horse at Parks. The late Robert Amendola came to them, and there's a look at the horse they'll send out here, a 53-1 shot, who actually has a little bit of form. It really gave them a shot, including an $80,000 claim by the name of Evie Jets, who became their first ever graded stakes winner.
That was a good claim, right?
Pretty good.
I think they did pretty well with that. You ever made that good a claim, Tom?
I think Delani was probably the best claim I ever made. Delani he reeled off 7 stakes wins in a row. He won
Really?
the Churchill Downs Handicap, was rated as the top sprinter in the country at that time. We claimed him for $40,000 for Maggie Moss.
Does that feel extra special when you scout out a horse like that, a claimer, and turn them into something better?
You know, it's funny. I was asked a number of times, you know, what did you do different with this horse? And I honestly, I don't know the answer. But horses get into a routine that they like. Our barn has a routine, you know, the way we train, most barns do. And he was digging it. He had been in a lot of other people's barns, claimed a lot back and forth. I think he just needed some, you know, steady, same kind of work patterns, and we were able to give him that.
You know, and back to Evie Jets, too. Not only that Noble Damsel was their first graded stakes win with that former claim, won the Boston Spa here last summer.
No, to win a big race like that in Saratoga is huge for them at a big price. And they're extremely popular for good reason. To know those guys and know them around the track, they're such generous, kind people who are always rooting for other people. At the racetrack, as everybody knows around here, people aren't always rooting for each other. It's a very competitive business. Those guys are the exception to that rule.
And one of the advantages of a barn like that or trainers like that is, you know, you can see American, he can get on the pony and ride, and he can get on his horses. And sometimes that gives you a little extra insight when you're actually be able to do it with your horses.
Used to actually ride a little bit in the afternoon back in Turkey, but still able to get on a horse. And, you know, they got, look, now 49-1 shot here. Andy starts now the 10. A little bit of form last summer at Saratoga in a couple of turf races.
Coming off a win already this year, and she's sort of going to get things, she's going to get some checks later. She may be a little bit tough, but it's a natural progression. She's a New York bred. You try the non-winners of one. If she's not good enough, they'll put her into whether they'll find a New York starter, they find a non-winners of one claiming race, they'll do the right thing.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll have more on this 8th when we come back on our Sunday card. We'll also look back to yesterday. Not just all about the big 3-year-old division, some impressive 2-year-olds, including incentive pay for Chad Brown. Stay with us. Back on our Sunday coverage, Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga live at the premier meet in the country. Race 8, 13 minutes away. Right now, it's time for our Dunkin' Dash of the week. And the first juvenile starter sent out by Chad Brown at the meet raised some eyebrows with this performance with incentive pay.
Yeah, a lot of attention was on the second horse who got left in the race and was running strongly at the end. But I think if you watch the race carefully, you'll see that this horse didn't break that sharply and was sort of shuffled back badly after the start. And as Joel was getting his momentum on the backstretch, got completely stopped between horses.
Oh, yeah.
And very professionally, Raj was able to pick it up again right away.
He got stopped about 3 or 4 times on the turn, and it probably doesn't, you wouldn't see that by the race. And for him to overcome that adversity and still put in his finish, I thought that was pretty impressive for a first-time starter, young horse making their debut.
You got to deal with the time of that race. I mean, I was in it. I was one of the favorites. I was sorely disappointed with my horse, but the time was very average for that
got a
race.
68 buyer.
Yeah.
And the pace collapsed as well because all the horses up front
they did
stopped.
and everything
that's
finished.
because the horse in front ran out of training, let's be honest.
Well, he wasn't by himself. There were others.
No.
But
by rookie sire Volatile, and for what it's worth, Chad Brown, both of his classic wins have come from horses who are by rookie sires.
Well, it's not surprising with Seth Carman liking to buy those horses. Now, Volatile, an interesting new sire, but his horses have been a little hot, right? They've sold pretty well.
They have.
I was down at Monmouth Park, and there was a Volatile that won first time out as well for Delgado.
Just saying.
I got to read this real quick, guys. I forgot it up top. Keep things cool this summer with a nice beverage from Dunkin'. Beat the heat with your favorite Dunkin' refresher. Delicious cold brew, sparked energy by Dunkin' and more. America runs on. Andy?
Duncan.
Well done.
Somebody had to pick it up after your
Ball drop. 11 minutes away from this 8th, mile and a 16th on the turf. And this would be, that 7-horse, an even money favorite, a 4th win on the Sunday card for Flavien Prat. That would put him in the lead early on for the jockey title over Rad Ortiz Jr. Let's go to Acacia.
He's been riding lights out, Greg, Flavien Prat, and I do think we're seeing a little Flavien Prat money in here as well. As far as first time in forever, certainly don't have a problem with her, but she was a horse that hit the front last time out and did get caught late, and she was 3 wide throughout the running of that race. 2 starts back, they tried using her speed. She was the heavy favorite. She disappointed. Prior to that, I know it was behind overacting, but once again, at a relatively short price, just not quite being able to seal the deal. So she does have tactical speed, which I think is very much to her benefit. She looks great just from a physical perspective coming in here. I just wonder at a short price yet again if she is a horse that just has a little bit of an allergy to finding the winner's circle. To her outside is the 8 Busy Morning. I know, 2 starts back, she did exactly the same thing. From a physical perspective, she probably is the one that just looks best in this race. Now, it was a very disappointing effort in that starter allowance 2 back when she looked like she was going to be the winner and just totally lost the bob. Now, the horse that beat her that day did come back to win again down in South Florida in her subsequent start. And then last time out when trying sprinting, I know that Busy Morning was able to sprint early in her career, but now she is not built like a sprinter at all. She wants to go long, and I do expect her to be forwardly placed in here, see if she too can try to turn things around. That brings me to the number 3, Awesome Check. This is the one that I am most intrigued by. Number 1, her last 3 starts were all in stakes company. Last time out was in the Wild Applause and off of a 7-month layoff as well. She kind of hesitated at the break, and of course, as we know with that race, there was that big pace duel in the front, and looked like when asked, she was a little bit green with the riding crop kind of swishing her tail a bit, but she did run on a little behind Oversubscribed, who we saw finish 2nd in the Lake George yesterday. She's making her 2nd start off the layoff. She's back in New York bred company, and she looks excellent for Horacio de Paz. She's really well muscled now, so fit 2nd off the bench. I really like what I see from her, and at least she's one that has not had so many short price defeats lately. Greg?
There's a race.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Approaching the 8-minute mark to post. We'll get to the post parade coming up in a moment. Certainly Awesome Check, just with who she faced last time out, becomes a major player in here.
I mean, she was very much with that fast pace that was collapsing, but agreed, she ran fine. And listen, she built on her 2-year-old form.
We're going to take a timeout. All of a sudden, things getting a little tight up top. Tied for the lead. Riding town, of course, he was out of town yesterday. Rat Ortiz Jr. going for a third straight.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Gallibran asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Gunrunner is the sire of 13 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gun Pilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknife, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Sunday coverage from historic Saratoga Racecourse. You're watching Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2 as we get set for the late pick 4 coming up on this mellow Sunday afternoon. Called a post. And we'll start things off with Jimmy Bondrunner from the inside.
Ragnes has had outside trips in both of her starts coming back as a 4-year-old, and she finally draws inside, and I think she has her best chance to win today.
Boxed Wine, 14-1.
This one has a pretty dirtied up form. Her 2 races at this level, she's encountered some significant excuses.
Awesome check at 5-1, second off the bench coming out of that wild applause.
There are things to like about her. 5-1 is a very fair price.
Manny Franco will ride back. Interesting long shot here, Lakeside getaway for Michael Trombetta.
This one has good tactical speed. Was able to control the race last time and still managed to get beat, finishing 4th, but just only by a half a length.
Second time on the grass, and the first start was a win for Downtown Channel.
Yeah, 1-for-1, but it was a very fortunate trip against lesser. 10-1's an underlay.
Let's Connect has Lane Luzzy at a big price.
I'm going for this long shot pick here. I think this one had a tough trip last time, and she could spoil the show.
The favorite at 6-5, and this would mean a 4-win day for Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, she's really overbet at this point. She's had a lot of chances, but she is coming off a wide trip and moved soon into a pace that collapsed.
Rat Ortiz Jr. for Jorge Abreu in the 8-win bye. Here's the 9 Artemis Girl.
Yeah, she scored a huge price to Rager Maiden first time out, but has been disappointing this year.
Cantermachi Barn, we showed you the feature on the brothers. They have starts now.
Stepping up to the allowance level after winning a maiden claimer last time out.
And fresh off a win, here's Bunny Honey to Breaker Maiden.
A brilliant ride from post 12 by Rat Ortiz to Breaker Maiden against Lesser as the favorite.
And Poseidon's missed. Huge price on the outside will stretch out.
Another one that I think holds a strong hand in here at a big price. Second time on the grass and the first time routing on the grass.
Andy Serling going to put his bankroll to use here in the 8th.
Well, there's a crazy anomaly on the board right now. The 7 is 6-5. And first time forever, who was beaten a length and a quarter and arguably ran okay last time, but I don't think really ran significantly better than Boxed Wine, who finished a few lengths behind her. And also that race at 1 1/8, a little too far maybe for both of them, more so for Boxed Wine. Boxed Wine has improved subtly this year. She broke her maiden impressively in her first start as a 3-year-old. Then the next time out, she was really in bad position throughout the race, some of it due to breaking slowly. And then last time out, she was wide chasing a runoff leader in a race that collapsed. She made the first move and often the first move into a collapsing pace is the worst move a horse can make. And I'm not blaming Kendrick. He just got caught between a rock and a hard place. Now she draws inside. She's a very big price, so I'm going to try to get that bankroll positive with a $100 win bet on boxed wine, because let's face it, who doesn't love a boxed wine, Tom?
I like my wines on tap.
$2 Chuck is probably the
From a
most
box,
commonly
from a
known
spigot.
boxed wine. What do you guys think? Tom?
Look, I see what Andy's saying. We had that replay, and there's no question box wine moved too soon. But sometimes when that happens, it makes other horses move before they should too. So first time in forever, who's going to run second in this spot is going to make a premature move as well. And
But let me ask you a question. 7-5 versus 13-1.
No, I get it. I get it. I truly do. You know, and I know yours is the value play, and certainly that was a slow pace the time before for box wine. So I see where you're coming from. But I just want this horse first time in forever to win, so we can make more fun of you.
I got nothing against her. I picked her third. Picked her race 217.
I'm talking about your adult dating life. Come on, man. Stay in the game. You see where I'm going
You're
with this?
a little overly concerned about my dating life.
The thing I don't really love about first time in forever with a short price favorite like this, it seems like she has to have a particular trip. If she moves too early, she'll pay the price late. So the jockey has to be threading hairs and making sure he does everything perfect. There's no room for error. And in a big field, at such a short price, I think that vulnerability, I don't want nothing to do with that.
But staying with that thought, I mean, she's 3 lengths ahead of the third place finisher. The winner's not eligible for this race now. So she's the logical horse to step up and win this race based on how far she was clear of the rest of the field, which is significant on the turf, 3 lengths.
I don't think Rajiv is disagreeing that she's the horse to beat, but she's lost her last 4 starts at 9-5, 2-1, 4-5, and 6-5.
At this level.
And she's 7-5.
Three of them has been at this level.
Here. So I think there's just reasons that maybe she's just not a great bet at that price. I think that's what you're
Yeah,
saying.
I'm not saying she can't have an impact on the race or she can't win.
You said everything has to go her way.
Everything has to go
I don't
her
agree
way
with
for her to
that.
win.
I
and
think
that-
she's the best horse
Yeah,
in
I
the
don't think
field.
everything has to go her
Yeah,
own way.
I don't agree
but I
with
don't
that.
think she's a great gamble at this price. I mean, Tom's right. She did run well last time, and I also think a mile and an eighth. It should be noted, this is a mile and a 16th. A mile and an eighth. You can say only a 16th of a mile. It's a big 16th of a mile, especially for a horse that wants less distance because they're going to be more tired, and that horse came running. So she did run well, and she is the horse to beat.
Races
I
are
just
decided
feel like,
by
and I think you would think, if she were 5-2, I'd have no problem with somebody wanting to bet her in here. I would never bet her 7-5. That's
7-5 right now. Again, Pratt looking for number 4. Let's go back to Acacia.
I totally agree with that. I do think that she is arguably, as Tom said, the best horse in the race. For me, I think it's about timing it with her, with your favorite. And we'll see if Flavien Prat can get another one. But she is going to be a short price as far as the 2 boxed wine does go. And look, I love wine in all forms, but I have now made the move away from the boxed wine. But as far as the filly, great name, by the way, for a daughter of Vino Rosso, she too gets a little bit less ground from the mile and an eighth to the mile and a 16th, which I do think should suit her. She's one that I think has just taken a little bit of time to come into herself, to come into her fitness, and she looks incredibly fit and defined coming in here today for Phil Antonacci. And she ran on, I thought, last time out. I should say ran on in that middle move before flattening a bit, but that can really take it out of horses. It's very hard, especially for kind of distance turf horses, to kind of restart that rally. They have often what we talk about, that turn of foot, that acceleration like we just saw in the 2-year-old race. You don't necessarily see it in stop and starts. And so making a middle move, I think, kind of took some of the starch out of her. At a big price, she's certainly one that could run better in this spot, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. There is Kendrick in the background in those black and purple silks for Lindy Farms. Boxed wine. 12-1 right now, and the favorite in the foreground with Flavien Prat. So 6-5 has not moved away from favoritism.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, and it's a serious question. Does there become a point, if Flavien keeps winning races at this rate, when his horses start taking a little too much? I don't think this is Flavien money. I think this is just sort of, I think it's a very tough race. And what happens a lot of times, the betting public gravitates to the most logical horse, which, in my opinion, is the wrong way to go. If it was
lazy handicapping.
if it's a tough race, that means the favorite's vulnerable. Yet they're betting it like the favorite's not. Now, maybe the public just completely disagrees with me, and that's fair, but I think 6-5 is too short on her, even though she is the horse to beat.
See what happens here. It kicks off this late pick 4 on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Last few runners left to load. Let's Connect coming up. Bunny Honey and Frankie Dettori. And Poseidon's Mist. The Mr. Amore colors to the outside. Walks up. They're in the gate. And they're off. First time in forever broke well, but Busy Morning is a little bit quicker, as is Lakeside Getaway, and there's a scramble for the early lead. Starts now in the red colors, is up to battle as well. So it starts now, and Lakeside Getaway 1-2 into the first turn. Just in behind them, Awesome Check is third, and Busy Morning taken in hand fourth. Poseidon's Mist is on the outside. Rogna 6 lengths off the lead. Then Bunny Honey racing on the outside of Boxed Wine. It's another length back to First Time in Forever, who races toward the back of the field. Let's Connect is just outside of her as they swing on to the backstretch. Another 3 back to the 2 trailers downtown channel. And now at the back of the field is Artemis Girl. Opening quarter 23 and 4, Lakeside Getaway a length. Starts now, prompting in second. Poseidon's Mist is just off them, 2 off the pace in third. Down at the rail, a strong hold for Awesome Check with Busy Morning next. They're followed on the inside by Boxed Wine as they went a half in 48 and just under 4/5 seconds. Rogna is out in the center of the course. We'll have to go 4 wide around the far turn. Bunny Honey is next. First Time in Forever is 1 from the outside. In some traffic at this stage. Has about 6 lengths to make up. Maybe 8 or so at this stage, when she's finding a seam now, moving up inside of Let's Connect. Another 3 lengths back to downtown channel, and Artemis Girl, top of the stretch, and Lakeside Getaway tries to spurt away. Rogna in the center of the course, First Time in Forever, further out on the inside. It's been a good trip for Awesome Check, who's coming inside of her. Boxed Wine finds a seam late. Awesome Check coming after Lakeside Getaway. Awesome Check with good momentum on the inside. Awesome Check, and Manny Franco, beautiful ride, gets the money. Lakeside Getaway second, Boxed Wine was third. 3-way battle for fourth among First Time in Forever, Busy Morning, and starts now.
Awesome Check, second off the layoff, drop down in class and gets the win under Manny Franco.
Couldn't have got a more perfect trip by Manny, and it's a pace that really held together fairly well when you consider how Lakeside Getaway, who was 10-1, got it done. But Manny was in perfect position and got the job done. My 2 just a little bit short, finishing third.
Very logical horse here, but Manny Franco, that patient to sit on the inside. He was looking to try to angle out here around the 4. He was being kept in by the number 10, and then the rail just opened up when Lakeside Getaway drifted off the inside. Manny took full advantage of that, pointed his horse down towards that open space, and she finished it up from there.
Talk about class a lot, and it's such a general term, class, but class often refers to the company you keep and where you end up, and this race was such a different class level for Awesome Check. Shows here which the horse comes to the finish line in front.
And can we now agree that First Time Forever is a good horse to bet against at a short price?
Yeah, and you know what? I take back what I said. She does need the right trip. She was 4 or 5 wide around the far turn, made an average run on the outside. She had no excuse.
3, 4, 2, 7, Manny Franco for Horacio De Paz. Silks that have won a lot of races on this circuit over the last few decades. Barry Schwartz, and a 2-win day for Manny Franco. At 4-1 here on Awesome Check. Back to Tom's point, yeah, big drop in class here against oversubscribed, who was a little bit unlucky in the stake in the Lake George yesterday.
Yeah, probably should have won the race, but that's turf racing. I mean, you got to get the right trip sometimes, and sometimes you do, and sometimes you don't. And I think, Tom, to your point, one of the great things is a great product out there, the Daily Racing Forms Formulator. And with so many shippers that come here, I mean, we look at speed figures and we believe in their importance, but everybody sees speed figures. Everybody knows who the fastest horse is in a race, pretty much. So there's no advantage to that. But when you get so many shippers coming here and coming in from out of town, and you spoke about how well the Churchill horses are doing, which is true, using the DRF Formulator, you can take a chart and basically rip it apart. You can see who the horses are, who they've been running against, what their records are like, what they've done, how the races were run, and it gives you an idea.
I
And
have
it's
a question for
basically
you, Andy.
oddly class handicapping. And everybody got away from class handicapping
They did.
when speed figures
Speed-
came out.
and there were
But
speed
then,
handicappers.
because nobody had speed figures.
Right.
Now everybody has them, and you almost find yourself gravitating back a little bit towards class handicapping.
Go ahead, Rush.
I have a question for you when it comes to speed figures. So first time in forever, the number 7, she ran a 77 speed buyer last time out against allowance foes. And your winner, Awesome Check, she ran a 79 against stake horses. Isn't that 79 a much bigger figure compared to 77 since you did it against better competition?
Well, no. Actually, it's oddly it's a worse performance. Oddly, in a funny way, it's a similar performance. It's a couple of points. But what I would say is that Awesome Check, and she's 4-1 versus 7-5. Price compensates for a lot. You could say that Awesome Check earned that because there was an enormous pace in there. The pace that allowed the winner to get a 91 buyer, a figure she didn't run back to last time, because that fast pace made the end, the final time, faster. Whereas the 7 first time forever moved too soon, going a distance a little farther than she wants to go. So I would argue that maybe the 77 performance a little better than 79. It's splitting hairs, but I think it's a valid point to say, hey, she was 4-1 and she ran at least relatively as well.
We got to let Tom go. So you have a 2-year-old filly named Black Dog. We're going to see make her second career start. Real quick, what can you tell us?
Well, she had a trouble trip first time out. Broke pretty good. She didn't have a lot of speed in her debut, so she had to sit behind the pace. Down the backside going in the turn, a horse outside of her came over, made her check, come back, and then she had to swing to the outside down the lane. She was finishing very strongly. It was a good race to the naked eye, and she should benefit from it.
Can I have a quick question. Do you expect the horse to show more speed today?
Yes. I mean, just because it's her second start. A lot of times horses learn by doing, and I think she's not going to be in the first wave. But I think she'll be a horse that'll be, much closer than last time.
Not in the first wave, wiring the field.
Of luck. You're coming back, though, right?
I can't wait.
Okay.
I'll miss you.
Save this chair.
It's going to be hard to miss.
We will. We'll keep it warm.
Hopefully
for
coming
you.
back with the W.
Trust me,
Tom.
nobody wants to be in that chair.
Torpedo Anna, she just keeps on doing her thing. Even a bad break can't stop what she did in the coaching club American Oaks. What's next?
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. New York breds in race 8, and it was awesome. Check coming down to the wire to get the victory, and I'm happy to be joined by her trainer, Horacio De Paz. Horacio, she got back in with State Bred Company today after facing open stakes competition. What kind of class difference is that?
I mean, it's a big difference. Where she was running, she was coming out of stakes company, open company, so coming back to New York breds, just looking for a race to kind of give her a good win, kind of a boost. The last race, it was just kind of give her a race off the layoff. After her races last year in the Teppan, thought we had a nice horse, open company, so just trying to get her on a, see where we can go from here into, maybe bigger things.
And she got the win today, and like you said, she'd shown in the Teppan and even last time out as well that she could compete with some tougher open company. Has to be nice to have one like that in the barn.
Yeah, it is. Especially being a New York bred. She's by Mendelssohn, and when we put her on the grass, she really took a liking to it. So, and being able to run open company with the New York bred, got some fun things to look forward to.
And she finished nicely today. Manny Franco set down on her. She had that kick for him when asked.
Yeah, she did, and he said the distance is much better for her, maybe a little bit longer as well, but she was closer to the pace without having to use her, and, got a great spot.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Horacio De Paz, Greg, off to a very good start at this meet.
Yes, he is, and awesome check. Yeah, this is a big drop. Lot tougher company the last couple of starts.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of horses. I mean, it's New York breds, but open also. You can go in non-winners of one if you're trying these stake races. There aren't allowance races really for 2-year-olds in the turf.
Well, you said something, New York bred. This is our second turf race against New York breds, and she's won both. She's undefeated against New York breds on the grass.
Time for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. We heard earlier on the program in an interview with Chad Brown about Kiss Me Slow. She'll have the rail. She's coming off the quickest of 147 workers in the morning back on July 14th. That was a gate drill where she blazed the quickest path forward. Flavian Pratt will be aboard.
And I'll tell you something interesting about this horse. I could be wrong, but I feel like this is the first horse that Chad Brown's ever saddled for St. Elias Stable, Vinnie Viola's St. Elias Stable. Todd Pletcher's had a lot of the horses. Great Liam's Map for those connections, and I think this is the first one I can remember. Chad hasn't run that many 2-year-olds, and I believe it's the first time I had horses, so sure you want to win for the first one.
And Vinny's wife, Teresa, the dam's name is Teresa Z. This is a
Clearly
homebred.
Yeah. Dam was good, going long, but good.
Real quick, I know we're going to step away for another segment here. Look who's the favorite. Black Dog Tom Amos, 9-5 right now.
Do you think it's because they see him on the show and they feel sorry for him?
Feel sorry for the terrific meet he's having?
3 wins.
I think you mean, I get it. Feel sorry that he has to sit next to you the whole meet.
Correct. 3 wins in 9 days, by the way. I mean, laugh all you want. That's on par for 13 wins. You come to Saratoga, you're Tom Amos, you probably think, if I could win 5 races at the meet, I'll be happy. Now, every time you win one, your thoughts go a little higher, but Tom is having, I give Tom a hard time, but Tom's a great trainer, and he's having a great meet, and love to see it.
Speaking of having not just a great meet, but a great year, this 3-year-old filly, who proved again there's no questioning she is the queen of this division, does not get out of the gate. Well, she hops at the start, and Raj, it doesn't matter.
We talked about this with her, man. What is so amazing about her is her ability to overcome adversity. Things doesn't have to go her own way. A lot of times, almost all the races, nothing really goes her way. She gets pressed in some races, she breaks slow, she gets wide trips, and she wins. And not only does she win, she does this, dominate.
And I think it's also important to note, and I completely agree with you, she has not had a single race this year where she's had a great trip. She has been dominant. And she's not beating bad horses. There were 2 Grade 1 winners behind her in this race.
She makes him look bad.
She buried a champion and tried to duel with her last time. She's beating good horses and making them look like bad horses.
Named after this young lady right here who has collected a lot of hardware for what she does in the swimming pool as well. Enjoying the action. I believe was not able to witness that Acorn win because she was at a swim meet. Got to enjoy this one though.
Yeah, it's cool. I love the story. Horses get named after people, and most of the time, it just doesn't work out very well. This one did. Great story.
Usually when they're named after me or Andy, they're slow, but
well, they're like us.
When you see her hop in the air like that, you know, sometimes when the gates open, a horse might get a little bit in tight by the rival. She has a horses to her left and horses to her right, and it seemed like she just didn't want to be squeezed between, and she overreacted by jumping upwards. But then once she got her in gear, it was really much over.
And the funny thing about it is, knowing how good she is, even when that happened, I don't think too many of us expected her to lose. And we've all seen a lot of good horses over the years that have done things like that at the gate, Rajiv, that have lost races they were supposed to win. At the end, you say, well, she finished second, but she was best, or he was best if they didn't blow the brake. With this horse, I don't even think any of us considered it to be a real problem when she got left like that.
And especially for the guy on her back, Brian Hernandez, he didn't do anything unorthodox when that happened. He didn't panic. He just kind of played it, the hand he was dealt after that, and that's one of the things that makes him format so well with her.
So last 4 starts now, all wins by 18 3/4 lengths. She is sensational. She's been dominant against her own division. Off what you saw in that performance, I'll start with you, Andy. Does she deserve a chance to go against the boys in the DraftKings Travers?
I don't look at things that way. I obviously, listen, if she runs in the Travers, whether she'll be the favorite or not, she'll be one of the favorites. So I can understand running there isn't necessarily the wrong choice. Maybe I'm just gutless and I'd run in the Alabama and keep beating up on the girls and think like a race in the Travers would be tough on her. But I understand the appeal of wanting to go there. And obviously, if she goes there, it's a great story. And frankly, for us at Naira, go to the Travers, it's a great story. And they'll all run in the Alabama if she doesn't go. Because everybody will go, oh, thank God, a big race without Torpedo Anna in it? I'm in.
Someone else could be a benefactor. But also, you know, virtually speaking, I think she's pretty much wrapped up the 3-year-old division for fillies and the championship. I don't see her getting beat in that department. So, you know, as a fan of the sport, I want to see her in the Travers. There would be no better race for this year than seeing these 3-year-olds that are vying for the championship, the Colts, and then Torpedo Anna mixed in there in the Travers.
She doesn't really have anything left to prove against this 3-year-old
filly.
filly.
Well, wait a second. First of all, the Travers is a great race whether she runs in it or not. And this 3-year-old division needs to sort of settle the score, though Dornoch is right now the clear leader of that division. But things can change. So the Travers is a great race without her. It becomes a much more exciting, more interesting story if she runs it. And you say, what does she have to prove? Well, she can just keep proving she can dominate those horses. I don't know. The Alabama is one of the most important historical races in the country. So I don't think running there is like a consolation prize.
I didn't say that. No one's saying that.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to come down to
Kenny McPeak feels she's that good that he wants to prove that she can beat the boys.
I mean, when it comes down to it is, after that weekend is done, after the Travers is run, if Kenny McPeak loses the Travers with her and doesn't win the Alabama, would it be something that he regrets?
If she does show up there, she's going to meet the Belmont Stakes winner and the Naira Bet Haskell winner, Dornick, who, as Andy said, off that performance Saturday, right now is the leader of this division.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Naira Betts Haskell runs Saturday in Oceanport. Some great names have gotten their picture taken in that race. Serena's Song, Skip Away, or Emblem, who tried to complete a Triple Crown and then stumbled out of the gate but rebounded in the Haskell. Big Brown, who had a Triple Crown on the line in the Belmont. The great Rachel Alexander. As good as we're talking about Torpedo Anna, we're not quite putting her in that level right now.
No.
And then the Triple Crown champ, American Pharaoh, who came out of that race to get beat in the Travers.
Skip Away, one of the all-time great horses.
Let's take a look at what happened in this Naira Betts Haskell Saturday at Monmouth Park. Dornick proved that was no one-hit wonder.
Yeah, Dornock, man. When we talk about a horse that's gritty, resilient, he puts it on display. This horse wears his heart on his sleeves. He's been challenged up front by Timberlake, highly regarded horse, and even almost seems like he was passed by Mindframe, who sat off him and got the momentum going on the outside, and he just changes gears and finds extra.
We've seen this from him now time and again, Andy. He is an absolute fighter.
Sierra Leone had him beat in the Remsen. He came back. Mindframe could have beaten him in the Travers. And the thing about Mindframe, and I want to talk about it in a second, the Belmont, no, in the Belmont, he was getting away from Mindframe late in the race. He wasn't getting to a Mindframe after he straightened out. And aside from Dornick, who I believe has now established himself as the leader of the division. He wins the Belmont Stakes, he wins the Haskell, he is the leader. In a division looking for a leader, he's the leader right now. Now, that could change, but he's the leader now. I'm a little concerned with the fact that Mindframe, he's bearing out in the stretch. I mean, you talked about him doing it sharply from the whip, but he's drifting out in the middle of the racetrack here, too, wasn't he, Raj?
Well, and I talked to Irad Ortiz after the race. He said, Raj, the reason why I went outside is I didn't want to engage Dornock, because he didn't want to have him propel, because he knows how resilient Dornock is. So he was trying. It didn't matter. You know, Dornock is one. If I was going to get into a bar fight and I'm going to be outnumbered, I want a guy like a Dornock to be my buddy.
Your guy is Migliori.
Migliori, he's the Dornock.
Look at your 3-year-old male Grade 1 winners in 2024. And you look at that list, and we're going to see the 2-year-old champ come back next week, Jim Dandy. He still has the blowout, biggest race that any 3-year-old has run this year in that Florida Derby. We'll see if he can get back to that or not. Sierra Leone probably, even with Dornick's win, would you say he's been the most consistent 3-year-old at the highest level?
Right, but unfortunately now consistently behaving badly in the stretch and losing. But what he really also has, if you think about the horses that are potentially assembling for the Travers, and if you throw in Torpedo Anna, it even adds a little bit more. There's going to be a heck of a lot of pace in this race, and that's going to help.
And let's go back to Torpedo Anna for just a minute. And you talk about McPeak's intention, why he would want to make a move like that. If she doesn't run in the Travers, does she have any chance at all of Horse of the Year?
100% she does. I'm not sure you make that decision based on being Horse of the Year. She's a broodmare. She's worth a fortune anyway, whether she becomes Horse of the Year. She's not standing at stud. She doesn't have that big pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Sure. I mean, a lot of things can happen. Another 3-year-old emerges and wins the Travers. That whole division ends up in sort of, just sort of random. There's no outstanding older horse. And if she had a win-out campaign with the 3-year-old fillies, I think she'd have an argument for it.
Let me add this, Andy. I believe it's great for the sport as an attraction to see a horse like Torpedo Anna, filly like her, take on the boys in the Travers. One that I believe can win the Travers would be a major impact on it. Okay. I think it's just a great attraction.
I think it's a great attraction, too. I'm going to tell you something. You know what else is a great attraction?
Disney
Saratoga
World.
On Travers Day. Now, I don't disagree with it. It'll be a great story. We'll have a lot of fun telling it on the show, and I'm all for it. But we're going to have an amazing Travers, whether she runs or not.
Oh, no question.
And that's clear. And the other thing is, everybody said, we need a Triple Crown winner to save the game. Did things really change after American Pharaoh won the Triple Crown?
Yeah,
Did they change after Justify?
Okay. Regardless, she's a superstar wherever she winds up.
That's all fine, but I don't think it's going to save or change the game. Travers Day at Saratoga, you've been here for a lot of them. It's a great day.
Oh,
it'll be more exciting if she's here. I don't deny it, and it's a fun story, and I'd love to tell it. But let's not say she needs to run in there for Travers Day to be a great day.
This 9th race, 6 furlongs. It's a maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies. And Tom Amos with his second-time starter, the 3 Black Dog, right now the favorite. Let's go to Acacia.
And Black Dog, a major player in here. We'll save her for trackside and take a look first at the two first-time starters in contrast to the other Phillies 2-year-old race, which was on the turf with a lot of firsters. More with experience in this race, but starting things off with the one Kiss Me Slow. Poor Chad Brown, who, as you heard him earlier, talking about the way that she's been training coming into this. Her last workout was from the gate, in which you can watch on XVTV, and notice that she did break a touch sharper than her mate off script, who's in on the 26th. And I thought they were going pretty evenly together with these workouts. You do like to see your 2-year-olds finish together so you can see them in company and how they match up. And she was moving beautifully in the mornings. The dam was a multiple graded stakes winner, Teresa Z, who was quite versatile and did win at 2 as well. A horse that definitely has a lot of power and substance, just as Chad alluded to, a typical Into Mischief build where they are quite broad in the way that they're put together. She's been very professional in here. The 7 immersive debuts for Brad Cox, and while the dam won on turf and dirt, the second dam is multiple graded stakes winner Dubai Escapade, who won the Ballerina here at Saratoga, and there's plenty of pedigree in the second generation. She is dabbled out from head to toe. Very, very fit looking coming in here. Though the workout report, according to the DRF workout report, not overly encouraging as far as how she's been doing in her competition in the mornings. But just looking at her here in the paddock, she looks sensational for this debut. Just with my eyes, as Manny Franco will look for another one. Now taking a look at some with experience, the 4 Double Cappuccino does get blinkers on, as she did chase Complexion in that debut, who was well bet, and then did disappoint in the Schuylerville after those antics at the gate. But this is a horse who just looked like she was out-footed and stuck chasing. She was lugging in a little bit late. She was just a bit green throughout. And I remember, too, that she was pretty bad behind the starting gate, getting really revved up. She was sharp once they put the tack on her, but short cheater cut blinkers do go on, and hopefully that will add a little bit more professionalism throughout the running of the race. I do wish she'd strengthened up behind just a little bit more coming in her second start, but I do think the equipment change should help her. Now the number 6 Salted out of Salty, filly who I absolutely loved throughout her career. While Salted looks like Tappet in her coloring, she's built like Salty. She is broad, she is powerful, particularly behind the saddle. She last time out was not the quickest out of the gate, but kind of hustled up and was dueling on the front end, flattening to second best. She definitely got a lot out of that race and should be tougher coming in her second start for Mark Cassie. Greg?
Acacia, thanks. And there's the Tom Amos filly, and it's Tom's filly, and the one Acacia was just talking about, the 6 Salted, they're taking the most money on the board. And they each have a start under their belt, and they came at Churchill Downs. We've seen these Churchill Downs horses having a lot of success here, Andy, at the meet.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I asked Tom about showing more speed is I felt like it was kind of a rhetorical question. It just seems so frequently, Rajiv, that a horse runs first time out, and they don't have a lot of speed, and they close, and then second time out, they're just more professional. They come popping out of the gate. And I'm not saying it's going to be in front, but I think it's going to be more engaged today.
Well, that's a valid statement, because they learn something from breaking, and now they get a race experience. It does a lot for them. And one of the cool things about this 2-year-old race, as opposed to most of the 2-year-old races that we've seen, is more than half the field here has had experience running, so we get a little bit of a form line. Most of the 2-year-old races that we've seen so far, the vast majority of the field are debuting.
Post parade here coming up. That 8 Spun Candy, another one with a race under her belt for Dallas Stewart. Dallas Stewart has come with some live 2-year-olds early on at this meet.
Yeah, I'd be more interested in 2-year-olds like the 4 Double Cappuccino, who was wide against a good rail. The 5 Trading Secrets, who broke slowly for Wayne Lucas. Spun Candy, horses that ran like they can improve, as opposed to Salted, who was a heavy favorite and disappointed.
Start things off with Kiss Me Slow. Chad Brown, first-time starter from the rail with a hot hand today.
Got some pedigree to run here and going out for a barn. It's firing all cylinders right now.
Lavian Pradigan looking for number 4, Laughing Lady for Anthony Dutrow.
This one is my pick in here at the 10-1 now. Debuted on the turf, switching to the dirt, which I think is going to be her preferred, better surface.
Yeah, bullet dirt drill as well out of the gate. Here's Black Dog for Tom Amos, the favorite.
Yeah, she ended up being my top choice in here. Thought she ran well enough that she could improve second time and win for Tom.
Double cappuccino. She took money against the highly regarded Complexion in the debut.
It was always in chase mode in that race behind Quick Complexion. Now she gets blinkers on, a bit more experience. Expect her to be a more forward and engaged.
Price 6-1.
D. Wayne Lucas and a filly with experience.
You get in trouble throwing out Wayne Lucas second-time starters up here, especially. $800,000. I wish she did a little more running after breaking slowly.
Here's Salted, Mark Casse, second-time starter that was odds-on in the debut.
Duel with the winner, who shrugged her off and pulled away from her at the end, but it was a debut that you expected to move forward off of.
Surprising to see a Brad Cox first-time starter this kind of number.
Second dam of this horse won the Ballerina Dubai Escapade with a 115 buyer and was some kind of runner, but not getting bet that heavily, huh?
And Spun Candy outside the Dallas Stewart second-time starter.
One that I expect to improve with a race under her belt. She was doing her best running later in the race. She get an extra furlong to run at today.
All right, well, Tom Amos told us, you know, if you're a trip handicapper, you're going to like what you saw first time out with Black Dog. Let's take a look at what he was talking about, Andy.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't think that she had some sort of monster trip in there. I mean, she was too wide in the turn. She angled out in the stretch. And I thought she just ran like a horse that probably would improve in her second start. I don't think she had a bad trip here, Rajiv.
And there's something for me, the way I look at this race. They went the first quarter in 21. They were rocketing up front. Now, the leader held on to win wire to wire, but she wasn't really just grinding her gears getting there. And, you know, while she did put in an okay run, I think it seems exaggerated because the pace went fast up front and they were kind of slowing down in the end.
She has been favored throughout. And, you know, a little surprising when you have these big gun barns here. You have Chad Brown with a first-time starter. You have Todd Pletcher with a horse who took a lot of money against a filly who was a sister to the big-time Jack Christopher, multiple Grade 1 winner.
And I think that horse Complexion was about 7 or 8 to 5, if memory serves me right. And that was a day where saving ground, being on the inside, was an advantage. The horses in the dirt race that saved ground did well. The horses that were wide did not. And Double Cappuccino was a good 4 or 5 wide in that race. And she didn't run well, but she didn't run that badly. And I think 6-1 is a very square price on her. You know, this is one with Irad Ortiz they're not going crazy for, and I think she may be better than that.
Talking about the 4 there, yeah, Double Cappuccino, second time out for Todd Pletcher. There's the 6. Salted at 7-2. So, you know, a lot of times you can just toss that debut effort out. We'll see if we get a better accounting of, you know, what was probably expected in the debut for Salted.
Yeah, no, you're right. A lot of times, but you know, you think of, I just feel like she was bet like iron, 4 to 5, right? She dueled with the winner of that race and got completely dusted. Her dam is very, very good, Salty. She finished behind Abel Tasman in the Acorn. She's a very talented horse. But I felt like this horse massively disappointed. On the other hand, if you like her, seems like all Mark Casse's horses are running well, Raj.
Hey, you talk about high-profile connections in here. Mark Casse is off to a hot start at the meet, so everything that he runs has to be taken with consideration.
38% coming into today. 6 winners already through the first 8 days of the meet. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Yeah, it's been incredible, and I do think we're going to see a better performance from Salted in here today. But taking a look at Tom Amos's horse and Black Dog, that second-time starter, who we talked about her first race, and she did get a strong solo warm-up from Tyler Gaffleone. I do think that she will be a bit more forwardly placed, and when he took her away from the pony, she started kind of doing what she's doing now and throwing her head up a little bit and just getting a bit more excited out there, which I was actually glad to see because she was pretty quiet back in the paddock. She was professional, not doing anything wrong, but I do like to see that she's really perked up a lot. She looks tremendous coming in here in her second start, really, really fit and well conditioned, as all of Tom's horses are, and have been well spotted at this meet. But the number 8, Spun Candy, another second-time starter. What I noticed about her first race is that she had her head kind of turned to the outside the first few starts. She never looked comfortable early on. Then she was lugging in late, hanging on her left lead, and she did finish with a little bit of run. It's hard to tell on watching a video what kind of equipment they wear sometimes, but she is outfitted with a ring bit, which will give jockey Luis Sayas control and help a bit more with keeping her head straight and giving her a little bit more steering. She worked 10 flat at the OBS March 2-year-old sale, and the dam's actually sister to graded stakes winner Fat Man, who was very good kind of around those one-turn elongated sprint races. I liked the warm-up from Spun Candy as well, and I think she's going to be stronger and hopefully straighter second time out, Craig.
Right now, 11-1. There she is, the 8 filly for Dallas Stewart, who's made some noise already with his 2-year-olds at this meet with some Louisiana breds.
And yeah, Dallas Stewart is really, horses are really performing well, and I think this one has the right to step forward off that race. She was only beaten 5.5 lengths. She gets an extra furlong to run at, and in these races with these young horses, I kind of like being on the outside post here with a horse that's going to be coming from off the pace, because that means that she doesn't have to face too much dirt being thrown back in her face or being in any tight position early, kind of get her into a rhythm.
Go ahead. It was a race where the pace held together, so it's a little bit against it. Broke a little bit slowly. Some sort of mixed signals from how good the race was, though, with some of the performance out of the race.
The last 9 years, it's been the Ortiz brothers who've won this meet. Only one rider, that guy right there, Luis Saez, is the only other rider to win a meet. Uncharacteristically very slow start for him. This is someone who's going to win a lot of races this summer, you would think.
I'll tell you something. I love Luis as a rider when he's aggressive. I feel as though he's gotten a little bit away from his bread and butter of being aggressive, and he took advantage of circumstances by being aggressive. And I see him far too often being passive when he could be aggressive. And I want to see Luis get back to that aggressive riding. I think he can put this lousy start to the meet behind him if he starts riding more aggressively. Dance with the girl that brought you there, Raj.
Well, let's talk about lousy start. We have to take things in relativity, because first of all, he won the Haskell yesterday, rode a heck of a race.
That was at Monmouth. I'm talking about Saratoga.
And he's not riding a lot of live horses like he was the prior meet, I believe. He's riding many long shots.
I don't think he's riding well here. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe he's riding well here. I think he's too good a rider to be riding the way he's riding here. That's my opinion.
Well, I think everyone expects him to start getting his picture taken a little bit more. Just a quiet start for him. We'll see if things pick up. Favorite, it's been Black Dog for Tom Amoss, the second-time starter, the 3, with Tyler Gaffleone throughout. We'll see what happens here in the 9th. 2-year-old filly sprinting 6 furlongs. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Here's Double Cappuccino coming up. And the last one will be Spun Candy. Hesitates. They're in the gate. And they're off. Spun Candy was out very quickly. Laughing Lady has good speed too. 2 lengths back to Immersive, who comes away in 3rd. Then it's Black Dog 4th in the early stages, followed by Kiss Me Slow. Double Cappuccino is racing on the inside of Trading Secrets. One of those stumbled, and another 3 back to Salted, who trails. It's Spun Candy on the outside, and Laughing Lady moving into the far turn through an opening quarter in 22 3/5 seconds, with Immersive just off them in 3rd. Black Dog is 4th with 3 furlongs to run, has 5 to make up. A long way back, Salted has made a little bit of headway. Racing on the inside of Double Cappuccino, Kiss Me Slow, and Trading Secrets. 1/4 mile to go, and here's Immersive. Immersive ranging up on the outside of Spun Candy, who's tough along the inside. Spun Candy digs in, Immersive alongside. These two have it to themselves thus far. Center of the track, the Gray Salted is wide but closing, and Black Dog is in 4th. 16th pole, Immersive wrests the lead away from Spun Candy and opens up. It's Immersive, and she'll win it by 3. Salted, a good rally into 2nd. Spun Candy was 3rd. And Kiss Me Slow, who was well behind, picked it up nicely late for 4th. That is another for Manny Franco.
Immersive, a filly with big pedigree for one of the top barns in the country, somehow goes off double-digit odds.
Horse didn't take any money, going out for Godolphin and Brad Cox, and kind of looked like a winner most of the race, Rajiv.
Well, the professionalism that she showed was amazing, because she ran like a horse that had experience. She didn't act like a debuter. She broke sharp from the gate, always was traveling well for Manny Franco, perched perfectly outside of 2 dueling pace setters, who Spun Candy hung in there, ran a great race to be 3rd. but Immersive just really polished debut.
And that's 3 wins today for Manny.
So 10-1 winner, and we should talk about Salted in here. Winds up getting second. Keep your eyes on the 6 out of the gate.
Yeah, she took a pretty significant stumble coming out of the gate, losing her footing, and that made her get shuffled all the way back to last.
I was wrong about her. She should have won
ran
this
big.
race. She should have won this race. It's a good point.
7-6-8-1. She flies late to get second as she rolls by Spun Candy, and we did see a more aggressive Luis Saez, at least in this race.
He was, and I love seeing it. And I don't care. The horse ran well to be third here. And you know what? He got the best he could have gotten out of it. I want to see that Luis Saez that we know and love.
But it's Immersive, Manny Franco, Godolphin homebred, and trainer Brad Cox with a talented debut 2-year-old filly. We just don't see this barn pay this kind of price very often. You get it here. That's the beauty of Saratoga. So much depth in all these fields. We'll be back right after this.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage on this Sunday afternoon here on Fox Sports 2. What colors will that canoe be painted in after the Draft King Travers? Potentially in the colors of a filly. We'll wait and find out in late August. Back here in the 9th, first-time starter for Brad Cox and Godolphin with a talented 2-year-old filly. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm here with winning rider Manny Franco, who gets his 3rd win today. Manny, as far as this filly does go and Immersive, you had her kind of in that perfect spot up close. How important was it to get positioned with that first-time starter?
I think it's very important to any first-timer. I mean, if you break good and you are able to give him a clean face, it's perfect because I think they're going to be in a good rhythm. And that was this filly did, you know, she was in a good rhythm. Those 2 horses was in front. I was able to, you know, give it a chance, and she come running when I asked her.
She's still obviously figuring things out to drift out just a touch when you went left-handed as well. When you have young horses that are still learning their lessons, what are some of the things you keep in mind, particularly in those moments in the stretch?
Sometimes when you hit her, you have to be careful, but at the same time it's hard for me because it's, the adrenaline is right there. I want to win the race, but yeah, you gotta be gentleman with them sometimes. So I think that's my opinion.
And you did a good job with her and getting to the winner's circle today for your third win this afternoon, picking up a multi-win Sunday. I know, as we've talked about, special wins up at the spa, but what for those people watching who maybe don't watch racing all the time, how hard is it to have multiple wins on a day up at Saratoga in the summer?
It's not easy, and I mean, even here it is harder because I think here is the best colony of riders right now, and everybody is here trying to win, and you just have to, get the most of your opportunities and try to get it done, I think.
Did you enjoy doing Kart Talk with Jonathan Kinchin, by the way?
Oh, definitely, yeah, it was fun.
I love to see it. Congratulations here, Manny.
Thank you, Acacia.
Greg?
3-win day for Manny Franco. He's got 8 overall now at the meet, and he's got still 2 more chances to come on this Sunday afternoon as our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day goes to Manny on a first-time starter that pays $22.80.
And if he gets Moore's Law to win, he should actually just give him the Angel Cordero title if he can get him to win the race. He's very live in the last on Neural
Moore's
Network.
Law is interesting.
But you know the things for me when I was riding is when you get on a roll like this, you actually don't want it to be Sunday and have 2 days off because, Manny win 2 races yesterday. He won 3 today. I'm sure if they had races tomorrow and he could ride, he would want to be riding.
To be fair, do you think he's happy or sad he doesn't have to go to Finger Lakes again like he did last week?
If he's going to go ride 8 to 5 shots in the New York Oaks,
yes.
he's going to be jumping on that party bus, no
I don't
problem.
think there are the New York Derby or New York Oaks are tomorrow at Finger Lakes.
Well, I'm saying that kind
you
of races.
Maybe pick him up a couple bounds. You want to drive him there?
Yeah, I'll be your Finger Lakes agent on Mondays and Tuesdays. Let's keep the show rolling.
Well, we're going to see Manny in the next race. Again, on a long shot, it's Moore's Law's next 2 mounts for Chad Brown. A horse who is... That was a tough entry-level allowance last start, but no question, there's some other tough horses he has to go against in here. Black Rain right now for Todd Pletcher, the 9-5 favorite.
If you think the race is going to fall apart, Moore's Law is your horse for sure because he comes from well back. I have some questions about Black Rain, and not saying he shouldn't be the favorite here, but how far does he really want to go? Yeah, there's a scratch, so it'll be a little easier to get over, but I don't see this horse just controlling the race. Do you?
I mean, this race, I don't just see him controlling the race because Seeking Unity has some speed. I believe they'll use the speed. And, Flavian is one of those jockeys that he doesn't give up anything that comes easily. And Bridge Commander also has a bit of speed.
He's got to prove he can do it at 1 1/8 as well. Lightly raced horse. We're going to look back at the Week 2 stakes, including this upset score, one of the many wins first couple of weeks for trainer Mark Casse. Pounce in the Lake George. Stay with us.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Facing Tipton New York bred yearlings, showcasing New York's finest yearlings. Recent grads include Grade 1 winner Therapist and graded stakes winner Mo Plex. Plus 2023 New York bred champions Kara's Time, Dr. Ardito, Silver Skillet, and the Wine Steward. This year, over $65 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Facing Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 11th and 12th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winter Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
My Shady Lady, a clear-cut second. My Shady Lady makes a move now after Sahana. Shady Lady and Javier Castellano. Home free, opening up through the stretch. The big torpedo wastes no time going straight to the front. The big torpedo has been all alone on the front end. The big torpedo shot them down. He is all alone. Wins it by 5. Flavian Pratt and Unmatched Wisdom showing the way. Unmatched Wisdom, Corporate Power, they come to the top of the stretch together. Unmatched Wisdom remains undefeated with a wire-to-wire win in the Curlin. Pounce is making a move in between horses. Center of the course, Pounce and oversubscribed is threading through traffic. It is Pounce in the late stages, and Pounce pulls away to win it by a length. And they're off in the Coaching Club American Oaks, and Torpedo Anna hopped in the air and is last. Torpedo Anna comes right to her in second. Torpedo Anna, who is yet to be set down. She's asked to go now. They're at the top of the stretch, and Torpedo Anna has a 3-length lead, but it's all Torpedo Anna. The leader of the division is simply spectacular in the Coaching Club American Oaks. She'll win for fun.
Incredible week of action here at the most competitive meet there is in this sport, highlighted by the queen of the 3-year-old filly division, Torpedo Anna, in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Everyone waiting to see what will be that next move from her. Will she face the boys in the Travers? Will she go to the Alabama? But some other terrific performances as well, including Pounce with that upset score in the Lake George. Unmatched Wisdom, who's now is going to be headed to the Travers also.
99 buyer for him. Dornick, just to put in comparison, a 103 buyer. They won the Haskell yesterday. He's an up-and-comer, and maybe he can be the second horse to win the Curlin in the Travers.
How fortunate are we to be able to see these horses run week in and week out at Saratoga? Just star-studded lineups every day. It doesn't matter if it's a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday or Sunday.
We saw a 2-year-old filly today that could be a major contender for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. Every day in Saratoga, the possibility exists that you will see something special, because quite frequently you do.
Let's take a look back at yesterday's Grade 3 Lake George. Chad Browning won 5 in a row, came close to getting 6 in a row, but Pounce able to get the win here for Mark Cassey with Dylan Davis. A 4-win day for Dylan.
He gave his horse a great ride, Raj. He rode. He didn't get lucky to win those races, Rajiv. He rode great.
Oh, he was perfectly executing his mounts. And I was trying to, when I was trying to decide who to make the ride of the week for this week, this was on the short list.
I would make the last race yesterday the ride of the week. He gave that horse a fabulous ride. Take a look at that race.
What about his ride earlier on the Ray Handel trainee? That broke slow, stayed on the inside, tipped out. He's, just talking about perfect ride.
That was a great. No, you're right. The fight in the turf sprint. That was a great ride. 100%. Absolutely. He was on top of his game yesterday.
Dylan is one of those jockeys that he always knew his talent, but I think now other people are starting to see what he brings to the table as a jockey.
We've talked about him a lot, Andy, over the past few years, and really that first Group 1 win came for Christophe Clement when he got that big opportunity out of the country, and we've seen him really evolve, and now to have a start like this, and it started on opening day with a 2-win day, including the feature on a 44-1 shot, but he's got a feel now like, well, I've really arrived.
Yeah, and I mean, and he's not riding short-priced horses to win these races. These horses are prices, and he's doing every single thing right to get them to victory, and that's the best thing a rider can do.
And it's more so for the people that give you opportunities, like the owners and trainers, for them to start having confidence in Dylan, because there's a lot of times in the past, he's been on horses that have quality, and then he gets shuffled off for other bigger name riders at the time. And I feel like his start to the meet will help cement him retaining some of those top mounts.
Yeah, so important to start with momentum at the Saratoga meeting. Dylan Davis has certainly done that. Coming up next, we're going to see Black Rain back in action for Todd Pletcher. Impressive maiden win to end his 3-year-old season. And then he was second to a pretty good one named General Partner in his 4-year-old return. Stay with us. We'll have the post parade next.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Fifth.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage at this special racetrack here in upstate New York, race 10. Coming up in about 12 minutes here, an entry-level allowance race at 1 1/8 where the favorite throughout has been Black Rain, the 8-horse from an outside post making the second start of his 4-year-old campaign for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. There's a look at him. Let's go to Acacia.
And it's fun seeing Black Rain back, and we'll see if he can build off of that big race last time out in which he was second to General Partner with that 92 Beyer speed figure. Now, I do think that it should be noted that he did use his early speed that day, and we did see that week during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival some big Beyer speed figures with horses that were forwardly placed, Arthur's Ride namely coming to mind. That said, this is a horse that obviously does have some ability. I haven't seen him since his debut, so I can't compare with what he was like last time out, but I was really not a fan of him as a 3-year-old when he first started his career. He was a horse that just wasn't the smoothest mover. He was pretty bad about switching his leads. He was just a little bit awkward in his races. He's definitely filled out and strengthened up a lot, especially now coming in off his second race as a 4-year-old. And again, he was hard-assed from the rail last time out to set the pace and second best to General Partner, but we did see the 3rd place finisher assume 3-0 come back and win yesterday at Colonial. So I'll watch Black Rain warming up, but as far as what I see from him in the paddock, we have seen that progression from 3 to 4. Now, the number 6 Rocketeer is a lightly raced 3-year-old, and he is coming out of the Grade 3 Matt win, which was won by Society Man last time out. So right into the deep end for him, and he was 4 wide early on top of the pace last time out and actually moved and took the lead, only to get run down late. So an early move and not the smoothest of trips for him that afternoon. It's my first time seeing him, but looking at him, he's a horse that wouldn't initially scream 9 furlongs, but he's by Curlin, and even sometimes when the smaller Curlin, they just have that stamina and that build, and he's incredibly strong and powerful looking, which I really do appreciate. And obviously coming out of a Grade 3 try, he does have to run against some tough older horses and face older for the first time in here, but he's clearly a horse that has ability, and we'll see if he gets a smoother run today, Greg.
See what happens here with Rocketeer. Thank you, Acacia. There's a look at him. Career start number 4, and he'll be tackling older company for the first time in his career.
Listen, I'm not going to get in a soapbox against anybody here, but is he really that good, Tom?
I don't know. This is the first race off a layoff at Keeneland in the slop, going a little shorter at 1 mile and a 16th. And the thing you're going to have to ask yourself when it comes to Rocketeer, the 6 horse, is does he really want more distance? Does he want that mile and 8?
He seems like his last 2 starts. He's wanted less distance, and I know it was the Matt win last time, but I don't think anybody there is that strong. And like you say, he just keeps losing distance in his races. I just think there's better bets in this race than him.
And he's, not to mention, a lot of questions he has to answer, and he's a short price.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, I'm not Black Rain's biggest fan in here. I wonder if he really wants the 1 mile and 1/8.
Well, let's take a look at him in action. This was Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week. His 4-year-old return, he had to face a pretty good one named General Partner.
Yeah, General Partner, who was second in the Champagne, was coming back and working very well going the race. And he ran the best career Beyer speed figure he ever ran, the best number. I don't know the numbers you look at, but another number I look at has him running his best number. Yes, Tom?
Yeah, but I mean, look, this last part of the race right through here, he's not getting there. They know
Right.
that. They're just kind of hand riding to the wire. First race, since what, September that race was? So, I mean, a horse that really stands a chance.
He's the horse. I would rather bet this horse at 8 to 5 than the 6 at 2 to 1.
I agree with that.
Raj, you feel differently?
I mean, no, I picked the 6 as my top pick, so I'm not going to
don't
say
agree.
that. But I don't think that 8 to 5. I think 8 to 5 is a fair price for him. I think that's about where I expect him to go off, and that's probably where I would toggle with him. I believe he's the most likely winner if he duplicates that last race. It was a solid race chasing General Partner.
So then why do you like the 6 over him at a very similar price?
I think the six is 2 to 1, very similar price. But I like the fact that the 6 ran against graded stake competition last time and comes back to allowance race. I feel like that's a trend that I see worked.
Well, so did
General Partner's a Grade 1 placed horse. He's a better horse than the horses he ran against last time.
It was an allowance race, though.
It doesn't matter. You're saying you ran graded stake horses. This was he lost to a Grade 1 quality horse.
Yeah.
Okay, look, one of the problems with this race is that the horse that I really like, Paddington, the 3 is out.
Well, he had no shot. You liked him, Greg liked him, I loved him.
Yeah, so all of a
That's why
sudden
they
you're
scratched.
scrambling to look for another pick. Look,
Yep.
I mean, Rocketeer and Black Rain are the 2 most talented in the field.
What about Dallas's horse?
Yeah, I like the 6 and the 8. But
you got
the mile
2
and 8
horses
is a
in here.
great equalizer.
You got Grandpa's Kid, the one, Seeking Unity, the 4, who just hit the board against Unmatched Wisdom, who's headed to the Travers.
They both had very good trips staying on the inside in that race, but still.
Here's Grandpa's Kid, Javier Castellano.
Taking a lot of money, has a win at 1 mile and 1/8, draws well on the inside.
Moore's Law. His comeback was not very sharp from the Chad Brown barn.
Has lost his last 2 races by a combined 58.5 lengths, but Chad Brown
Is that
doesn't
bad?
give up on him, so I guess you should.
He's got a big maiden win. That was pretty interesting. Seeking Unity at 11-1 Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, Seeking Unity, 3rd the last 2 times at this level, does have some early pace to be at least a part of the pace factor.
Including that 3rd against Unmatched Wisdom last start. Here's Brigade Commander, for Dallas Stewart.
I think he's going to be forwardly placed, and I think he's a very generous price at 7 to 1. He's run some fast races, and I think he can get the 1 mile and 1/8.
3-year-old Rocketeer for Brad Cox has Tyler Gaffleon.
The one that's my top pick, I like him coming back to allowance races after facing Grade 3 competition last time, and I just think they have to be a little bit conservative with his speed today.
Michelle Giangiulio with D-Day Sky.
Is going to have to improve for, dare I say it, Greg, 10-strike racing.
Everybody shots. Black Rain, 8-5 favorite outside for Todd Pletcher.
A good race last time off a long layoff. Posted a career best 92 buyer speed figure. He's going to have to try to navigate over to the rail so he doesn't get hung up too wide going into that first turn.
So these connections, they win a lot here. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. Weird to see them with a 10-1 shot because they usually go off very short. Look at what they have done at Saratoga the last 5 years. 26% win percentage.
You'd be hard pressed.
29 started. That is
192.
incredible.
How about $1.92 ROI?
You'd be hard pressed to find any combination owner trainer that has a sizable stable that can come close to that.
I tell you what, a lot of the success to Klarovich is very coincide. I'm not saying it's is with stop giving horses to Tom Amos. I don't know if it's the exact reason. You had a very good horse for Seth.
I had some of the parts.
Some of the parts.
Won the Phoenix at Keeneland.
What about $600,000?
That was the one time Seth called me a genius. He never did it again, but he did it that day when
he still regrets it.
Called you a genius.
Every horse in the race had speed. I said, Seth, the race could be winning the first quarter mile. Long as we're in front of the quarter mile, nothing's coming late.
And Seth is
and he said, you are a genius after the race. Called me a lot of things after that, but never genius.
Seth being a magnet in the finance world, he's had so much success. And I've had some success riding for him as well. I won one of the first Grade 1 races that he's had. Currency swap here at Saratoga. But they have a really solid, strong stable.
Oh, it's just to have those many numbers, just to even run that many runners here is an accomplishment. To win at that rate, at the most competitive meet there is in our sport, just incredible.
$1.92 ROI is pretty amazing. You think it's Chad Brown, and they've won, I think, 5 or 6 straight owners titles, and they're still showing massively positive ROI versus the takeout, which is impressive.
Well, here's a look at Seeking Unity. So one of a couple we talked about coming out of that unmatched Wisdom race. He remained perfect. He's headed to the Travers. What's going on with the 4, Tom?
He needs his pony. He needs the pony to come on over and take a hold of him and get him going again. He's just stubborn, being a little coltish. So I wouldn't say anything that's negative as far as whether you're betting him or not, but you need to get him under control. There he goes. He's got a partner. That also works if you don't have a pony. Get a partner to go with you.
Horses being herd animals. Some of them, they just like to have company to push them along, and sometimes when they're by themselves, they get a bit lost. And I think that was the case there, but now you can see him going pretty well.
D-Day Sky joining his side. Ricardo Santana Jr. providing the assist. So now 7-5 on Black Rain, who will try a 1 1/8 for the first time. Second try against winners, but obviously there's upside there.
Listen, he's a lightly raced horse who's run some fast figures. He's the horse to beat here. And I think of the 2 horses taking money, I prefer him dramatically over the 6 in this race, Rocketeer. Does anybody besides me think Brigade Commander is a player in this race?
I think he's a player. In a scenario where it's be interesting to see what Tyler Gaffleone does, because Rocketeer has speed, but if he uses his speed too early at this distance, I think he's going to pay the price late. But he also can't let Black Rain get away with too much of an easy lead. There is a chance that Rocketeer and Black Rain hook up, and Brigade Commander becomes a big benefactor of that speed.
If you believe in pace figures, which I do, Brigade Commander will be in front of Rocketeer, and Rocketeer will be sitting 3rd.
Behind Black Rain and him.
Yeah. I don't think Black Rain is an easy time clearing from the outside. We'll see how aggressive John Velasquez is against the Todd Pletcher runner on the outside.
2 minutes to post coming up in this 10th. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, I actually do really like Brigade Commander too, Andy, so hopefully not too much weight on this horse with us. But I thought that he was a horse that was acting like he should be forward. He does come in as a new gelding as well. It's my first time laying eyes on him, so I don't have anything to compare. But he was a high-energy type back in the paddock and very much on his toes. But he is everything that you want to see from a horse that's going this distance. You can even see him next to the lead pony. He is big, he is solid, he is strong. And while he was forward, he was not over the top, which I certainly do appreciate. And I just really liked the appearance of him overall in the face of your favorites. The 2 Moore's Law, as Greg mentioned, he did break his maiden, going 1 1/8 miles. And he was back in September, looking at my notes and comparing with him, he was just really agitated and swishing his tail a lot, not moving great. Then he came back last time out as a gelding and it really lightened up a lot. And that race was a little bit of a marathon, of a carousel race, I should say. There wasn't much movement as far as the pace was concerned. He is much stronger now. He's put a bit of that conditioning on. I do think the gelding has helped him as far as his movement behind. And he has put some of the muscle mass on. I've always felt longer is better for him, getting to go the 9 furlongs today too. Look, he's been really disappointing in his last couple, but maybe he's starting to come back around. And just a quick note to wrap up on the 8 Black Rain. I said that I'd watch his warm up. He's another one that's just the way that he goes over the track. Doesn't cover the ground as smoothly as some of the others, but Irad Ortiz did give him a big warm up away from the pony, whereas the 6 Rocketeer, very quiet warm up out on the track, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. I think we would all agree even money on Black Rain is getting way too short.
I agree. I agree. I think it's a case once again. The money just keeps gravitating to a favorite. Is this horse really supposed to be this big a favorite?
Yeah, I think there are questions around the 2 top choices. I do think they're the most talented horses in the race, but I also think that you're looking at a distance of 1 mile and 1/8, really bringing this field together in terms of competition.
I love the fact that Acacia said that they're doing a real quiet warm-up with Rocketeer, because that gives me the indication like they're planning to not get engaged with him too early. I think that's key for his success at 1 mile and 1/8, that he's not overly aggressive early. He's rations out his early speed so he can have some gas left to close it out.
That's the 6 with Tyler Gaffleone, 2-1 second choice. The 3-year-old tackling older company for the first time with a favorite throughout. And now the shortest price he's been yet in the wagering, Black Rain. Second start back of his 4-year-old season for Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for his first winner on this Sunday card. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. We have 3 of them left to load. Rocketeer coming up. D-Day Sky will be second to last. And Black Rain to the outside. Black Rain walking up. Favorite is in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Seeking Unity, Black Rain broke outward but did break quickly. Brigade Commander is up and on the pace, and so too is Rocketeer. 4 of them vying for the lead into the first turn. D-Day Sky is next. Moore's Law is second to last, and it's another 3 back to Grandpa's Kid, who trails. So it is Seeking Unity who will set the pace. Leads it by 2 lengths. Brigade Commander tracks him comfortably from second, and they are followed by Rocketeer. The opening quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds. Black Rain is wide, but close up as they swing on to the backstretch. Another 3 lengths back comes D-Day Sky. Then it's a good gap back to Moore's Law and Grandpa's Kid. Seeking Unity heads toward the half-mile pole in front. D-Day Sky is making an early run along the inside. He's currently behind Brigade Commander, Rocketeer, and Black Rain. The half went in 48 1/5 seconds. Still a gap back to Moore's Law and Grandpa's Kid. Half mile left to travel, and it's Seeking Unity, 3/4 of a length. Brigade Commander and Rocketeer are side by side. Rocketeer now takes second and is coming after Seeking Unity around the far turn. Down at the rail, D-Day Sky. Brigade Commander drops right out of it. Moore's Law is moving up outside of a hard-ridden Black Rain. Black Rain losing ground all the way back to 5th with a 1/4 mile to go. Rocketeer shakes loose. Moore's Law with a nice rally from behind on the far outside gets a crack. Seeking Unity is just inside of him. They're coming to the 8th pole. Moore's Law keeps eating up ground on Rocketeer, and Moore's Law is right to him at the furlong pole, center of the racetrack, and up to take the lead. Rocketeer fighting his best, but it's Moore's Law with the momentum, and what a day for Manny Franco. Moore's Law wins it by a length. Rocketeer fired big, but was just second best. Then it was D-Day Sky in third, and Seeking Unity finished 4th. Great day for Chad Brown, too.
Showed you these connections. They just win, baby. At Saratoga, Moore's Law Back-to-back dismal performances. There were excuses, and he showed up today.
No, I mean, he got it done. And you could see, and Greg, by the way, you like this horse. Nobody else loved this. Tom, you thought he was okay.
I did.
Greg actually liked this horse, so I want to give you a little love for that. You don't get enough love. But you could tell right away that this horse, they were going an honest pace, and he didn't lose contact with the field. He was much closer than he can be in some other races.
And honest pace is relative, right? So the time doesn't show it being zipping along, but they were up there bunched, battling each other early. That's quick enough to set up for a close, for sure.
Rocketeer, by the way, ran extremely well in defeat, to be fair. The other horses involved in the pace finished a billionth in this race.
Look, when
and
Rocketeer turns for home, that's
wide.
him with the lime green and the yellow lime green hat. He had a lot of horse turning for home. Called upon him. I just think 1.8 miles is just a little too far for Rocketeer.
And while the time ticker might not seem that crazy, 48 for a half, you say, well, it's not that fast of a pace. Everyone involved in the pace stopped, including the heavy favorite Black Rain, and you know, and Rocketeer held in there a bit.
I don't think we talk about it enough. 3-year-olds running against older horses, running against 4-year-olds, and getting 5 pounds right now. I'm not so sure that's as fair as we'd like it to be. So for Moore's Law, a 4-year-old, you know, I think is an advantage to the older horses if they have talent. Moore's Law has talent.
And that $1.92 ROI just went up a little bit.
Yes, it did. After this, 14-1. They win a lot. They don't usually win with 14-1 shots. Moore's Law, 4-win day for Manny Franco.
Not over yet. He's riding for the same outfit in the next race.
Indeed, on Neural Network. How about this Sunday afternoon performance from Manny Franco and Chad Brown and Klarovich? They do it again. And if you're a fan of what's happening in the AI age, you know well about Moore's Law.
I think Moore's Law has been proven not to be working anymore, though. We were discussing it yesterday a little bit. It's a great
really?
look it up. Google it. Yep.
It's working with these connections.
It worked today. It worked today, no doubt about it.
Moore's Law wins for the second time in his career. First time as a 4-year-old, does it from well off the pace. In this 10th from Saratoga, 14-1 upset.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
No trip to Saratoga Springs is complete without a visit to Sacred Spa and Wellness, a state-of-the-art med spa just minutes from downtown. Whether you're looking for luxury body treatments, infrared sauna, massage, yoga and Pilates classes, or more advanced health and wellness treatments like chiropractic, hydrofacials, body sculpting, laser genesis, laser hair removal, and microneedling, Sacred Spa and Wellness is the destination for relaxation and rejuvenation. For a full list of services and to book your visit, go to sacredspaandwellness.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. How about this 14-1 upset from connections that are used to sending out the favorite, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. 4-win day for Manny Franco. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with Chad Brown once again, who has also had a terrific day. Quite a duo with you and Manny. And I know Manny rides a lot for you throughout the winter, Chad, but we've really seen him on the biggest stages stepping forward as well.
Yeah, he's well on his way to having a great career. You know, he's been a leading rider here on the Naira circuit, and well-deserved. He makes a lot of good decisions. He's versatile. He can ride on the turf or the dirt or and really any type of race, and he judged this perfect, and I was really happy we gave this horse another chance. He was off form, but in the past he showed an affinity for Saratoga, and we saw it again today.
And I brought up, as far as Moore's Law, a conversation with, since you gelded him, it really seems like that's helped to free him up with his movement as well, and he looked much stronger today than even last time.
I totally agree. This horse was not the greatest mover before. Gelding him and giving him some time. And that race at Saratoga last year, his final race here, where he was favored in the same condition, didn't run well. He didn't come out of that race too well. He's just not moving too well, but I agree. Between gelding him and giving him time off, and I have to give Seth Claremont a lot of credit. He always lets me give the horse as much time as I want, and oftentimes we're rewarded.
And speaking of layoffs, in the last race, you'll send out Neural Network, who we haven't seen since April of last year, also comes back as a gelding. What can you tell us about that one?
Yeah, that horse mentally, I think, really needed it. He showed some glimpses of some real ability, at least with New York breds last year. And as you can see, we're trying to figure him out. He's on the dirt, he's on the turf, he's got blinkers on. So now we're trying gelding him. And if he can just channel his energy the right way, I think he's got a nice career ahead of him.
We look forward to it. Thanks for the insight, and congratulations again.
Thanks.
All right, Greg, some good insight as far as the last race and another layoff as well.
$30.40. If this barn's going to start winning with these kinds of horses, wow.
They don't run too many of these kind of horses, do they?
It's almost not fair. Rocketeer, D-Day Sky, second and third, but huge improvement, major turnaround from the Son of Good Magic. Now in this late pick 5, if you are alive, time to get excited, but even with one race left, there's a long way to go.
No, this is not easy. 1650 times 6, almost a $10,000 parlay already for $2. Or $2,500.
You'll be able to see what happens in the finale on YouTube at the New York Racing Association. Before we sign off on our FS2 coverage, let's look again at what Torpedo Anna accomplished in that Coaching Club American Oaks. Stumble out of the gate, she still demolishes the competition.
I mean, listen, she's the dominant member of this division, without a doubt. And the question is, what do they do with her next, and what other mountains can she possibly conquer?
I don't have any inside information, but
Kenny McPeak not calling you up, giving you inside
no, but I mean, come on. I mean, I work against these trainers in races. I know their styles and what they do, and Kenny is not afraid.
Oh.
And when he said we're going to run the numbers before we make a decision, I have a strong feeling the numbers have already been run, and you will definitely see her in the DraftKings Travers.
And part of that equation was, you know, Mystic Dan likely now not going to show up for that race. He's back in Kentucky.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not showing. He's out. Outstanding of the year, pretty much, right?
With that happening,
yeah,
it's
so
even more open the door for her to go.
You're talking about the Kentucky Derby winner, also in Kenny McPeak's barn. So, you know, there's a real chance for Kenny to do something special. I mean, he's already done it. He did it with Swift Skydiver in the Preakness. He's not afraid.
What do you, she shows up there, Raj, in your eyes?
I think she's extremely competitive. She would be one on the short list of horses that I think would be able to win the race, and it's very interesting. It would make it a even more fun race than it already is.
Respectfully, does the result of the Haskell and how it ran, would that scare you if you were the trainer of Torpedo Anna?
I don't think any of these 3-year-old colts are going to scare her, but to suggest they're not highly competitive and better than the horses that she's beating would be a mistake. I agree with you. There's nobody out there scaring anybody. They're not an incredible bunch of super talented horses, but they're not bad. And she's going to have to get a little bit faster to beat them.
It's the Grade 1 DraftKings Travers. Of course it's going to be tough. We all know that, right? I mean, it's never easy.
It should be tough.
But one of the great appeals of it, of course, is a stallion deal for winning races like that. It doesn't do a whole lot for her value, right? Just enhances her stature as a racehorse.
Could mean a new tattoo on Jonathan's back. I mean, J.K. says he has tattoos of a few really, really good ones. Rachel Alexandra.
You're a little
she
obsessed
could make the
about
list.
People's
and put her in the history books. It would
observation.
Yeah,
starting.
Yeah, she'd have a little spot across the street now, wouldn't she?
What she's done against her own division, she's shown the kind of talent that maybe they should be scared that she's coming to the race.
I'm sure they prefer she's not in it.
Probably. Our next show, we'll see you Wednesday, 1 Eastern on Fox Sports, but we're going to continue on again on YouTube. You can catch the finale of this Sunday program over there at New York Racing Association. Raging C, you would think it's on to the personal ensign after that impressive win in the Shuvi earlier today, and Torpedo Anna. What will be next for the Coaching Club American Oaks winner? She has been perfect as a 3-year-old. Will it be against the boys in the DraftKings Travers? We'll see you over on YouTube.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. Integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Sunday coverage. And our nightcap coming up. Going to close things out on the turf at a mile and 16th. We'll get to that race in a moment. Let's talk this wide open 3-year-old division. And do we have a major new player, Andy, showing up in this DraftKings Travers with what unmatched wisdom did in the curling?
We've got a 99 buyer who's gotten 98, 93, I think, and a 99 buyer in his 3 starts. So he's not quite at the top of the heap yet. But Tom, for a horse that's run just 3 times, and he had to do a lot of early work in this race when he broke in badly and the 3 went after him. Well, it was a very solid effort. He's going to have to get a little better to win the Travers, but how far off it is he really?
Oh, I mean, not very, right? And the board reflects that to some extent. Plus, you've got a guy that just knows how to get him to the finish line.
Yeah, and one thing you could see there, its ears come up a little bit, and for a young, inexperienced horse, just making their 3rd start, when the ear pops up, it kind of lost, you know, he lost his traction, lost his attention. That makes it even better.
And you got to, I mean, look, 3 for 3, horses get on win streaks, they get good. They can turn the step, to really pick up their ability in that next start. So, I mean, is he a worthwhile horse in this kind of race? Hell yes.
He might have a Belmont and Haskell winner attached to his hip early on. Going to have some much better horses coming at him late.
No doubt.
But obviously, this is a horse that's moving forward and still has room to move forward.
And you guys may have mentioned it, but at the beginning of this race, he didn't break well. He broke in pretty well. He had to get going again. I mean, it wasn't a clean trip for him.
It'll be interesting. I mean, there's so many great storylines of horses that are going to this Travers. He certainly is one of them. He'll bring a perfect record into it.
And what is the decision that Flavien Prat makes? Sierra Leone running next week in the Jim Dandy race. He can absolutely win. There's going to be pace in there. And let's say he wins this race. Which horse do you think Prat chooses, guys?
Sierra Leone. See, if Sierra Leone is the one that he would choose, in my opinion, if he was to win that race.
I think so also. I think it's Sierra Leone.
What's the worst choice you've ever made, taking off a horse to ride another one in a big race?
I just blame the agent. It's always the agent.
But I'm serious. Like, I know you I mean, listen, it's inevitable. Did you take off VE Day
Animal
to ride?
Kingdom to ride Mucho Macho Man.
Well, I gotta tell you.
It's not a bad choice. I thought it was the
you
right
made the wrong
choice.
that
but my
time, but it
agent
wasn't a
told
bad
me
choice.
that I'm crazy. Animal Kingdom will win the Derby, and I said I don't think so. I think Mucho Macho Man is a proven
So at that point,
dirt
had
horse.
Animal Kingdom run on the dirt, or was
I
he?
don't
Was he
believe
a
so.
synthetic horse?
He had not run on the dirt.
I'm going to
Synthetic
stand
prep
by
leading
Rod.
into
That's a
the
long
You made the right
story.
choice, even though it didn't work out. You did win the Breeders' Cup Classic
So-
later. You didn't get back on, though, did you?
Let's go back to that list of a big race we're going to see
Okay.
next weekend, that Jim Dandy. And there's a huge name on that list who some have, forgot about a little bit.
Must be Fierceness. Is that who we're talking about?
What do you think about the 2-year-old Chep? He obviously has the biggest race we've seen from any 3-year-old in the sport this year. Couple of big performances. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile was pretty big, too. Can he get back to that?
Those weren't this year. I don't understand. I mean, his
Florida Derby was this year.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the Breeders' Cup. So
Try to follow up.
yeah, well, I know, and
I know
he
it's
gives me
late
that
in the day.
look when
It's
I
late
do
in the
that.
day, I know,
Yeah,
you
anyhow,
know.
but what about his Derby? Doesn't his Derby speak to what he wants in his style? That maybe he is just a horse that has to have it his way on the lead.
And what's he doing with Cesar Gray? There's one thing you know about Lukey. Lukey doesn't rate speed horses. And what's he going to do with him? They're going to go.
But getting back to Fierceness, doesn't that make him vulnerable?
Yeah.
In a race like this.
I'll believe he's running when he leaves the gate, by the way.
My perspective of Fierceness is he has monster races in his wheelhouse, right? His best race is amazing, probably the fastest off the crop when he runs at his best. But recently, you're not seeing any indicator that he's going to run back that race because his Derby was poor, and he hasn't really done much since.
I'd love to see him run well because, let's be honest, the more good horses out there, the more entertaining things are. And the other thing is, we all kind of agree we don't trust him, but maybe things work out in this race and then takes a lot of money in the Travers. Maybe he's a horse to bet against.
Oh,
but
so you're looking for the odds to be better on one of the other horses.
I mean, I think I'm looking for the game to be more exciting. And the more good horses there are, and make no mistake, and I'm with you, Tom. I don't trust him at all. But you want to take the horse. He doesn't run just the one best race of anybody in this group. He's run the 2 best races by a lot. And one of them is a 2-year-old. Yeah. So you know he is capable. And I agree with you. He is completely untrustworthy. But he's capable of running huge races.
We have worked together for a while. We kind of know how each other thinks. So I think you would love to see Fierceness run big and go in the DraftKings Travers. You'd love to see Torpedo Anna go in the DraftKings Travers. And you would love to bet against both of them.
Yeah, but I still have to find the winner, Tom.
I think everyone in the sport would love to see those 2 big names show up in that race. Yeah. Real quick, with a horse whose face, has wilted a little bit when he's faced adversity. As we look at the odds for the nightcap here, do you like that outside post for him in the Jim Dandy?
I love it. I'm sure Todd Pletcher and Michael Foley love it.
If they could have hand-selected any post at all, 100% that's what they would take.
Very interesting. That's coming up next weekend on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. As we take a look at this field for the 11th mile to 16th on the grass, wide open race. Your favorite is at 7-2. To tell you how competitive this is, that's Let's Go Big Blue. George Weaver, Jose Lizcano. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And we're going to start there with Let's Go Big Blue, Greg, because I was a bit surprised to see him as the favorite. This is a very wide open race, but Let's Go Big Blue and Bar 14 and a couple of others in here come out of the same race in which there were horses kind of on the front end. They went that way around. They were all run down by Dancing with the Stars Late, who was the heavy favorite in that race. But as far as Let's Go Big Blue is concerned, did show more speed last time out. And he's a horse that sometimes in the past has not carried the best weight and conditioning, and he does look great today. I was very impressed with what I saw from him, now making the third start of his form cycle and third off the layoff in here. Really well muscled forward. Like what I see from him. I just think that there are a few more interesting alternatives. There are a couple of horses that have gone quickly through their conditions, starting with the 3 Better Lucky Than Good, who is stepping up to the next level. And while he has been in good form, coming back and winning as the favorite, and then it's a big price last time out, he's a horse that needs to get into the race. Even last year in the fall, he got very keen and headstrong, went off slow and the victim of a slow pace. But going through your conditions is a tough thing to do now into the second level allowance company in here. But one thing I will say about him is that he has continued to strengthen and put on muscle mass and coming back in his best stride as a 4-year-old. And I'm sorry guys, I went out of order. Now to the number 1, Neural Network, who, as I just spoke to Chad Brown about him coming back off a big layoff and coming back as a gelding, and he had touched on the mental aspect of that gelding and how it could potentially help. He's a very quirky horse, and he's one that in the running of his races too tends to drift a little bit or to hang on that left lead, which he was doing last time, lugging in as well. He's a horse that I have always wanted to see on the turf. So I loved when they switched him to the grass in the Woodhaven last time out. He has that kind of floating turf stride of horses that really benefit from a surface switch to the grass. And he comes back looking very, very fit for not having run since April of 2023. It's certainly a tough ask off that much of a layoff, but he looks like he could be up to the task in what's been a tremendous day for the barn, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. There's Dylan Davis about to get the leg up for Christophe Clement on Better Lucky Than Good. One of us on this desk likes this 3-horse.
Oh, I love this horse in this race, and I think he's going to get overlooked a bit. He was 10-1 on the morning line. I'm surprised he's bet down to 5-1 this early. And what I like about him is, since he started the year, he's run twice, and he's won both times. He's ascended up the class ladder. When a horse breaks their maiden and goes right back and wins an allowance race next time out, it's always a good sign. And I feel like he's going to sit a perfect trip from this post where he's going to be somewhere around mid-pack.
I think he can win, but I want to ask Tom a question. How unusual is it for a horse to go through all his conditions? Maiden, non-winners of 1, non-winners of 2 in successive races.
Very, very hard to do.
That's what worries me.
Each time a horse wins, his next level, he's facing horses that have already done what he has done. So it's very difficult to keep going from level to level to level without having a defeat.
And the jump from a non-winners of 1 New York bred race especially, but even in opens, from non-winners of 1 to non-winners of 2 is astronomical. It's just a huge. I'm not saying he can't win, but he's 5-1. That's what worries me. He ran.
I thought he would be about
15
to 1. To be honest, I thought he would float up from the 10 to 1 because there's so many alternatives. But what I do believe in this horse is he's on a roll. He's undefeated on the year, and I think this is a really good horse who is ascending up the class ladder.
I think one thing that we've learned unequivocally, the morning line maker's job is safe from Rajiv.
Wow. Well, you know what? Union Trail has a couple of things going for him. So since the blinkers have been added, Union Trail has been a better horse.
We're talking about the 3, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about Better Lucky Than Good? I thought you were talking about Union Trail now.
No, he's
shows
a
you
little
where I
tough
am.
to like.
Yeah.
Well, no, you're right. He's won consecutive divisions things too.
Yes, he has. And that horse was recently gelded as well. That is a long shot that is attractive to me.
I picked the 8. I like the 8-1-5. I picked it.
I am shocked Let's Go Big Blue is a favorite. This horse has run 5 times at this level and hasn't even finished second. So I can't see that as being a horse that's favored to win. Not that he can't run okay or run good. I cannot see that as a bet for a win.
I'm not sure whoever's favored here should be favored in a funny way, right?
Here's our post parade. Can Manny Franco get a 5th? This one coming off a long layoff for Chad Brown and Klarovich.
Year plus layoffs and turf routes. Chad Brown is 12 for 43, 28%, 215 ROI. Amazing.
Unbelievable. Sell something at 29 to 1.
Can we sell anything? Like, can we sell Andy? This one will be coming from well off the pace early.
We'd need a bidder. Better lucky than good at
No
5 to 1.
bid. He returns
Two
back
bits.
to the barn.
2 bits. Listen, I hear what Roger's saying, and I think he is a contender. He really took a big step forward off his maiden win to his last win.
Union Trail, Tom was intrigued by a bit, Raj.
One that's running good guns. One on the dirt last time out and one on the turf before. So this horse is definitely on a good win streak.
Bar 14, here's Luis Saez at 11 to 1.
Big-time player off the claim for Pat Reynolds. The man originally trained Big Brown. Luis Saez, wire to wire.
Dream Point coming off a win against Open Company. That was at Mountaineer.
Has not run any race so far that makes you think that it would be competitive against this bunch.
7 to 2 mild favorite. Let's go Big Blue.
I hear what you're saying, Raj. He did finally show some life again, and he does have some good back races to get back to.
Very good dirt horse, but they're making the switch to the grass. He ran on turf last time, too, Lock and Key.
And only lost by a length in his most recent turf start, but he's 0 for 4 on the grass.
Getting a big rider change.
Another Christophe Clement. Dettori will be aboard there, yeah. Liar's Poker, Clement Rosario.
He's another horse coming off consecutive wins for Clement, but I think this is a much tougher group than he met last time.
Major player here, Born Dancer for with Kendrick Carmouche.
Has nice tactical speed. Kendrick is going to have to try to navigate over towards the rail, which might be difficult in this big field.
Javier Castellano shows up on Rough Draft.
Listen, I mean, he's got a race here and there that's good enough. I just thought his last 2 races make him an outsider here.
And hush of a storm. He has some turf numbers that are the best of anybody in this field. Tough outside post, though.
I mean, that's the only thing to knock against him. I mean, if it wasn't the outside post, I would expect that this one would be the favorite in this race. But how's he going to work out a good trip from here?
Well, that guy riding was pretty good.
Yeah, took the words right out my
But
mouth.
I
If
agree
anybody
with
that
you,
could do it is Flavian, but there's no room for error in this race.
Well, we just saw Chad Brown-Klarovich and Manny win with a 14 to 1 shot. Now they'll try and win with a horse coming off a layoff going back to April 22nd. That was a 3rd place finish in Open Company and Stakes competition.
This is a good race. I mean, he doesn't get off his left lead. He goes back to his left lead late. He's kind of wide in the first turn. He didn't have the greatest trip. He's another one. Look, Chad likes to do this with his horses. Just the horse we just watched win was gelded recently. This horse has been gelded. That can make a big improvement and have that horse focusing on his job.
What do you look for when you geld a horse, Tom? What are you trying to accomplish?
Sometimes it's behavior. Sometimes it's lack of focus on the racetrack. And you know, when it works, it really works. When it doesn't, you know, and I would say it probably works about 50% of the time. My experience with gelding horses is second time back after gelding is when you see the biggest improvement. So this would be a first time gelding today, whereas with Moore's Law, that was his second time back today since being gelded.
You said it works about 50% of the time?
I think so. I think about 50% of the time you see improvement in your horse that are gelded.
I'm going to behave myself to close out the week.
Are you saying gelding is a coin flip, coin toss?
Yeah, oh yeah. I absolutely believe that.
Well, can Neural Network win off the long time away? That last time we saw him in that Woodhaven back in April last year, that was the turf debut. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm with Tom. It's certainly not a hard and fast rule that gelding a horse is going to help them to be more focused. But just as I was talking with Chad Brown about in the previous race, that a gelding can help with a multitude of things. It can help behavior-wise. It can help for horses that are lacking focus or ones that are not the freest movers to lighten them up a little bit. And some horses just really are poster children for needing it. Hush of a Storm, the 12, already a gelding. He's a horse that can get very hot, as you see out there on the racetrack. I haven't seen him since last year. The last time he was here in the Naira circuit, in which in the paddock he was kept far away from everybody else. He was getting revved up and seeing much the same with him in here. One thing I noticed is the front wraps do go on. Typically, I don't look at that too much, except when it's on turf. That's something that I do take a note of because you just normally don't see it with turf horses either. But Hush of a Storm, he was very energetic. lethargic, as he always is, but very fit coming back. Second off the layoff for Bill Morey. As far as the 8 Lock and Key, Andy, I know you had interest in this one. His second time on the grass, and I actually liked him getting to the turf last time out. They add cheek pieces for the first time today. So cheek pieces are going to be a similar method of what blinkers might do with limiting the peripheral vision of a horse, but particularly for what's behind them. So they're a little bit more open than blinkers most commonly used in Europe. And noting him last time out, he was in between horses and kind of got high-headed as a result of that. And he is a giant horse. He's very, very big, and maybe just those cheek pieces to help him a little bit when he's in some tight spots, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. So let's take a look at one Andy's intrigued by. Lock and Key, pretty good dirt horse, but they switched back to grass last time out in a race with Bar 14. Let's go, Big Blue.
I gotta be honest, I actually kind of stole this horse from Maggie. I was doing a handicapping show with Maggie, and she liked the horse last time, and I kind of gave her a look like, yeah, whatever, Maggie. And I watched the race, and I thought, you know what, Maggie was right. This horse ran very, very well in here. Was in bad position. The others had much better position. Trying to close inside like that, they almost never get their legs under them. And no disrespect meant, but the switch to Frankie Dettori for this race cannot be ignored. And he ran well enough against them last time, and at a big price. I just think he's interesting in what I don't think anyone here will argue is a wide open race.
Right. And in that replay, Lock and Key gallops out in front of the field, gets ahead of everybody. But on the negative side, 4 turf starts. No first, no seconds, no thirds.
But I'm going to go with the fact that Maggie was confident he was a better turf horse than he kind of showed in those races.
Her sister?
And he showed that in the race.
Remember Fire Key?
Yeah.
I wrote her, that's her sister. She was really good on the turf,
yeah,
sprinting around here, even against Open Company as well. So there is some turf pedigree.
You know, one of them was a 1.25 mile race where she was eased. He was eased in that race. And all I'm saying is Maggie had a lot of things to say about which I kind of thought she was nuts, and she wasn't. Not only wasn't she nuts, she was right. The horse ran last time.
That look you said you gave her?
Yeah, I give it all the time.
I've seen that a few times.
Yeah.
Well, let's go, Big Blue. The 7 has not moved on. You know, even though it's a wide open race and it's modest favoritism, that horse right there has been your favorite throughout with Jose Lezcano for George Weaver and the Silks of Bill Parcells' August Dawn Farm.
Easy to root for Bill Parcells. But I just cannot believe that this horse is the favorite. I don't like the angle of taking a horse that's raced 5 times at a level and hasn't even finished in the top 2 as a favorite in a big field. I just that's not my
I mean, the
thing.
morning line favorite was the 12, and he was the second choice morning line. I guess it has to do with the posts.
Let's see what happens on the front end here. I think the speed is really just between the 4 and the 5 in this race. Let's see if one or the other happens to go.
The 5 is the speed. The 5's the speed.
We got to keep an eye out on
If the Saez doesn't send the 5, he's just not sending anybody. This horse is a fast horse.
One of the biggest stories of this race, Manny Franco, is trying to win 5 wins today.
He's on Neural Network indeed from that inside post. Looking for a huge, well, it's already had a huge afternoon, but number 5 would be sensational to do that at Saratoga. Let's go upstairs. Finale from Saratoga. Here's Frank Miramati.
2 more left to load. Rough Draft and Hush of a Storm for Billy Morey. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Let's Go Big Blue is out very alertly, but there are a host of them battling, including Liar's Poker. And inside of them, here's Bar 14. So Bar 14 and Union Trail, as expected, those two go on to lead through the opening furlongs. Another 2 lengths back, Born Dancer comes away 2.5 off the pace in third. Let's Go Big Blue is racing a joint fourth. He is on the inside of Liar's Poker with Rough Draft extreme outside. Then it's a Better Lucky Than Good is racing on the inside of Dream Point. Outside of that pair, Lock and Key in the red colors has 9 lengths to make up. Then comes Sell Something, inside Hush of a Storm, and Neural Network at the back. 23 seconds, it's a lively opening quarter. Union Trail, 3/4 of a length, Bar 14 is racing in second. They're followed by Born Dancer. Let's Go Big Blue is racing along the inside, taking third into the far turn. Then the orange blinkers of Rough Draft. As Liar's Poker has lost a couple of spots. Now 6 lengths off the lead, less than 3 furlongs out. Lock and Key has 8 to make up. Asked to run now, another length back to Better Lucky Than Good. And then it's Hush of a Storm. A quarter of a mile to go, and it is wide open. 3/4, 1, 10, and 2. Bar 14. There's a split, a beautiful one for Let's Go Big Blue, who comes through. And from the back, here's Hush of a Storm. Hush of a Storm coming at Let's Go Big Blue and going right on by. Hush of a Storm, with Flavien Prat putting an exclamation point on the weekend. Let's Go Big Blue was second. It's a photo for third between Lock and Key and Better Lucky Than Good.
Hush of a Storm rolling down the stretch. Flavien Prat with a huge Sunday.
12 post didn't buy.
He's a leading
this
rider at
horse.
the meet.
Yeah, 12.
Yeah, you can win from that outside post when they're going that rapid up front. I mean, they were going so rapid up front. It just set up for a close.
Flying
Hush of
up
the Storm
front,
kicks really, really well. And for the 7 horse that more than once Rajiv said maybe not the right favorite, Let's Go Big Blue. He got through along the rail, had the greatest trip in the world.
He had the ideal
He just couldn't
trip.
outfinish a fast close from Hush of a Storm.
And touching on the point that you said, Tom, when the race goes fast, the pace, it spreads out the field. And what that does is when a horse on the outside, there are gaps open for you to fan over and get to the rail. Sometimes when the pace is slow and they're bunched up, you don't have that luxury. And I think that's what even aided Hush of a Storm to be able to save some ground at some point in the race early on.
We keep talking about him, and he keeps winning. Fans enjoying this action here, and they're seeing we already talked about this being the best jockey colony there is in the game, and then Flavien Prat a couple of years ago arrives, and it got that much better.
This guy's a sensational rider. He does everything well. He has no weaknesses in his game.
I concur, man. He's one of the best.
7-1 on a horse that, you know, if the turf races he'd run, Andy, probably should have been favored. Was it the outside post?
I think it's the post that kept him being favored, personally. I mean, if he had drawn inside, I think he would have been a much shorter price and maybe even favored. It's a very tough race. Listen, this was a fun race. I mean, there's a lot going on in this race. As evidence, we all picked 4 different horses. It was a fun race.
One of the things is, right, this race was loaded with horses that have never won at this level, right? He was only eligible for this race because they put him in for the optional claiming. He got in for the claiming. He's already won at this level.
And that's what makes the non-winners of 2 races even tougher, because they're optional claiming races, and you get a horse like this in there as well.
Well, Better Lucky Than Good ran 4th.
He ran fine.
He was blocked the whole way.
He ran fine.
He ran well.
Yeah, he did.
4-win day for Manny, 4-win day for Flavien Prat, and with that win for Flavien, he becomes the leading rider at the meet as we close out here week 2 of Saratoga. That's his 12th winner of this meeting.
There's a storm of brewing, Greg.
It's been riding sensational. And again, he's going to take, not only is he going to, win these races, taking mounts away from Murat Ortiz Jr.
Well, I mean, if he's riding these Chad Brown horses, the wins, the horses maybe Irad would have ridden in the past, it's sort of a 2 wins, right? A win as opposed to what would have been a win for Irad. Long way to go.
That's a figurative storm you're talking about, or did you think
These
one
guys
was really
are unbelievable.
Did you think it was going to rain today?
Dark skies, wind was blowing. I said there could be a storm in the area.
No. That's not what he said, since you want to bring it up. You said there was definitely a storm.
I
Tom,
never said such a thing.
I'm Switzerland.
The words
I don't know anything.
100%. 100% it was going to storm within 10 minutes.
Okay. You're going to join these clowns.
Wow.
You actually said it is storming.
Listen, I have nothing to do with this. I'm staying out of this conversation.
What a performance from both Manny Franco and Flavien Prat. And as a result, after week 2, that's your leading rider at the meet right now. We're back Wednesday, 1 Eastern. Start time for Jim Dandy Week. We will see you then. Have a great weekend.